There we go. That should be up and kicking now. Oh. There we go. Oh. God, everything's falling apart. Right. Let's have a look. Let's have a look. I'm going to put that on there. Put that down. Boom. Right, guys. We're all doing well. Better than I've been doing. Right, let me see if I can sort this out a minute, because I think it's... Ah, there you go. It was locked. There we go. There, see, moves. Hi guys, you alright? I don't know what the hell. I'm going to have to get a new boom mic or something for this, because it's pants. There's weird stuff. Oh, okay. Oh, there we go. Right. That's it. AO tracking's on. I think that's... Yeah, there we go. So... Good day, I think. Not the greatest of days, to be honest. I haven't managed to kill myself again, which I think probably if I had dyed my hair without doing the skin test first, yeah, I think I would be in the ground now, or getting ready to go in the ground, because the allergic reaction was pretty horrific from just a couple of little spots on the inside of the elbows. So if anybody's coming in, come on in, because I can't sit here for 5 hours talking to a Riley Rise. It would be a bit weird. So I think that's supposed to come out of there, isn't it? So I hate having 3 monitors. You can't find the bloody mouse. Oh, here it is. Alright, let's pull that out. So, yes, that was a timber wolf on the shelf. Yeah. I am actually going to fire it up properly and give it a whiz at some point and find out why people think it's shite. I must admit, initially, when I did first get it, took it out of the box and plugged it in and pushed the key, it didn't instill a lot of confidence in it going to sound nice. I think yesterday it sounded a bit like a broken SEM. So there you go. So we got Ace Heads in there, good man. Steve, yeah. Jane, Wagyu. Oh, Robert's in there as well. I haven't seen Robert for a couple of weeks. You all right, mate? You doing all right, are you? I trust. Yeah. So I don't think Robbie's coming in until much later because of I think he's going to have a gig or something. So I was kind of hoping that our good friend Richard Hilton might have been available tonight. Knowing him, he's probably on an aircraft as we speak. I think he's flying back from, I think he was in Italy. I think he flew to the States and then he was literally next day flying from the States back to here, I think. Birmingham or something like that. But we'll see if we'll hit him up and we'll see if he's around. Let's have a look and see if he's here. Well, he appears to be. He is active. Let's see if he. Hey, Rich. Right. Alright. Or are you busy? See what happens. He may or may not show up. Right. I thought I had a lighter up here. In fact, I think I have. Yes, I have. So I want to get back on my vape, but at the moment it makes me cough so badly, and I think I need to change what it is I'm vaping. I'm not quite sure what to go to yet, I must admit. So yeah, so it's been a busy week, I suppose. You know, the usuals. What was I doing this week? I did an AKS this week. I think if I'd got it fully finished, I probably would have brought it up tonight and give it a try out, see what an AKS sounds like going through this system. And we could have had a quiz, you know, pick a hole and I stick a pin in it and see what it does. Which I think is actually how you use them. You just draw numbers of it and with letters out of a hat and then stick a pin in. So like battleships for VCOs. Who knows? Oh. I've got a new filtered coffee machine. Oh my god. Oh, Alice is. I'll see what this little dog has been. Hey, babe.
Hello. How are you?
Better now, thank you. Not quite so balloon-like.
Yeah, I haven't quite caught up on Thursday's stream yet. And what's the point of that you were off by the time I got home?
Yeah.
Yes, well, I got to my digs at about 5 a.m. I was just like, let's see what the show is still going. Oh no.
Yeah.
They've buggered off hours ago.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes do a late eat, and sometimes it's like, no, I'm feeling it. Or there's some, you know, something going on the following day, or later on in that day. Seeing it's already AM. So how you been anyway? Good?
Yeah, fine. Finally done with the show, so that's exciting. Packed it all up yesterday again, but now it's going into storage. How exciting! Yeah. It's not being binned. It might come back. Oh no, I might get haunted again.
I see. So you using that Andromeda a lot, or what?
Well, I put it there 2 weeks ago, and then I've been away for 2 weeks. So,
so not a lot. Yeah. Okay.
For the days I've been here, I've been using it a lot.
Yeah.
So,
Andy.
No,
Hello.
let's see whether it works today.
Oh. Yeah. See if you've got a frozen screen or not.
No,
That'll be it. Doorstop.
It's been a very
skip.
It's been a very good doorstop before.
Yeah.
Have you had it lock up on you yet? You had to force reboot it?
The worst I had was that it got stuck whilst trying to save stuff. It didn't properly crash, but it definitely had some undefined behavior.
We had to power cycle it anyway.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It was probably some interesting button combinations in the save screen it really didn't like.
Yeah.
Right.
And it got really unhappy and started garbling text over display. It's just like, oh,
God.
Oh boy.
Yeah. That must make the stomach leap when they do that. Because sometimes
Well,
when they do that, it's the end. Order escape.
I was just surprised
Yeah.
because I played a brand new one. A friend bought for a friend many years ago.
Yeah.
And we had a whole several hour session to do some little jamming with it before he had to ship it off to Croatia or somewhere. And so it was, I mean, it was really fun. I mean, I noticed the first bank of patches was pretty much all like ARPs, which is kind of boring if they're all ARPs.
Yeah.
But some of the sounds are good, and we did some little recordings with it. But sure enough, only using it for 2 hours, I had at least 2 hard boots and some weird knob behavior where I turn something and it's not supposed to do that. I turn that knob, not that knob. Why is it doing multiple settings at once?
yeah,
So-
but the latest OS is quite good and it's relatively bug free.
Yeah, this may not have had the latest OS in it. But
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, the very, very first ones coming out were quite twitchy.
this is right at the end that when they would almost stop selling them. So
Yeah, but I think the last OS update was more than a year after they stopped selling them.
okay, right, okay.
Or well, after they stopped selling them the second time. Because
Is
of
that
course they are
EEPROM OS or can you flash it?
yeah, you can flash it.
Okay.
Oh, that's handy.
Because I keep seeing things like, oh, get the last ESQ1 OS on this EEPROM. Oh, great, I got to buy more stuff.
Or yeah, like all the world of pulses behind me. Only one of them was the most modern OS. So the other 3 I had to upgrade. When I was buying like the new EEPROM for the third one, I was thinking, should I just buy an EEPROM blower? But then I realized the historic EEPROMs at once they're quite expensive to get. So I might as well buy pre-flashed at that point.
Well, even my desktop evolvers, if I only get the latest and they're all in the same, because I'm having some weird stuff with the poly chain on the evolvers. They all need to be on the same rev, I think. So I have a couple of different desktop evolvers I'm trying to poly chain, and I think I got to buy some EEPROMs.
Cool. Mind you, there's several machines through the annals of time that have had issues. The Oscar, for instance, you can turn on the Oscar one day and it's locked. It doesn't do any. Push keys, nothing happens. Turn knobs, nothing happens, and the footage LEDs aren't flashing. And what you have to do is turn it on and off with it plugged in. Turn it on and off really, really fast, about 40 times, and it clears it.
What's that? Do some registers or some logic get stuck?
Apparently, it's something to do with it's got a bit of a dodgy reset circuit.
What's it? So that doesn't clear out all the registers in the memory or something.
So sometimes it will lock, but it won't unlock. So you have to like 40 times or so, and then it'll fire up, and then it'll be fine again for a couple of years. Really weird machines. Because I had loads of them come in where they go, oh no, it's all locked up and it doesn't work. I might have a few minutes. Oh, they're playing in Monaco tonight.
Oh.
Right, so when you're ready,
You have to go Archer in the background.
yeah.
Day.
Oh,
Is Hans turning up tonight? Is he still in London?
who? Sorry.
Hans. I thought he was at the Albert Hall like 2 days ago, wasn't he?
Yeah, he's still knocking around, but he's been working on something, some score as well, and he said he's going to be tied up, and I was like, oh, okay, whatever. So, don't forget, you got to do PSN. simply because he's never done any. Do you know what I mean? So, but I
I'm
applied.
going to see Rich play tomorrow night, and apparently they've got some crazy schedule. I'm trying to see if I could get 5 minutes to say hi to him, but I think they're showing up and going, so he has no downtime.
Well, he just said so tonight he's playing in Monaco. So then he flies back to the US, I assume tonight.
That's brutal.
Yeah. To get to... Where's he going? Is he going
San Francisco?
He is going to San Francisco.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ. From Monaco, go, shall I go left or shall I go right? I don't think it'll make much difference, you know?
That's
and then play there, and then he's back on a plane and back here. To be in, I think it's Birmingham or something like that. The next night after that, it's mad.
Yeah,
that's a lot of air miles.
I guess as long as they've got a comfy accommodations and it's not so bad, they can always just sleep and eat. And
he's definitely looking forward to the new Supersonic. Rick is definitely looking forward to the new Supersonic traveling.
Mm-hmm.
With that company, actually, what's supposedly in the next 5 years, even.
It's a shame to get rid of that Concorde. I heard that was pretty cool when it was running.
Yeah, but it was also incredibly expensive.
Yeah,
well, it was too expensive from the start. The new venture that tries to do it, the only way they're doing it is get rid of the afterburners.
Yeah,
because that's what made the Concorde. The problem with the Concorde is that it was just a military plane design at the heart, which had no consideration for fuel efficiency.
Mm.
In the way a 747 had that consideration.
Yeah, because when there's something about when Concorde started, I think it was Fiona was telling me, because she was working for British Airways for quite a while, and she said about the Americans didn't like the idea of a plane travelling supersonic because of the sonic boom, so they wouldn't let it fly over the US at supersonic speeds. And they didn't want it very fast getting near the coastline, so the plane Concorde actually had to slow down about 150, 200 miles out from JFK before it could land. So it was actually because they go, across the Atlantic in 3.5 hours. It could have actually done it a little bit quicker.
But they didn't do the supersonic over France, did they?
I think they did. I think they did.
They tried to, because it could do a really stupid climb. I thought they normally try to do a quick climb in France and then go supersonic as quickly as possible over the channel. And I don't know what the normal route, but I believe normally you go towards Birmingham, then turn around towards Greenland and then do the turn there. Then go south again to New York. That's the normal route, isn't it?
I like the way there was when Russia announced they had the Concorde ski.
before the Concorde, the Tupolev Tu-144.
Yeah, but they said that they got the machine built before.
2 months
British
before
Airways.
the first Concorde.
Yeah, but they had still stolen the plans.
Remember the movie Firefox?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yep, exactly.
I think the Russian space shuttle was far more interesting because there they actually didn't steal the plans. They just stole they stole the research, although the research was public anyway, which is even more fun. But they stole the research at all the universities in the US that determined the eventual shape of the space shuttle. And all that research that they spent lots of money stealing was made public anyway.
Yeah. Well, I know the Russians had built some really crazy things.
Well, they just wanted stuff that works. They didn't care about comfort or style or whatever. They just made stuff work and go,
Well, they built...
what's crazy is that in the early days of jet engines, to get the distances they needed in the USSR, they had their stupid, well, not stupid, but fascinating turboprops with contra-rotating propellers, which apparently are loud as fuck.
Yeah.
I mean,
You know, we had that space shuttle for a while, and then we had the accidents because they weren't careful about checking it, and then it put our space program back, you know, a decade or more.
No, but the space shuttle was stupid from the start.
Yeah, it was never a good idea, but it's PR, right? You got to put people in space, and the rockets were old-fashioned, and meanwhile, the rockets were the best way to do it because we're doing unmanned probes anyway. So.
No, but I mean, with a space shuttle, well, the whole idea of trying to make it as reusable as possible made it so much more expensive.
Yeah.
And yeah, I mean, yeah, the two solid fuel booster rockets. Yes, I don't know. Would I want to be in something with solid fuel rockets? Probably not. If your choice is you can ignite it and then not stop it.
Yeah.
Not only that, but they worry about greenhouse gases. Those solid boosters were the most polluting things ever, as far as greenhouse gases go.
But the Russians built a tank where, so if you take something like a Sherman tank, it has a 25-foot gun. And the Russians built one that had a 106-foot gun on it that fired shells that weighed well in excess of 1,500 pounds. And they were, they were nuclear bombs. So you could fire one bomb and, you know, take out an entire city with it and then move on. And they ended up scrapping it for the most bizarre reason, which was, oh, it's 5 minutes between firing. But you're firing nuclear shells, mate. You know, 5 minutes is more than enough time. What are you on about? But it was in service right up until the 80s, I believe, and then they discontinued it. Amazing things. And then what's the name of that? I'm trying to remember the name of it now. It looked like it was a plane, but it didn't fly.
A canoplan.
Ground
effect, yeah. A canoplan, the ground effect vehicle. Yeah.
Yeah, because it went on the sea, and it had ICBM launchers.
Monster.
Yeah, and they've just abandoned it. It's just stuck in a harbour somewhere, just rotting away.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean the space shuttle, the Buran, that was rotting away in a hangar. Then it was stuck in Bahrain after. Well, it was sold to some Chinese investors. They never paid for it, so it was held by customs in Bahrain, and then it eventually, when a German museum bought it, then the Chinese owners who never paid for it got really angry when it was stuck in Bahrain for even longer. The German museum director was eventually no longer allowed to go to Bahrain. And then he somehow managed to get the new ambassador involved to try and get it. But I think 15 years after they bought it, they eventually managed to get it onto a pontoon and slowly shipped out. And once it was in international waters, they were happy.
Wow. Bloody hell. Oh, well. Mind you, it was a friend of mine from Russia was saying about it. He said, guys, with the space program, he said, he was going, he says, our cosmonauts, they'd balls, mate. They used to have to land on the ground, not in water.
Yeah.
So, yeah, good luck.
Well, they did have balls. I mean, when Mir was up there, and even before that, some other stuff I forgot. They were dangerous as hell. I mean, they're balls of steel, right?
Yeah.
Or I mean, even Yuri Gagarin in the first place.
Sure, all that stuff. Yeah.
Well, Laika is still up there.
I mean, we had Skylab and some other stuff.
Little cottons. He's still going around.
Much, but their space program has always been very impressive.
I think there was more of a "you are going to do this, yes, sir" kind of
Oh, yeah.
attitude, wasn't it?
No, I mean it's also that they had some very good scientists on that, and
yeah.
Well, I mean, and I think one of the problems with the U.S. space program was some cultural and language barrier with the German engineers.
Yeah, all of our good ones came from Operation Paperclip. So
Yeah, But they were all the lovely
Yes, exactly.
German rocket scientists, Mr. Van Heffer Braun.
Yes.
Yeah.
Instead of making V2s, they were making space rockets.
Yeah. Oh man.
It's not. I love the right stuff where he goes, "Well, you don't need a door here." So I guess we do. We need to be able to get out. It's like, oh, well, what do you want? It's like they thought they saw him as just filling, like in it's like spam in a cabin, right?
God. Oh man.
Too funny.
So you got a bit of a Jar vibe going on over there tonight.
Well, I think Zuluk and Ethnicolor is definitely, or Ethnicolor is probably my favorite jar composition.
Mm.
It's a lot of fun. I mean, it's very clever.
It's lovely harmony.
Great samples.
Well, it's originally the Emulator 1, the standard male-female choir.
Yeah. I must admit, me and Jar parted company just after Zuluk.
Oh yeah.
I love Rendezvous is definitely
No, there's definitely stuff on Rendezvous I like.
Cousteau had some fun stuff on it.
Yeah, but
Cousteau, the second track on Cousteau is amazing. I mean, ignore the rest, but
yeah.
and
But
then
I must admit,
Chronology, that's where he got back to the origins, and that's great again.
Yeah.
Then the weirder, well, actually the second Oxygen, 7 to 13. As much as it's derivative, I quite like it. Then comes the weird stuff around the 2000s.
Yeah.
yeah.
But where, well, some of it I really like, but yeah, it's definitely it becomes more maybe one track on an album or parts of tracks rather than the whole thing.
Thankfully, when he came to Berkeley a few years ago for the concert, he played most of the classics. So
Yeah, I mean, normally he does the usual classics. Well, he does the China concert from '81 plus plus some bits from Rendezvous, Revolutions, and Chronology, and keep it there, keep the fans happy.
I love when I found somebody who had put a video up years ago. This French guy, and he had either sourced. I guess he sourced all the D50 patches because they weren't all factory patches, but they were still not made by Jar. They were still patches that were commercial patches.
Yeah,
this guy found all of them, and I got most of them. But
there's a good website that tells you most of them. There's one highly 90s website with comic sans everywhere that I think it gives you most DX7 patches and which card, or you can click on the cartridges and it doesn't give you the ZX files because of course that would be slightly illegal, but it does tell you all the patches and famous users for patches. But a lot of the Jar patches are just from many random cartridges, so he clearly the cartridge slot on his D50 was used a lot.
That swamp one is fun. It's like a little swampy sounds. Shoo shoo shoo. Kind of like a little, that one. It opens one of the tracks.
I mean, the Machine Run. That's of course the classic.
That
opens the Revolutions album. Then the one Roland pack, the Guitar 2. That's a great one. That lead sound. D50 is just a great synth. Yeah. Also some analog style sounds are actually D50.
One of Kebu's first videos he did was all D50, and it was an amazing video.
Yeah, he actually used quite a few of the jar patches in there as well. Some of the more subtle ones, but yeah, some of the fancy string sounds. What is Kokubu strings? That's one of them. That's like the main string sounds on the Revolutions album.
Oh man. Do you know what? I've really noticed how the evenings are drawing in earlier now, and it's depressing. It's like when I finished PSN last night and it was dark, and I went, "Oh man, really?" I remembered sort of like it was still glorious sunshine when I was finishing PSN a few weeks ago. What the hell happened? So it won't be long actually before we start putting the clocks forward again. It's like, oh no, horrible. I really don't get on with winter. Not a wintry person.
Just use those bright lights so you get the light therapy.
Yeah.
No. With the correct emulator 1 sound, it almost sounds like the original.
Yeah.
But that's also funny about Zulu, how much the emulator gets used on that compared to the Fairlight. Like the Fairlight does all the whiz bangs, but the emulator does all the main sounds.
Yeah. But I think there's a little bit of CS80 on Zoo. Look. Little bit. Mostly low end stuff, you know. Down there.
Do you think he sampled the CS80 or used it directly?
I think used it directly.
It's funny that always all the pictures of him having a CS80 in his studio for so long, also in the 90s, but he never seems to have used it, really, or not in a standout way.
No,
Yeah,
not in a
is there a major
way.
album where he used it? I
But
can't think of anything.
I don't think it's even credited in the liner notes of any album.
Is that because he didn't want to look like Vangelis?
Yeah.
I mean, quite possibly.
Yeah, just stay away
Because,
from that whole thing, yeah.
I mean, he used the 60 a bit on Equinox.
That's interesting. What's that? Okay. Do you know what? I was repairing a D50 today. And I had to put micro switches in it, which meant I had to completely strip it down to bloody nothing. So I went through it after I've done everything. I had to redo the key bed and all this sort of thing. And I'm just going through these patches. Now, I remember owning a D50 back in 90-something or other. And I think what I wanted was soft analog strings, so I was never completely happy with the D50 because it wasn't producing that for me. Although there was some nice patches on it. But anyway, I'm going through it again today. And the revisit has been sort of like, oh, this is a nice keyboard, I like this. But no, I'm not buying another one. Actually, I think we can quite successfully get that in VSTI now, can't you?
Yeah, well, I mean, what I think is more interesting about the D50 now, when the sample starts, is using it as a shitty VA. Yeah, because it just it doesn't sound like 90s shitty VAs or rumplers, but it or JD800. It just has its own character, and it, being like the first VA, although not being called that.
Yeah. But what was the other thing I had to work on today? Oh, I had to redo a key bed on a Korg 01W. Is it 01W? Yeah. And that has a very poor sound to weight ratio. God, that's a heavy bastard. Really, does it have to be that heavy?
When you've never tried to lift the Pro X, the 88 node version.
Yeah, that's true enough. But it just seemed to be like, for the sounds it was doing, it was very heavy. I like a keyboard.
It's just a glorified M1.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or, it does have some more interesting shit in it.
Yeah.
Or again, because, is it Cousteau? Or no, Chronology is full of O1W.
Yeah.
I think Cousteau is M1 or T series at that point, T3 or T1 or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, because you had to be a bit of a millionaire to get the stuff to do his first couple of albums. Then and now.
Well, really? I mean, Oxygen wasn't really that much. It was VCS3 or AKS, which was in the early '70s one of the affordable synths. Then the organ, that was one of the affordable things. 2600 again was compared to a modular or anything else more affordable.
Yeah, I think it was more a question of not so much. I was thinking about it, not so much the price, but the availability. I think. But it wasn't generally known what was on the album anyway at the time, was it really?
Oh, no, it says on the back sleeve of the record. All the instruments are listed on most of Gas records.
Oh.
Yeah.
Mind you, I mean, hang on a minute. I think a VCS3 was about 820 quid in 1976. I mean, you could literally buy a new car in 1976 for 820 quid.
And for the price that VCS3s go nowadays, you can nearly buy a new car.
Yeah, nearly, yeah. Yeah, they're ridiculous money now. It's weird how there's more parts available from now than there was 30 years ago. It's ridiculous. They're expensive, though. Still expensive. And I still struggle every time I work on one. I go, wait a minute, how does it work again? Every time. I can get sounds out of it, but when it comes to patching in the reverb and the envelopes, and I keep going...
Everything's fine, apart from trapezoid envelope, where it's like envelope signal is... one of the two is the actual envelope, and one of them is the VCA, and it's really confusing, because I think the one called envelope signal is the VCA output rather than the...
Yeah.
What? Yeah, but they just make it hard.
Yeah. Yeah, because every time I get back to do another one going, oh, I can't remember. Oh, let's stick some pins in, see what happens. It's like I think when you want to use a DK1 or a DK2 on it, and you have to put the pins in for the joystick.
That's only if it's a later VCS3. On the older ones, you do have to use the input channels for the DK1 or DK.
Yeah.
Or maybe the DK2 is different. I've only ever used the DK1, I think.
No, DK2 it's the same. You have to use the pins, but I don't think you have to for the. Oh, I'm trying to remember.
For the AKS, you have to turn to the give up one of the joysticks and turn to sequencer.
Yeah.
Because of course that is the most sensible thing to do.
Yeah. Well, the KS has got a sequencer in it, hasn't she? So, although I wouldn't call it the easiest sequencer in the world to use.
No, but I think you have to approach it like Alessandro Cortini does. Whatever you put in that sequencer is not what you get out of it. It just completely ruins whatever you put into it, and you just have to enjoy that or not use it. I mean, I think there is something quite nice about that low resolution and it just fucking up the timing completely.
Can we have a perfect loop? No. Go away. You cannot have a perfect loop.
Well, you don't want a perfect loop, do you?
And I think you guys are talking about the trapezoid. That's just another word for envelope, right? There's nothing special about that, right?
No, or what is weird, it's an attack hold decay envelope, but also if you turn the decay to 100%, it actually doesn't. Then it becomes the sustain stage. Then it has the inbuilt repeat as well, the inbuilt repeat rate, which adds a delay after the decay, and then reset. It's just really weird. And then the labeling. because I'm pretty sure trapezoid is the envelope voltage, and the one labeled envelope signal is the VCA it has in it,
Yeah.
which just goes very much against
Yeah.
what I would think of if it says envelope signal.
Yeah. So where you put the pin in doesn't really make sense. It's like, really, you put the pin in there? I think it goes to the output stage or something. I'm trying to remember which one it was now, or one or either of the output stages. It's just a weird machine. All right, I'm not wired up to use one easily. I know there's people who just go, yeah, it's easy. Look.
It must be fine with a bit of acid.
Yeah, I think it probably makes a lot more sense. Obviously, the more you take, the better it gets. You know? It always was a weird sound, that one.
Yeah, so oxygen equipment was 2600 AKS and VCS3 with a Fisa Professional, eminent organ, mellotron, mini pops, and the harmonic synthesizer. So apart from the harmonic synthesizer, there's nothing really special on there.
Yeah. Oh, where's that? Ooh, I don't know where that goes. Oh, there.
I still prefer Equinox most of the time with all the cool sequencing on the 2600.
Yeah. Yeah, I remember the, when Jar first hit, it was like, what the hell is this? Couldn't get enough of it. And the amount of people I know who went out and bought phasers, like Boss phasers and stuff like that, and go, no, this doesn't sound like Jar at all. No, it doesn't.
But it's funny if you know some of his earlier stuff, like his film work and advertising stuff. He was already. Back then it was just VCS3 with Fisa and chorus or flanger chorus and phaser.
Yeah. Yeah, because I've heard some of his film score stuff. Oh, thanks, babe. Wow. Yeah, and some of his early stuff, and he's no hands. When I was doing film scores.
Yeah, he's also not his dad.
No.
It's funny how Maurizio, who always made fun of synths throughout the 70s, then in the 80s went full rompler, or late 80s, 90s.
Yeah, I think a lot of people were drawn in, though, to be honest.
Hey, didn't he do the score for Frantic?
Pass.
The one that always sticks out is the rompler one is the one where Harrison Ford tries to protect the Amish boy.
Witness.
Witness, yeah. But that's the Morris Jar score that always sticks out as how much more generic rompler can you put it in a soundtrack.
But it is synthetic, so there you go.
Yeah.
True enough. Well, why not? I mean, by then, Morricone had got a few bits and synths into his scores as well, hadn't he?
Yeah, but best synths in scores was still John Barry at the start. On Her Majesty's Secret Service, where he had 3 keyboard players across 2 Moog systems.
Yeah.
In the studio, playing live onto the with a band.
Yeah.
The Persuaders theme with that organ and big Moog bass again.
Yeah. Yeah, I used to watch that just because of the Moog bass. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, love it.
And it's mixed so loudly. Probably to try and get it through crappy TV speakers, but it's still it sticks out quite a lot.
Yeah, it is quite. I think the pungent is a good word.
Yeah, or poignant.
Oh man. Oh, I have gathered friends. Right, guys.
Well,
you
isn't it
all
nice
happy?
how they're always friends when there's food around?
Yeah, when there's food around, suddenly little husky. Hello, husky. Down. No, there's begging and there's really taking the piss. Had baths today. Oh my God. Well, I say they had baths. I think we had the bath. Actually, more than they did.
But the way it should be.
Yeah, the little one, he's the twitchiest. He has an aversion to water. The others love it, but I want to play all the time. Don't you? Yeah, it was a track. It was a song. There was a few notes I hit while I was messing with the D50. I went, oh, that reminds me of something that I used to play. Now, what the hell was it? I think it's classical. And I think it had something to do with science fiction. I can try it out in a minute.
What was science fiction again?
I'm sure it was this track, this classical piece I was playing. It was associated, I think, with science fiction in some way.
Pa, 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 pa.
No, it was really, really lush. It was a lush thing.
Well, it wasn't a lot of Debussy used in 50s and 60s sci-fi.
Yeah, it could be Debussy.
Well, John Carpenter did his version for Escape from New York.
Yeah.
No, it was just, I don't know why, I was just having trouble trying to lock it down. I'll go over it in a minute. Oh, I see. She's hiding bacon under the egg. Look at that, look. Bacon
I was going to ask, what are
medallion.
you eating? The dogs are so interested in it.
Well, we got Richmond sausages with bacon medallions, potato waffles with baked beans, and fried eggs on top.
Oh, yeah, dogs would love that for sure.
There's nothing to dislike, yeah.
And the aroma, right? They're going to smell it for miles.
Charlie and bacon. Holy crap. Wow.
It's like those ads we had here for dog treats called bacon strips. It's like fake bacon.
Oh, yeah,
And
yeah.
They had a camera with the nose on it going, bacon, 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 bacon. It was following the person around.
Yeah, we got these treats here, pigskin blankets.
Yeah,
Just like little sausages wrapped in bacon, but it's not bacon and it's not sausage.
right.
But it has all the aromas of said foods. My
Sure.
God. And I have to have one each every morning without fail. And they
You
give
guys
me
have
hell.
equivalent to like Slim Jims over there. You know what a Slim Jim is?
No.
It's like, if you read the ingredients, it's everything that's not in your hamburger.
Right.
So it's like beef heart and a bunch of other random stuff chopped up
Oh.
and formed into sticks. And when you
Yeah,
bite, there's enough fat in them. When you bite into them, like you can feel the liquid fat in there.
Right. Do you mind? Yeah, it's a very surreptitious lick.
So I was a big jerky fan growing up, but I could never eat those damn sticks because they were really nasty.
Yeah, because it's funny because you used to hear, people mentioning beef jerky and stuff like that in films and stuff, and looking at each other going, "What the fuck's that? What is it? I don't know. Don't know."
They're not
Right.
so popular.
I still don't know what it is.
You guys don't get it over there?
No.
Oh man,
Or if we do, it's probably not called that.
it's well. I mean, it came from pemmican, right? The Native Americans started. They used to dry meat and then berries and stuff for flavor,
Oh, okay.
and it was traveling food, so you could store it and have basically weeks and weeks of food that wouldn't spoil, and it could be a basically meal replacement. So if you
Mm.
couldn't hunt and you were freezing and you couldn't dig anything up, or you didn't have anything else fresh on you, you could always live on your pemmican.
Oh, okay.
So we had a pemmican brand jerky here for a while. It's not real pemmican; it's just beef jerky. But and then it's just some of the Japanese jerky, some of the fanciest stuff. You can spend like $15 for a pack of Japanese jerky, and it's really high quality.
Oh.
I'm sure Wild Goose tried that. There's one called Tengu brand, really fancy stuff.
Yeah, I must admit we had lots of food fads. You know, you'd have something nobody ever heard of, and then suddenly everybody was having it. Arctic roll was one that turned up one day in the early 70s, which is the ice cream wrapped in sponge.
Yeah, I've never heard of that. That's wild.
Yeah, it was lovely as well. So it's like a jam roly poly, but it's wrapped around vanilla ice cream.
Are those
Be-
cornettos popular, or is it just in those movies?
Yeah, cornettos.
Yeah,
Cornettos.
cornetos are
Yeah.
great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Pavlovas. Suddenly everybody was having pavlova.
What's that one?
You have ice cream with meringue, but then you microwave the meringue. Oh no, is it the other way around? I can't remember which it is now. Because of the microwave cooking from the inside out, it might be meringue covered in ice cream. I can't remember that.
Yeah.
Especially when microwaves became, sort of like popular. There's all these different recipes to take advantage of the fact that it cooked from the inside out rather than from the outside in.
Speaking of microwaves, they have those April Fool's jokes every year. The different synth companies and stuff. There was an electronic magazine years ago. I used to build projects from it. Had an April Fool's joke called the mini wave oven.
Yeah.
And instead of heating, it was supposed to cool things. And they had the theory for it. It was a genius little article, and people bought it. Right?
Oh,
It's hilarious.
There was a big lighting company, massive Czech company that makes big entertainment moving lights. They, for one April Fool's, had the black light, where it removes light. It's an actual black light, and it actually removes light when you shine it in the direction with its beam angle. You no longer have any light there.
The black hole light. Yeah.
Well, it's a bit like Fox News, except they don't say April Fools at the end, isn't it?
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. You just go, well, that's very interesting. Oh, this is really good stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, haven't you thought about that?
You guys must have your equivalent over there, Fox News, right?
Not really TV channels, but I mean,
Print, right? Definitely in print.
I mean, yeah, in print you have the Daily Whale and the Sun.
I suppose you could call it very similar to, what was it, the GB News thing that started up?
What that has fallen down worse than.
Oh yeah, but it was a lot of leaning to the right there, wasn't there? On that.
Yeah, but I mean, it's never managed to take off, has it? It's just completely pointless.
Yeah, well, yeah, well, I don't know. It's just one of those things, isn't it? But it's a dodgy road to go down, isn't it?
But I mean, the circulation of the Whale and the Sun is quite worrying, considering it's pretty much only the UK. Whereas, like,
Yeah.
the biggest tabloid in Europe is, of course, the Bild, the German one. But the only reason it is slightly bigger than either the Whale or the Sun, because in the UK you have two competing. In Germany, you only have one shit one. But yeah, still the amount of circulation they get in the UK is scary.
I think it's Richard Hilton was saying to me. He says, if you go back in history, we said if anything, the Republicans were kind of left and the Democrats were kind of right. And it's been like this sort of like switch over.
Well, one thing, the big switch over in the 40s, or the earlier one.
Mm. Mm. You've been very patient, dog. But you're making my carpet wet. Mind you, he dribbles all the time. His bottom jaw is too short. Every now and again he'll do a little dribble. Don't you? Hmm?
Yeah, the most frustrating thing is the science coverage is always really bad. Actually, even on the side that's not as stupid, they're all pretty stupid when it comes to science. They just get it wrong.
Yeah. No, they just only like the science that supports what they want to support.
Yeah, the cognitive bias, right? Exactly.
Yeah. Make the facts fit the narrative.
Well, yeah, you always have. You have your cognitive bias on top of the already existing confirmation bias, anyway.
Oh, yeah.
And the Dunning-Kruger effect.
There was that one once. What was it? The something to do with solar panels were using up all the sun. We're going to run out of sun if we keep using solar panels.
I don't know. The solar or photovoltaic effect is one of the greatest things, taking energy away from becoming heat and just helping with the heat death of the universe. Yes, sign me up for that any day. Anything that can remove potential heat is a good thing.
You remember that 2012 movie where the neutrinos were messing up our core and the Earth started to fall apart? It's like neutrinos don't do anything. They go through.
Neutrinos are very important. Very important leptons being generated. Very important part of the lepton process. But yes, they're ultimately.
Yeah, they themselves don't do anything really. They're byproduct, and they're everywhere. You're constantly being bombarded by them, but they're not going to ruin the Earth.
Well, yes. Famously, CERN constantly sends neutrino beams to Milan, to the big lab in Italy. So they're constantly sending strong neutrino beams. Through
they have a collector. I mean, they're really hard to capture actually, because they actually have an underground water chamber collector in Japan for some measurements, because they're actually really hard to capture.
I mean, it's more choosing to capture them when the other things are more interesting.
Exactly.
Or the energies you need to kind of regenerate them.
Up here.
It's that you're a bit.
Big God, work for it. It.
Good career idea, Richard. Capturing neutrinos. And then bottle them up and sell them on Goop.
Yeah, exactly. And you can go in little wagons to towns and sell them like snake oil.
No, you don't need to go to towns and sell snake oil. That's what Goop is for.
Yeah, Goop is ridiculous. So bad.
I mean, I think it's great satire.
It is, but the sad thing is there's so many people that believe that malarkey. You know, it's just...
Yeah. A sad world, isn't it?
Well... Yeah,
it's like people want to be ignorant. They love the ignorance.
I don't know, makes life a lot easier.
It does, that's true. But everyone talk about red pill this and red pill that all the time. That they don't understand that it's more like a mind poison than a mind opening event.
But why would you want the? I never understand. Why would you want the red pill? Why would you not rather go for blue pill and have a relaxed life?
Exactly. Apathy rules the day usually.
I wish. Seriously, all the meaty bits have gone now. Isn't there somebody else you could go and annoy?
Your dogs aren't vegan yet?
Oh, mate, I think this lot would have lettuce just because I had it and go, we'll have some lettuce as well.
Well, you could put bacon in the lettuce and then they'll eat that. So.
Oh, God, yeah.
Or you could have had bacon on top of the lettuce, eaten the bacon, and then they would still love the lettuce.
Yeah, because it had essence of bacon on it. There's one thing what is it you don't eat? Oh, broccoli. Give him a bit of broccoli. God, does he pull a face? He goes, no, her, and looks at it and goes, don't you? You get all really pissed off about that.
I guess it's the only time the dog comes in on a regular basis, right? So food.
He does come in sometimes to say hi. More so now because he's sort of like finally relaxed and feels like he's a member of the family.
Yeah.
So he's more engaging now. So he'll come in and say hi. Go, oh, you're in here. All right, cool.
He looks very happy, so that's good.
Yeah. Yeah, he's a happy dog, all right. He was very depressed for the first 18 months or so, poor little soul. You had no idea what was going on, did you, Charlie? Hmm? You are just a terrible burden on your family. Yes, you are. Now, all I've got left is beans.
No, they'll probably have beans, right?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, clearly, the best dogs are the proper vacuum cleaners, who just anything that's remotely food, they'll just suck up. The best I've ever seen is a friend's dog sucking up croissants, but also like a vacuum. It sounded like a vacuum cleaner. Like,
Yeah. Mind you, Charlie takes it to the next level. Probably because it's the terrier in him. Well, out in the garden and you hear all this crunching going on. Oi! And you turn around and he's eating acorns. With the cups. Cutting out bits of wood, turn around, crunch, crunch, crunch. He's eating the bits of wood I've cut off. You are just an idiot. Aren't you?
or just hungry.
Nah.
Eternally hungry.
He's just had his dinner, haven't you? Now you're up here looking for a bit of mine. Well, it was one of those rare occasions where I finished my dinner. Sorry, guys. What can I say? Well, I'll put that up over here, out of the way. Sorry, no, I didn't spill any on me either. Yeah. What? You're just a bum dog. Yes, you are.
So do you have dessert now, so the dogs will come back?
Yeah, dessert, I think it's going to be a roll-up, and I don't think they're going to be very interested. You buggering off now?
Well, they're not interested in having a fag.
No, not at all.
They do like alcohol, though. They used to. My dogs used to love drinking beer and stuff.
Yeah, my old Jack Russell loved vodka. Absolutely adored it. We got him absolutely pissed on it as well.
Did he then also...
In my youth.
What was he then also nice and tipsy and walking close to the door, close to the wall, leaning against it?
Yeah, and he'd stand there and he'd sort of be swaying and stuff. It was absolutely blatted out of his head. And he used to eat chocolate like you wouldn't believe. It's such an unhealthy lifestyle he had, and yet he lived to be 2 months short of 20. So...
Yeah, that liver would not have been in a good state.
I wish, as I got older, because I got him when I was 12, and he died, I think, just before I was 30, something like that. Was it something like that? Yeah, 30. No, it'd be more than that, wouldn't it? Yeah, if he was nearly 20. I know he's at least 19 and a half years old. So as I got older, I go, oh no, I shouldn't be giving this dog alcohol. Although he'd be pissed off about that. But he still ate lots of chocolate and biscuits and stuff. So, but it didn't seem to do him any harm. So, although he's quite a podgy little thing. By the time he was about 17, he was just a big sausage.
I saw a husky yesterday that was all chunky. Like the owner clearly never walks it, or at least runs it, and so it has a beautiful coat on it, but it was fat. So
Yeah,
a fat husky's very sad.
yeah. You should be able to feel the ribs.
Yeah,
But I mean, but that's the same thing. It's like with any hunting dog that people have that doesn't get like all the poodles you see who don't get to run around
yeah.
like crazy.
Yeah, absolutely.
Or poodle pointers in Germany, which are quite popular, but they are a proper hunting breed. You need to have a space for them to run or go on a 2-hour run with them every day.
Well, this is one of the reasons why we completely gutted the garden out in the end, because, I mean, Charlie's lead shy, quite badly, actually. You take him out and he becomes very, very, upset about being outside. So, fortunately, now he runs around playing with the others, and they're leaping and bouncing about and chasing each other up and down the stairs and stuff like that all day long. And the weight just melted off him. He's a much, much healthier dog now for it. So, whereas little Noah, he's a bit of a pudding, to be honest. But he's the world's laziest dog. So if it's raining, he'll just poo on the decking, so he doesn't have to go out and get wet. Then he's a big soppy dog, isn't he? Eh? Come here. Come say hi. Give us a kiss. You good girl. I tell you what, while I was ill, this dog, my God, she was trying to sleep on my head, weren't you? She was trying to get as close to me as possible, wouldn't go. You wouldn't leave me, would you? Eh?
Yeah, dogs are incredible.
Yeah. So
I mean, it helps that they evolved along with us. You know, their whole domestication and all the different breeds and stuff.
Yeah.
So they learn behaviors that appeal to us and all that stuff. So.
Yeah.
Cats too, to a certain extent.
Yeah.
Cats figured it out really quickly. I mean, the whole point of a meow is just to imitate a baby crying.
I mean, they do meow to each other, especially when they're fighting and stuff. But
no, that's not. So a proper meow is something only for humans. Anything
they
else?
Definitely do it around people more.
Yeah, there's more of that.
Or they're just attention-seeking wankers. Because why I love them. It's like working with actors.
Yeah, my cats were they were little tykes. They really were. So, and they got on so well with the dogs. But one of them, he just used to wait for a dog to come by and then leap on their back and then go for a very quick ride into the front room, hanging on for dear life. And his dog is going, oh, God, there's a cat on my back. Get it off, get it off. Well, our cats lived to be very old as well. They were in I think Whitney was 22 when he finally went.
Well, cats and dogs don't always hate each other. I probably told you before about the guy I saw in San Francisco. He has a little act, and he walks around all the tourist areas with a big dog, a cat balanced on the top of the big dog, and then a rat balanced on the top of the cat. And they all get along, and they balance, and it's very cute.
Because 9 times out of 10, when a dog is doesn't like cats, chase after cats sort of thing, it's because cats have been coming into the garden and it's a territory infringement, and so they end up not liking cats very much. But normally you introduce a cat to a dog, and 9 times out of 10 they just want to sniff each other and they'll play. Especially
Yeah.
if you, I mean, if you're getting them, you introduce a kitten to an older dog.
I
not
more
a
often see
problem.
cats want to kill the cat, especially when you get a new one in the house. They
Yeah,
want to kill each
yeah.
other.
Then it's very territorial, isn't
Yeah.
it? Yeah. And my cushion, all this sort of stuff.
I mean, that's normally how it is with cats and humans anyway.
Yeah.
Like, my sofa, my bed, my seat.
Well, it's like this one, Siri. I mean, she doesn't show any interest in any particular cushion or anything like that. But we've got this wicker chair, and she's just let everybody know that's her wicker chair. But it doesn't matter where you put the wicker chair. So if we put the wicker chair out in the garden, even at night, and she'd like to get up and curl up on it, bring it in, she's sitting there, put it under the stairs, she curls up on it under the stairs. She don't care. It's just her chair, apparently. Isn't it? You just took it for your own. You're a little git, ain't you, Sis? Hey? You good girl? Your little tail's wagging like crazy down there.
Well, you gave it some treats.
Oh, don't worry, they've had enough treats today. Every day you get nothing but treats. No, don't give me that. You had a Jaffa cake. So just shut your gob. Right, a whole Jaffa cake.
Is that big?
It's a nice, fair-sized biscuit. Well, is it a biscuit or is it a cake?
It is a cake, but it
It's not a
is a
cookie or anything?
biscuit-sized cake.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's got like an orange jelly filling, dark chocolate on a sponge platter.
Oh, okay.
If you like.
Right.
They're very Moorish. Trust me, I can put 2 packets away, no problem. Without stopping. I'm not going to breathe either.
I actually haven't seen. We have some shops over here that carry some British sweets, and I haven't seen that one.
Yeah, and so it's technically no. I think it's now designated a cake because they go stale when they get old. So they go hard.
It's all to do with VAT ultimately.
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
in the UK, the VAT on cakes and biscuits is different, which is why it's a sort of important, or it's been a sort of important discussion from a legal standpoint, whether a Jaffa cake is a cake or a biscuit.
Wow.
I
That's
think
wild.
they wanted it to be a cake, didn't they? Not a biscuit.
Well, I thought they wanted it to be a biscuit because that's what it's normally sold as.
Well, I think the ruling went for it being a cake, didn't it?
It's like
it goes
like the
stale.
old saying, "Let them eat cake," right? Is it the?
Yeah. Well, because it goes stale and crumbly, whereas when a biscuit goes stale, it goes soft. So that's, I think, what we're using as a classification of whether it was a cake or a biscuit. But, well,
We get some of those weird Kit Kats here. I didn't know Kit Kat had so many international styles, but I got some of the British Kit Kats here once, and there was not just different names and flavors, but even the chocolate itself was a little bit different.
Yeah, I mean, we'd had what we would call traditional Kit Kat for donkeys, but I know they did a dark chocolate, and then they did a darkened white chocolate one, didn't they? Had a mix.
Now they're doing those duo things where it's like 2 types of chocolate in one, like a fruit chocolate or a mint chocolate, and then a regular chocolate.
I don't know about fruit chocolates here. I don't know.
It's like a white chocolate with fruit flavor, so it's like a strawberry or stuff like that, and they're like duos.
Right.
So one stick has half and half.
I don't know if we get them here, I must admit.
Yeah. And of course, Japan, you get all different stuff as well over there too. The Kit Kats and the Pringles over those Pringles chips. And you guys probably don't get those, but they had funky soy sauce Pringles when I was in Japan.
Yeah, no, when Pringles hit, it was big here, I must admit.
I got them as a kid, and then like the first year, I hated them because they're just reconstituted potatoes and not real chips. So the potato chips need to have a decent crunch and not just kind of fall apart.
Yeah.
I think being in a tube is the main selling point.
Yeah.
They're actually good percussive things. I've made some percussion things with those Pringles tubes. They're kind of fun, actually.
I think there's because it feels like you're getting an awful lot of them in a tube. So you think you're getting good value for money. But of course, as they've gone up in prices, not so much now.
What Pringles have never been good value for money?
No, I suppose not, no.
And I had tons of friends growing up that use them as banks for their money.
Bloody hell, that's not a bad idea, actually.
Do you have a lot of unison patches on there with the real fat, heavy?
No, not really. I've programmed like 4 patches, and one of them is a bit annoying because I don't know whether I'm just too stupid to find the correct calibration routine, but trying to do some FM on it definitely it's impossible for all 16 voices to track the FM properly. Yeah. No. Where do I?
Broken CS80.
No, it's just always fun when you like the first time like.
Whoa. Oh.
That's what you always want to hear, right?
Yeah. I love that when you get a keyboard come in and you plug it in and you play it and it does that. You go, oh God.
This is going to take a while. Where do I enable voices again? Oh, if only I knew how to use this thing. Well, actually, let's do Unison X. Let's start with no Unison.
Oh, that's better.
And full 16.
Wow. That sounds like Jan Hammer there.
Yeah.
This is probably not the best thing to demonstrate. Actually, if we just go to a new program, it should be somewhere. Come on, give me 16.
I forgot, is that purely analog or do they sneak some PCM waves in there too?
Nope, purely analog. The only way you ever go through the digital converters is if you use the effects.
Right.
And what's also nice, which most modern synths don't have, is it has individual outputs for every voice.
Yeah, that's cool.
So if you want to do the 80s Tangerine Dream distorted sound, just put a big muff across every output.
Yeah.
Because I still haven't acquired enough big muffs. That's like one thing if I buy a modern Prophet 5. The first thing I'll probably like give it to Kent and say, here, can I have all these mods, please? To have individual outputs.
And I go run screaming the other direction. Mods.
That's the reason. That's the reason I wouldn't do it, because I couldn't be bothered to solder to a surface mount thing.
Yeah, it'd be like, oh my God, really? No.
But if just the voltage inside the Prophet is a bit high, well, ever since the Rev 3, the audio level is quite high, so you need, and when you really want buffer amps for every output, for every individual voice output, so it's a bit more effort than it should be, and then it would involve surface mount and soldering jacks, and like, I mean, having to solder wires to connect this, I passionately hate.
Is there a filter in path on that? You can run other stuff through the filters?
Yeah, there is a filter input. There's also an external CV input, which you can route to the filter or oscillators.
Okay. Cool.
And well, I don't know. I think it goes through proper VCAs and doesn't ever get go through the converters for the modulation matrix.
So it does have some decent CV gate on it, because I only used it for MIDI back when I played it. So
I mean, not decent, but I mean, does any polysynth have decent CV gate?
but I mean, you could hook it up to a modular system and
You could not really.
Because even the Hydrosynth has basic rudimentary CV gate.
Yes, but again, that's completely pointless. I mean, having monophonic CV gate on a polysynth, or well, maybe I just think it's rather pointless. What? Really, Rick? Ergonomic masterpiece for the Andromeda? What? Why do I have 3 knobs for oscillator tuning? I don't think I don't think I ever need 3 knobs to tune my oscillators.
I mean, he did put a tongue sticking out, so I think. I just think it's an ugly thing. It sounds cool. It has a lot of nice features on it. I just didn't like the look of it with the splotchy.
I really like the splotchy look and the idea, but it's just the idea doesn't work.
The Ion's a beautiful if I like the Ion a lot.
If you wanted this Galaxy idea, then
no, it's not it, is it? No. Oh, I can't. Head doesn't work properly still. Oh, brilliant!
Where?
I've just had a notification. My V collection is now no longer available to me.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Why?
I think it's because why? I'm trying to think. I bought that outright.
I was gonna say, if you put on iLock, they can't take it away from you because then you have the code.
Yeah, but
I thought but they never were iLock. They were e-licensed back in the day and got rid of that years ago.
Oh, is it? I haven't registered mine in a while, so I forgot. I have a mixed bag. Even the Isotope stuff is a mixed bag. Some is iLock, some isn't. I can't keep track of all of it.
Isotope is all their own, but you can transfer it to iLock. But that's the one.
I prefer the iLock, yeah, because I want to be portable with the stuff. So.
My general thing is, but with Isotope, where you get 3 licenses for most stuff, I always have one on my main iLock, and then maybe have other licenses also on the computers. But at least one I can move around between all the computers.
It doesn't seem to know why it's doing it. Weird. Oh well, I'll have to look at that. I'll look at that at some point.
Yeah, just before here, I was in my little 3D session, 3D chat session with this old software I've been using for years, and they had a HASP dongle for a while, so you could like an iLock, you could use your 3D software anywhere you wanted to, not tied to any computer, didn't need a disk or anything. And then they got rid of that because too many customer complaints because they're stupid. So then they were back down to using the safe disk CD-ROM for licensing, which Windows 10 nicely killed, so you can't do that anymore. So now they're down to subscription only, which is a cheap version, but now you have to pay for a license for every machine you use. It sucks.
Yeah.
Now it's only $80 per license, but put on a few computers, it adds up pretty quickly. So
yeah,
and you have to do that every year. So I really hate subscription stuff when it doesn't have to be.
So I've managed to get like 5 voices nearly in tune for FM.
Try and run this software center. See what that comes back with. Arturia.
How many banks in that, Robert? I forgot.
I don't know.
It's a lot, right?
So 1 user bank and 2 preset banks, or maybe multiple users.
Yeah, I thought I had more than that.
Well, it's 128 programs per bank, so...
Yeah, that's pretty good. I just get spoiled with the virus. It has like
and
it has banks going into the J,
then you
128 times
also
J. So
when you have one user and one preset mixed bank, so performance. What funny performances do we have here?
wow,
I should probably turn on more voices again after turning
almost
on
FX Twinny there. Oh.
The performances are a bit of their time.
No, it says it's all activated.
Oh yeah, that's funny.
Oh, isn't that weird? It's now okay. I opened up the Arturia Software Center. When
I just had to sync up again.
Yeah, closed it again. It's like, yeah, no, all right.
Wonderful.
That'd be good mid-performance, wouldn't it? If it did that.
It's like a chase scene right there.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's soundtrack done.
Ah, that's a fluty thing.
See, there's nothing to this composing thing,
One note jam kind of thing.
Yeah, push a couple of keys, mate. It's all done, isn't it?
I feel I should really do a hardware jam with just taking different patterns or just combining them in the worst possible way on the Andromeda.
Hey,
like
some people do that in the hardware jams. I've seen it.
but just combining the worst ones that really don't fit together.
Oh, that'd be funny, yeah.
We after girly. You beautiful girl. Good girl.
Oh yeah.
On the decks, yeah.
Acid techno. Get the foam out. Have a foam party.
Dude.
There it is.
Hello.
Oh, hello.
Oh, dear.
Yeah, doing good, yeah.
Good, man.
Just spent the last hour trying to get a camera to work with a microphone to StreamYard, but failing.
Welcome to my
badly.
world.
Yeah, just understand the connection.
Yeah.
That's all.
Well, Fiona said to me last night, she goes, have you ordered that Mac Studio yet? I went, no. She goes, well, why don't you?
Wow.
Okay, darling.
What's that, Kent?
Mac Studio.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Is that the Apple? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
She wants to buy it for me.
So if you got approval, strike while iron's hot.
No, I tell you what, she's a good girl from that point of view. So.
Let's take this off.
Like when she says, I want my kitchen blue, knock yourself out, darling. Go for it. Because she keeps referring to the house as mine. And I go, no, darling, you live here. It's half yours. Relax.
Is that why you wanted the blue hair to match the kitchen?
Yeah. No, I just wanted to do a different colour. I get so depressed with grey. And I go, I can't just do it. You know, if you do it brown, you go, oh, look, you dyed your hair. And it's not very good.
It's hard to do because it's just a solid color.
Yeah.
You take all the translucency of your hair away, and
And if you do it black, it's worse. Or brown, or it just looks wrong. So go, I've dyed my hair, so green, blue, red, whatever, yellow. And you go, oh, you dyed your hair a colour. Yeah. But there's no common frame of reference then, you see. So
you can do that tortoiseshell thing where they bleach part and dark part, and then
yeah. But I tell you what, if I have any more reactions like that, it's not happening. So I'll try this temporary stuff actually. Matt's Mrs. Vicky. She's a professional hairdresser, and she goes, "No, you can get the temporary stuff. I'll send you a link to the one you want to try." So I've ordered that and see how that goes.
Is it Mustang blue you're looking for?
It should be,
Well,
shouldn't it?
Yeah, it should be match the car. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's too light a blue. I wanted to go for a dark blue, to be honest. Yeah. Although I had somebody say to me, walking by out here, and go, "Oh, they didn't do Mustangs in that colour blue." There it is. No, that's the wrong blue. So I can show you other Mustangs that are that colour. No, mate. They didn't do it in that colour. Yeah, okay, whatever. Besides, the decals on that should be black, not silver. So, and although the decals are quite cheap, the shipping and import isn't. Therefore, it can stay silver. It still looks all right. I'm more interested in getting the rust right. And it to sit level, it sits an inch low one side, which is very annoying.
Yeah.
And that's
from
on
that rough road riding you did? Is it that?
Oh no, it was like that before though. Yeah. Christ, after that, I was expecting the wheels to be somewhere up inside the wheel arches somewhere. It's be like one of those ground effect one, you know.
That's funny.
Yeah. No, the roads around here are like.
Is it
forgotten?
Is it like city owned, or how does that work? Who patches it?
Theoretically, the local councils should take care of the roads, though it's normally a county thing.
Right.
So they have this thing where they go, "Oh, it's your responsibility," and they go, "No, it's your responsibility." So they just pass the buck all the time. In the meantime, the roads never get touched.
But it sort of depends on the size of the road, doesn't it? And who owns which parts.
Yeah, and who is currently in charge of it, or in terms of your local MP. Yeah.
Well, because I had friends in the hills up here above Los Gatos, and they're out of the county line. So if they wanted road patching, they had to patch it themselves.
Yeah,
which is crazy.
Well, the last time this road out here had any work done to it was 1967.
Wow.
Yeah. So, and that's when it was laid. There hasn't been any work done to it since it was laid.
I mean, I still have back pain from watching your video.
It's mental. Because, I mean, as far as that Mustang's concerned, I don't think it has springs. I think it just has metal bars connecting the wheels to the chassis. Because it's like there's no give at all. It's just like clunk.
Well, because most cars at that time, like I drove a few of the older cars that just kind of float when you go over bumps. That one you want to have some handling, so they would have to make it harder, right?
Yeah. So
it's not as hard as a Porsche that I used to drive, which is really hard.
Yeah, because that's the sports car thing, isn't it? Keep the tires to the road. See, if I'd got myself a nice Eldorado or something like that, it'd be fine. Yeah, like that, you wouldn't even know you'd gone over them.
Kind of float.
Yeah,
but also for the Porsche, you really needed it because
exactly. It handled like crazy. It was amazing.
Considering that they still haven't fixed the issue. Well, obviously Porsche is not interested in fixing the issue of putting the engine in a more sensible place.
Yeah. Well, my mate who used to come around, he had a Gran Torino, but not the Gran Torino Starsky and Hutch. This Gran Torino was like a huge long thing. It had like it looked like a very old Cadillac. It was a huge thing and very wide, and that you could go full black down the road, and you could run over other cars. You wouldn't even know you'd gone over them. Everything was like the wheels are doing everything and the body's doing nothing. Oh, until you stop, and then it will sort of like go backwards and forwards like that for 10 minutes. As it rocks.
Yeah, one of my older cars was old Mercury Marquis 73, big old boat car, and it was pretty floaty. So I'd go over bumps, and you actually feel the dissipating sine wave as you go down the road. Yeah. It's just a little less, and it's back to normal again.
Yeah. Yeah, because I'm trying to remember what Steve had. I think he had it was the Buick, and the reason he got the Buick, it was even in the same colour. It was Kojak's car from the series. It was one of those. And it was a Buick something or other. I can't for the life of me remember what. And that was it was a boat, and it would, if you put it up on the curb and down off the curb, it would do that.
Yeah.
And eventually it would just come to rest.
It settles out, yeah.
Yeah. But it was a ridiculously comfortable ride. In fact, you kind of felt separated from the drive, if you know what I mean.
And these are back in the old days when the seat belts were hard belts. There's no flexible adjustment like that, like with the catch like you have nowadays.
Yeah.
These are hard set belts.
That's what I got in the Mustang. Yeah. It just goes across the lap like that. And you go clunk, and that's it.
Well, one of them had an over the shoulder thing, but it was a really hard one as well. It's pretty crazy.
Yeah. But there's quite a few things on that car I have to fix though. I mean, radio doesn't work. The electric aerial doesn't come up. The horn is pathetic. And there's only one part on the steering wheel where the horn actually works, because that that contact strip that runs.
Oh yeah.
And there's one area where it works, and when you do find it, the horn goes.
I'm always worried mine was going to get stuck, because sometimes they would get stuck, and then.
Yeah, and then go on forever. Yeah. Bloody thing wouldn't shut up. So it's quite funny actually, because the horn, you can't actually hear the horn because the engine's too loud anyway. So. That's
funny.
Yeah. So, but I showed Fiona the supercharger for it. It adds another 700 horsepower.
Sure.
Yeah, Jesus Christ. So it'd be over 1,000 horsepower then.
So then you really can't afford to fill it up.
God. But if you drive fast enough, you won't feel the bumps. That's the logic I'm going to go for.
Just fly over
wings,
everything. Yeah.
Put wings on it next.
For me, the 70 Sports Pro would also give you the same sort of boat feeling of being gently rocked around.
Yeah. Yeah, but on the Mustang, where the suspension has been really toughened up, just so you can, because otherwise the wheels will bounce on the road. So when you pull away, if you pull away too hard, the wheels bounce and judder, so they will force down onto the road. Of course, the downside of that is, holy crap! Do you run over an ant? It's like. Ugh.
Do you have stock tires, or do you have the fatter tires on there?
Oh, it's got huge bastards on it.
Yeah.
With the the white wall writing and all that malarkey on it. As opposed to that, because they used to do them with the chrome dish wheels, didn't they? And they had like a flat chrome circle in the
mag
centre
wheels.
Yeah. Which makes it look a little weird.
Well, then you got to put a chain steering wheel. You have the welded chain steering wheel.
Yeah. Oh my God. Yeah. That must be fun to drive with one of them. No, it's certainly a head turner anyway. It certainly does that. Or people beep at you and stuff like that. So, and I mean, you cut people up and they go, I wave at you. I like the car. Do that in the Chrysler, and it's like, you fucker, fuck off. So it's
well,
great.
you're a force to be reckoned with. You're in a big ass car, so
yeah. There's a lot of people that treat it almost like it's a leper on the road as well. They're driving towards you on the road, and they pull right over. Oh, it's a big American car. I don't want the side of my car taken out.
It's like, taste my steel, right?
Yeah, people just get out of my way. I thought, I like this. This is nice. So, mind you, to be fair, I do get that effect from driving the Chrysler, because she's got that kind of aggressive front on it. So it always looks like it'll fuck you up. Leap out of the way. Where's poor old Fiona in that little smart car? She goes, it's a totally different experience driving the Chrysler to driving the smart car. She goes out in the smart car and people are cutting her up, pulling out in front of her, doing all sorts of stuff. She goes, I'm in the Chrysler, and they see it's a woman driving it, and they get out of the fucking way. So
if we're coming up to Synfest,
yeah, Synthfest, eh? Again. I don't know whether the handbrake.
She'll be coming up with a Mustang.
Oh, can you imagine driving all the way to bloody Sheffield with the handbrake on again?
I mean, could you imagine the fuel bill?
Oh, the fuel bill? Oh my God! People, when I get,
I think the repair for the handbrake would be cheaper.
Yeah, well, I mean, I've got people, DHL drivers and stuff. Oh, I like your car, mate. Can we hear it? And now I've had to go, well, give us a £5 and I'll start it. Because it's like, it's just starting it. It's like you can watch the petrol gauge going down in it. Said the guy who wanted to put a supercharger in it. So.
And on your standard brakes, Kent?
Yes. Yeah.
Yes.
So if she puts the brakes on round about Bracknell, she should stop roughly about at Synthfest, give or take a few miles. Because those brakes, they're fucking useless. I've never known anything like it.
Are they all drum brakes?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Have you considered fitting a parachute?
Yeah. Well, I'm going to put the there is a brake kit for it to put discs on the back. I think you still have drums on the front, but they're uprated. And actually, if there's a way of putting discs all round, that might be a good idea. Full stop. But there's the throttle cable's a bit sticky, and I know where it sticks, but Fiona didn't. She got in it and she went to pull away gently like that and just went sideways up the road. She goes, and then you see it screech to a stop sort of thing. And she goes, "What the hell?" I said, "Yeah, you're careful."
It's not a bug; it's a feature.
Yeah, I think it's been deliberately done. Somebody's welded a nut on on the cable somewhere, so it juds and you're off. So, but it's like my next door neighbour. When I start it up, my next door neighbour always comes out so he can hear it. He just sits there and listens to it. Makes a nice change.
Guess don't start it up at 2:30 in the morning.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Mind you, it's been a talking point. I mean, I know more people who live around here now since I bought that Mustang than in 20 years. Because people just walk by. They're walking their dog or something like that, and they just walk by. And now they stop and they look and they go, "Oh, I like your car." And you go, "Oh, yeah, blah, blah, blah. Oh, where do you live?" "Oh, I'm just around the corner here." "Oh, what's the name? I like your dog." It's become a far more sociable event out the front than it's ever been. Instead of that,
I forgot. Is that manual transmission or automatic?
She's auto. Yeah.
Auto. Okay.
You get a range of 2 gears to play with.
Well, that's nice.
Yeah.
How are you supposed to drive a car fast with automatic of that era?
Oh, you stomp on it, they're fine. Trust me.
Yeah.
My 350 Chevy Impala was blowing doors.
How do you go through a corner or do a rally? Oh, wait, you don't.
No.
You don't try to go to Monte Carlo.
You go for the straightest angle around a bend. So you start on the inside, go to the outside, and back to the inside again. And that'll work. Everybody just has to get out of your way. But it is quite funny. It's, it was Richard Hilton kept saying to me, he says, "Yeah, get to 60 and then hit the brakes." And it is around here, it's very much like that. Just open it up and then brake. Or open it up and then brake.
What takes longer, getting to 60 or braking from 60?
Oh, it doesn't take long to get to 60 at all. Well, as far as the wheels are concerned, as far as the car's concerned, that's different. You can get to 60 really quickly with the wheels, but it takes a bit longer with the actual physical body. Because that thing will wheel spin at the slightest provocation.
Yeah.
Even though it's got these massive wide wheels on it with lots of grip, don't make any difference.
Just apply more weight, put a few cement bags in the back. And
I got a Weber carbon manifold in the boot, and that hasn't helped.
What's the engine on that one? What's the cubic inches on it?
She's a 351 5.7 litre.
Okay. All right. Yeah.
Cleveland.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because I had one
Yeah,
guy
my
said to
old
me, he
Chevy
goes,
was a blast.
"Oh, it's got a Cleveland in it." Oh, like that. And I went, okay, as opposed to what? Apparently, it was a different engine that they had in them at some point.
Yeah.
Well, as opposed to no engine.
Well, the thing is that you open it up, you look at the engine, you go, right, pair of pliers, spanner, screwdriver. It's about all the specialist tools you need.
A hammer, very important.
Oh, you got to have the hammer, yeah, and that's all you're going to need. Chrysler, computer, oscilloscope, function generator. Fuck me. Thing is electronically controlled, fucking everything. Oh, that's something got fixed on the Chrysler as well. It's got a rain sensor, so when it starts raining, the windscreen wipers come on automatically because it's a lot of effort to move your hand from the steering wheel to the stem and turn the stick, right? Because it's
particularly when you're driving with your feet on the steering wheel, how are you supposed to do it, man?
Well, the thing is, this bloody thing's gone up the wall, and what happened? You're driving along, suddenly the windscreen wipers come on for no apparent reason whatsoever. And a car that big, its rear windscreen wiper is 6 inches. What is it with American cars and view out the back?
I mean, some have tiny, but most of the time it's huge. So
Yeah, I mean the Chrysler's view out the back is just literally a little slit.
that's
But
a
the front
stylistic thing, I'm
windscreen's
sure.
the size of a football pitch.
Yeah, it's a stylistic thing.
Yeah, I think so.
Can't be as nice as a Lamborghini, where you look anywhere and just like, can't see anything here.
Yeah.
I mean, it could be worse. You
I-
could have an AMC Pacer with a giant egg-shaped background. That.
Oh, yeah.
It was an old joke. Says you can't pick your nose in a Pacer because you can see through every window. And it's all windows.
Isn't that the one though? If you hit it in the arse too hard, it like
No, that's the Pinto, Ford Pinto.
Oh, okay.
And that was actually kind of a blown out of proportion thing. There was a study done on it and a video that showed it, but then there was some follow up on it, and it turned out to be mostly bogus. But it was not safe. But it wasn't like explode on contact like a movie,
Yeah.
But the worst car rating was the Corvair.
Really?
Yeah, Ralph Nader actually gave it the worst rating ever. But yeah, Pinto was kind of wonky, but the Pacers are just ugly. Just like big egg-shaped car.
Don't know what you mean. It looks beautiful. I mean, in a disgusting way, but it's.
And my neighbors had 2 of them.
Oh.
Pacer and Pacer X.
Pacer X. Oh, well,
And then they squared off the back on one model called the Gremlin. You see the Gremlin around.
Yeah, I remember the Gremlin. Yeah. Isn't that in Wayne's World?
I think so.
Who drives a Gremlin?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah.
The AMC was, they were known for their Jeeps, but almost everything else they made until the Cherokee came out was pretty much crap.
Yeah.
What were the AMCs and the James Bonds that they used for a barrel roll?
Oh yes.
What was that?
That
Man
coupe.
with a golden gun.
Yeah, the coupe one. The red coupe. That was an AMC, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So you guys had some there too, huh? AMCs?
Don't see them. Don't really see them that often.
Oh, okay.
There is a carpool knocking around, probably.
Some idiot decided to import them, right? Let's take some horrible cars over the pond.
Yeah. Well, sometimes a lot of the American cars that came over, they came over with the U.S. forces. There was a lot of cars being imported through that.
Yeah.
And tons into Germany, and then some of the German ones would filter through back here. But as been sold, from a distributor, no. So, because we used to have the American Car Centre over in Kingston here, and they used to have some beauties out out on the forecourt, and some of them wouldn't fit on any of our roads. So you could buy it, but you couldn't drive it home. Because the road outside the garage was too small to get the car.
So how did you get it to the garage?
Oh, from the other side. Yeah. But you'd never make it to the A3 to take it anywhere decent. It's some really big bastards. Mind you, we used to have the occasional Winnebago knocking around here at one point, but they seem to have gone out of favour.
No, yeah, but definitely you're the correct size for a nice Highlands holiday, right?
Yeah, some of them, bloody hell, they were like literally a house on wheels, some of them. Massive bastards. I worked on one once. I think I had to put a new bumper on the back or something. Needed a trolley jack to put it on. Really heavily built machines. But, yeah, anyway. I'll get the Mustang sorted out anyway. Because if I had £1 for every time I've had somebody offer me money for it now, it's ridiculous. I keep saying, is it for sale? No, wait until I've finished it. So, and then I'll probably buy something equally as ridiculous.
So what else of ridiculous vintage cars is then on your list?
I wouldn't mind a Lotus Europa, actually. You know, to keep the whole no visibility out the back vibe going. Fancied an X220 as well.
Oh yeah. Jaguar.
And what else was there? There's something was in. There's one up for sale. I'm trying to remember what it's. Oh god, what was it called? Oh, heck. Sunbeam Rapier.
The fastback.
Yeah.
Yeah. 1725 Holby engine on twin Weather 40s.
Yeah. Beautiful little car. Beautiful little thing.
I started work at a Roots dealer.
Yeah, you don't see them. They are a bit rare on the ground, but I'd hang out for one, definitely.
Yeah, just we used to go to car shows, classic car shows around here a few years back, and there was always one or two hanging about at the shows.
I'd like to get another Rover P5 again, actually.
P5 or P5B?
P5B.
Yeah. Coupe or saloon?
Probably saloon.
Oh, I had one of those. Had one of those when I was 21.
What saloon is that? Like a station wagon style?
No, that's a saloon's just a 5-door with a boot.
Oh.
Or 4-door with the boot.
Yeah, 4-door with boot.
And
then the fastback,
the coupe,
just have a slope at the back, or you'd have a 2-door with a slope back, as opposed to a station wagon, which is like my Chrysler, which is we call an estate. Estate.
Yeah.
What the P5 was the one that was like every episode of Professionals needed to have at least like 2 in that, right?
Well, the P5 is what the government of ministers and officials used to drive around in, possibly your local mayor.
It's quite a large.
It's the fake Mercedes.
Actually,
still a saloon.
It was sort of like a poor man's Rolls Royce of the era.
I mean, you had the
big upright grille.
Oh yeah, because you had the Humber Super Snipe, and you also had the Wolves.
Nice.
You had the Princess 4-litre R as well.
Yeah. Not to be confused with the late 70s Princess.
What the famed Austin
Diana?
Princess?
Yeah, the cheesy car.
Yeah, awful wedge.
Yeah.
Nothing can be as high quality as the East German haute couture of the Trabi.
I don't know. DAF 55.
No, but for traveling, cardboard on wheels.
How about the Lada cars out of Russia?
Well, it's like, the DAF 55, that was a fantastic little car. It was quite ugly looking thing, and it rusted if you spat on it, I think. But it had forward, and you go forward and back, and it went as fast back as it did forward.
Like electrics do. But,
yeah, it was.
But it's scary.
And the gear stick had a little slot in it with a cog, and that's how you engaged the gears.
It had a variomatic transmission system.
It was
what
bizarre,
it was called.
Bizarre. Funny little car. I think one of the worst cars I've ever driven, never owned one, but I have driven a lot of them when I used to repair them, was the Equip. Do you remember the Equip?
Oh, Bond. Maybe a Bond.
No. Austin Allegro Equip.
Oh.
That had the square steering wheel.
All right.
Square steering.
Yeah, no, I remember that. Yeah.
Like an airplane yoke.
Yeah. No, what it
wasn't that.
It was. So you take like a round steering wheel and just sort of like and square it off a bit, and it was awful. It was awful to drive, and we were taking delivery of them. They were covered in this like a grease to stop them from rusting. So the transporters would bring them into the garage, and then we have to use this special stuff.
Well, like wax oil.
And then put them out the back. Yeah. And you put them out the back, and within 2 weeks, they had rusted. These are brand new cars. Brand new cars.
I mean, but the Fiat used to rust in the prospectus.
But if you
Fiats,
talk
Alfa Romeos, Lancias,
the Mirafiori. I think the guy the sales guy would say, excellent car, very fast and everything like that, but Christ's sake, don't wash it, will you? Unless you're going to go around it with tissue paper and make sure you've got all the water back off it. Otherwise there'd be rust holes in it in 3 months. Bloody hell, did they rust quick. But yeah, you're right. The Alfa Romeo, was it the Giulietta or something? Remember that? Oh, there's a Giulietta, yeah.
Giulietta, yeah.
Seals and wheel arches. Gone. Never saw one that didn't have rust on it. But, mate, cars. You giving up? Go on in. Next topic.
Any interesting topics? Politics? Yes.
Oh no! Let's not go there.
Let's transfer Rishi Sunak. What? Who would you rather not have?
Hang on, politics.
It's a very hard choice.
Yeah. Politics without Sass and Robbie.
Oh yeah, that's a bit boring.
Still not safe. Yeah. I don't know.
I mean, what are the other usual subjects? Talking about UVI. What else do we usually do as well? I mean, we've complained about service centers and those sort of stuff with your Arturia stuff already. So
yeah,
that's out of the way.
It's now straightened itself out. Yeah. So what do you reckon on this new labs drums upgrade thing library?
I mean, slightly indifferent. Actually, the old labs drum kit from like 5 years ago. Well, I still use that quite a lot. But well, otherwise, if I want drum sounds, I either use like the Native Instruments 70s drummer most of the time because I can get that to sound the way I want it. Or otherwise, if I can have a drum kit available, just record samples myself and tune the drums the way I want them to sound in the first place.
All right.
It's a lot. That's a lot easier for me than going through lots of software drum kits of like, no, I don't like that snare. No, not that one, not that one. It just gets to the point that, I mean, particularly a snare drum, you can treat it quite quickly to sound the way you want, and then just put 2 mics on it, done.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not very, of the way I tune them, it's definitely not very good for particularly wood drums. It's not too healthy by doing uneven tunings. So you overstretch the top of the skin and have the bottom quite flappy if you want it damped, and then tighten up the bottom lugs if you want it a bit more loose and open sounding. But it's a very quick way of just getting a sound.
Yeah. I noticed Fiona's in the chat. Fiona, make me a copy, darling, will you?
Today we have everybody's favourite beer, the Lockdown Cervisia.
Oh, yeah. Sounds a bit posh.
I've just put my order in.
Good move. Oh, I've got to put that in again, haven't I? Yeah, that's right. Got to download Foghorn again.
I'm easy. I'll just take a pina colada.
What is... what's this one?
Actually, my brother got involved in this local tiki bar thing. I've been going to that once in a while. Amazing drinks.
Oh,
Hi,
yeah.
Matt.
Oh, is Matty in the chat?
Yeah, he is. Just ordering a coffee online.
Good man. There you go, Matt. Come in, mate.
The best Spitfire labs are still Scary Strings, in my opinion. It's probably the one I still use the most. Did they eventually release that again in the new one, or is that still not? Is that still only the old Contact version around?
Pass.
Because yeah, I'll try and find it.
The library's that? That sounds great.
That's Scary Strings, which was Spitfire Labs, like
Spitfire.
yeah, 5 years ago or more than that. It's great. I've used it so often.
Yeah.
It's like really few samples.
Spitfire guy has a piano book site. I get tons of really cool free Contact libraries on there.
You know, how many samples is that? It's like 10 samples across the entire key range, and 2 versions. So, yes, so it's actually 20 samples. It's a really crazy thing.
I don't look like Matt's coming in.
Oh, there's the old lab drums.
Well, how about David, Mr. Surchek?
Yeah, come on, Cleo's dad.
Yeah, come on,
Yeah,
Cleo's dad.
where's Cleo? I mean, if we don't care about David.
Yeah. been going a couple of hours without hearing. Cats. Don't give her monkeys, do you? You like cats.
Cats. Well, you have a 80, so you can do the cat sounds from the original London production.
Just play the funny cat patch.
Yeah.
No, but Rod Argent for cats just use the ring mod and the pig ribbon quite a lot. Like, for one thing, I want to know whether cats in the West End.
Hello. Something just died.
Yeah, I could probably replace the batteries on this thing. But,
oh, going. There's the copyright strike for tonight. Two sugars, darling. Two sugars. Clearly, I've got to be more forthright about this. Two sugars.
Yeah, that was the recreation of that chipmunk video. It actually wasn't a chipmunk; it was a groundhog. But you ever see that thing? The zooming in footage of that little rodent.
Oh yes, yes, I remember that.
They made a bunch of memes out of it and funny
Dun dun dun.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Dramatic. I think it's called dramatic.
Yeah.
Chipmunk.
Dramatic. Yeah.
It's from a Japanese kids TV show.
Oh. Okay.
And the cameraman just happened to zoom in at the right time, and it looks at the camera.
And it's
so
got that sort of incredulous look on his face.
Yeah, and they cut that part out and made this hilarious video out of it. There's a version of it where somebody had, it was like getting caught in the act. It was watching dogs having sex on a TV.
Oh yeah.
With like porn sounds, and then it da-da-na, it says caught or whatever, and it's holding a remote control.
Oh mate.
My favourite groundhog is the Alan.
Yeah.
Alan.
That's not Alan. That's Steve. Steve.
Oh, yeah.
You love your opera sauvage.
Sea name Solaris. But it's a Vivaldi piece, isn't it? Is it a Vivaldi piece?
In the movie Solaris?
Yeah. No, not the George Clooney one, the original Russian
The original, the Russian one.
Yeah. And then it was Tomita that did the sea name Solaris, influenced by the Russian film The Sea Name Solaris, or Solaris. I think the film was called Sea Name Solaris, and then it was redone Hollywood style.
Oh, really?
As Solaris. With
to be fair, Solaris is quite a fun film.
Yeah, but I think
quite a fun score as well.
The original Russian version uses Mozart's organ thing.
I beg your pardon.
Yeah, it sounds a lot worse than it is.
I mean, someone's got to use it, right?
Well, but we didn't hear them do it. Voice of experience. Talking of handling Mozart's trumpet.
Hey.
Hello, darling.
Hello.
Are you in fine fettle?
Well, COVID's kind of over.
Okay, cool.
How bad was it? Was it like really awful?
Yeah, it wasn't good. I mean, it was basically a few days in bed, where going to the toilet was an event.
Still is.
Yeah. No, I mean, still lacking in energy. Still quite fatigued. And now it's 2 weeks now, more than 2 weeks. It's now 15 days. I only stopped testing positive on Thursday. So it was 2 weeks, basically. The biggest one, actually, is, they talk about this brain fog.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't say it's brain fog. I'll tell you exactly what it is. It's when I'm trying to work, it actually feels like it's taking twice as much effort to concentrate. That's what it feels like. It's like when I'm working and I'm concentrating trying to do it, it just feels like I'm putting in twice as much effort, which means that I'm having to take breaks a lot, and I'm just a bit tired. But
that went on for quite a few weeks for me.
Well, do you know? I think I said to you, Ken, I've got a friend who they said it took them a month before they kind of started feeling right. So, but the thing is, I've got because of this job, it kind of needs to fuck off fairly soon.
Yeah.
Because the episode I'm starting on Wednesday is kind of full on, so I kind of can't be feeling like this by Wednesday. It needs to be gone. Yay! I'll have one. I'll have a biscuit as well, please.
Oh, it's a kit.
Huh?
It's a fucking kit.
What do you mean?
I got a bowl of hot water, a saucer with some coffee and sugar on it, a cup, and some milk in a jug.
Oh, because she knows that you make it better than anybody else.
No, because she's a funny fucker.
Oh, yeah. That'll be it then.
All right, I'll make... Oh, no. I knew she'd pull a stomach.
But I was down at... I think I told you, Kent, about the Divine Comedy things. So, I don't know if anyone knows, but the Divine Comedy were playing... the Barbican, and it was arranged 2 years ago and obviously cancelled, then arranged for last year and cancelled, and it finally happened this year. And they're basically doing all their albums, well, 10 of the albums, they've done 11 albums, but they're doing the first 10 albums 2 a night over 5 days. And I got tickets for all of them. And because of combination of life, COVID and work, meant that I couldn't go, but I managed to get to 2 of them. I managed to get to 2 nights.
Oh, that's all right then, because for
a
while you didn't think you were going to get to see.
To go to any, it really looked like I wasn't going to get to any. Yeah. So I managed to get to Thursday and Friday. Friends are down there tonight, seeing the 2 tonight, and they've got tickets for tomorrow night as well. So,
is he still funny and entertaining?
Oh my God, he's hilarious.
I saw him a few years ago now at Crockbody Festival, and he'd come on dressed as Napoleon.
Yeah.
And he'd done the first 3 songs dressed as Napoleon.
Yeah.
He couldn't remember the order of the songs. Sometimes the first line but I mean, it didn't matter.
No.
He was the whole set was just brilliant. That you didn't tut at what he was, forgetting, doing or whatever. The band just got on and done it. It's.
Well, what you've got to remember is this is basically they've learned. I think it's 130 songs or something like that. And it's each night. So that each night they're playing 2 albums.
Yeah.
And they're not duplicating any of it. So this is never going to happen again. So they've had to learn all these songs to literally play once for one night.
Yeah.
And so he quite openly says there's no show going on because all they're really trying to do is fucking just get through the albums without fucking up. So each song is only played once that night and that's it. And so so I saw so Thursday night and Friday night it was 4 albums, and they're all running order. Each album is running order, but he's exactly the same. He fucked up, the band fucked up a few times, but everyone's on side. Everyone, it's a mammoth task to do what they're doing, and he's hilarious. He is just hilarious. What I love about him, he's so self-deprecating. It's which is always, from my point of view, is always a fantastic quality, and he just very funny man. But incredibly, I mean, amazing songwriter. Anyone who hasn't really looked into, the Divine Comedy, he's just a fantastic songwriter.
I think some of his stuff's hard to get hold of on CD.
It's all just been remastered, I think. So I mean,
good.
Yeah, it's the one to get is they've actually released a box set of everything. You can buy a box set of all the albums, and on each of the albums, it's got all the extra B-sides, all the tracks, all the everything, and then there's an extra CD of tracks that never made it onto album. It's a complete package, but it's beautifully done, absolutely beautifully done, and the remastering is fantastic. So. Yeah,
I shall have a look out for that.
Yeah, big Divine Comedy fan, and so I mean, I'm just gutted that I can't do tonight and tomorrow night. Yeah, but it's one of those things, can't be helped. So, life and fucking work.
So where's he playing?
Barbican.
All right.
It's literally it's a five night residency at the Barbican.
That makes sense, yeah.
And the venue, I mean, if anyone knows the Barbican, it's a great venue. I mean, the acoustics aren't amazing.
Concert hall or theatre?
Concert hall.
No.
So, yeah, the acoustics aren't.
It's certainly something. I mean, better than the Opera House was originally.
Yeah.
Or a festival hall, obviously the worst concert hall in the world.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to argue with that one. The thing, the Barbican is always. For some kind of music, I mean, for classical music, it's great. It's fine. It's his job. But at the moment, there's every gig I've been there that's actually kind of more of a band kind of thing. It's just not made for it. That's all.
Yeah, if they're in the theatre, they tend to be all right. But if they're in the concert hall, it's a bit too much reflection.
Yeah, absolutely. But it's such a beautiful venue. I mean, I love that kind of, I love that kind of late 60s, early 70s kind of vibe. I love it as a venue. I love it. But yeah, the sound wasn't. I mean, fortunately, because I know the venue, I kind of know which seats are the good seats to get. So I managed to get some good seats. But it's.
Do they make a lot of references to Dante's Inferno, or did you just use the name?
It's just the name. Although it's if you've never kind of listened to their stuff, he's a very cultured guy. He's a real wordsmith, and he knows his. Yeah, he knows his shit. He's very educated. So he's a he's a clever fucker in a good way. So but yes, anyway, great band, great couple of gigs. Was in London for a couple of days, which is I don't know why. I never know what I think about London. I don't know whether I absolutely fucking hate the place or it's that. Well, both. No, I do. London's great to go and visit. Yeah. To go down for a couple of days is brilliant, but I can honestly say coming out of it is just like it's even better.
Glad to get out, yeah.
Yeah, it's just
I'm feeling great having just come back.
Yeah, you've been in Wales, but yeah, come on, I'm not being funny. What a tough decision, Wales or London? Fucking hell, yeah, shit or shitter. It's like whatever we're going to get for our next prime minister. That's it, shit or shitter. That's let's be honest. So it's.
I say Carmarthen has been a bit shit, but I mean the other places before, Aberystwyth, it's been fine. A month there, nice month of paid beach holiday.
Yeah, beach holiday.
Well, we can only hope that Liz Truss gets in.
Oh,
really?
They're both shit. Honestly. It really is. Do I want dog shit or do I want cat shit?
No, you want Liz Truss to get in, because then everything will completely collapse much quicker. And they'll call an election.
The whole thing is farcical. It really is farcical.
Well, I waited every morning diligently at the door, waiting for my care package from you, and nothing came.
Why have you not been well?
Well, put it this way: if I'd gone ahead with it properly, I'd be dead now.
Okay, obviously some things I've missed something. Kate,
You've missed something.
What? When? How?
Well, I was going to dye my hair this week, and I did the allergy test.
The last time we spoke, you said you were going to dye your hair this week.
I did the allergy test. I did the allergy test, and then swelled up like a balloon.
No.
Couldn't breathe.
When was that?
No neck.
I spoke to you on, Wednesday? When did I speak to you? Tuesday or Wednesday?
Tuesday.
Okay.
Tuesday. Yeah.
Okay.
And
oh, what? Okay.
Yeah, I know. Because I go, oh no, I keep doing this allergy test and I'm fine. I'll just do it.
No one. Everyone does the allergy test, and everyone goes, "Why the fuck am I doing this?
Yeah.
It's going to be fine."
Well, now I found out why. Because I've never been allergic to it or reacted to it, and this time, big time.
Really?
Yeah, big time.
Okay, what happened?
Well, I put a little bit of product on inside of each elbow, like it said on the instructions, and then after about 2 hours, started getting a headache, and then found and then
Oh my God.
my neck came out here. Couldn't turn my head. The pain was fucking ridiculous, and then the hearing started to go because it was closing all the canals up. All the thing is under here. They're all sticking out here. Mate, it was bad. I tell you, I was going, Jesus Christ, I'm glad I didn't just go ahead and just do my whole head.
I've never done the allergy to when back in the day when I had hair. Don't laugh. When I had hair and it got dyed every colour known to man when I was a teenager, I never did the allergy test.
Yeah, I think
Wow.
I think it might happen more often with age, possibly.
But hang on a minute. But you've dyed it. Did you use it? Is it the same dye you've used before, or?
No, this was a different one. This was a Clairol Vivid, and it was like a deep, rich blue.
Wow.
But
like Vivid Illness.
Yeah, and it really, fuck me. And
so how long did that last?
Well, I still get a pain in my neck when I wake up in the morning. It's all swelled up a bit. Yeah. Oh, trust me. Yeah. So it's been sort of like dissipating bit by bit over what?
So you're still not well. I honestly.
No, I'm not
no
too bad.
idea.
I'm kind of okay now. It's all right. It's just first thing in the morning. I'm still a bit croaky, and there might be a couple of glands up, but they go down again after a while. But yeah, just from those two little spots.
Wow. Fuck,
Yeah.
Wow. Why didn't you? You should have given me a call.
I couldn't talk.
Oh, okay.
Fiona's go, would you like something to drink? Okay.
Oh my God.
Yeah. And
we have every right to be pissed off because you didn't get your care kit.
Oh, I know, it's all right. I didn't need
a unaware of.
No, I didn't need a care package. I'm all right.
Oh, dear.
Yeah, no, and I had to turn the TV up, or twice as high as it used to be, so I could hear it.
Oh my God.
Okay. It's ridiculous, man. And I go, bloody hell, that was a narrow escape.
Fuck.
Because I was going to go, yeah, it'll be all right.
Well, I think there's a moral to that story.
There is a moral to that story.
Except you're old and don't dye your hair blue.
Another moral is do not take on American football documentaries.
That's a moral and a half.
Yeah, it's a bit late for it, but
yeah, it's all right. I'm almost 2 episodes down.
Now there you go.
Finished. So, but the worst one's yet to come.
2 out of how many?
4.
What makes what's to come worse? Is it your condition?
No, because the last episode 4, is in a good place. So hopefully that one won't be a difficult one. But the nightmare episode is the one which is episode 1, which is happening from Wednesday, and that episode I haven't even seen for months because the whole thing's been scrapped and remade.
That's the one they were fucking around with, wasn't it?
That's the one. So yeah, the one that starts on Wednesday is going to be a fucking nightmare. The one that I did last week when I wasn't well was fine because I wasn't well and it was in a really good shape, so that's fine. What I'm doing now is a bit of a pain in the arse, but okay.
Yeah.
The last one, which is done in a couple of weeks, will be fine. But this one in between is going to be an absolute fucking nightmare.
And they're still not locked?
No, none of it. It's not locked. None of them are locked. I'm not going to get locked. So
did you get many notes with the other 2 episodes?
No. The one that has been sent. No, the one that I'm doing now. Oh, I don't know. Who knows? But it's okay. It's fine. It's just I just want it done. I'm so over this. I just want it done. And so that's fine. But I've been getting lots of stuff. I think there's a problem with my 2700. It's hardly been played, but there's a problem with the pitch bend. I think I might have to either take it back or bring it down to you. I don't know. There's something wrong. It basically, pitch wheel isn't. It's just not reacting very quickly. It's almost like it's spongy going up, and it's never even though it's center dented, it's like kind of never quite falling into place.
Okay.
I don't know if it's a mechanical thing or a software thing. I don't know, but it's just not feeling right.
Yeah.
And I got it out. There was one thing I wanted on it, and it's got out, and it's turned out to be more of a pain in the ass.
Is that the Kurtz file?
Yeah.
Could you not use a pitch wheel from a different keyboard MIDI'd into
Absolutely.
it?
No. It's
as a get round. I mean.
Yeah. Absolutely, which is what I've been doing.
Yeah.
But it's just the fact that because I've only had it 6 months, and it's hardly been used. It needs to get sorted because it's not.
Does that ribbon still work okay on there?
Yeah, the ribbon's fine. The ribbon's absolutely fine.
It's probably just mechanical, buddy.
It's just literally the pitch bend wheel is just not. It's not
the grease. The grease might have stiffened up.
Yeah,
you know?
I don't know, but it's not right.
Yeah.
But anyway, it's that thing of you don't expect it from a new synth really, but
yeah.
But there we go. But other than that, what else has happened?
Ty, can I ask you a hi-fi question?
You can ask me whatever you want.
Okay, because
won't get an answer.
No.
What if we ever a bit of an unladen swallow?
No, because I used to follow hi-fi when I was in my 20s. Could never afford the stuff. Well, not nice anyway. But there's a guy on YouTube called Tech Moan, and he's just reviewed a cutting instrument that cuts on a CD will cut a 36-degree cut on the edge and use a black marker, and it makes the CD sound better.
Yeah.
Is it something you've ever used or tried? Or
no? I'll tell you what I did do back in the day. Do you remember with the green pen?
Well, there was green and black pens that literally you
round
the edge of. Yeah. I remember reading about that, but never tried it.
The only thing that I ever did, I had one of those green pens. So this is what, God, we're talking 20 years ago, aren't we, for that? So the green, so the only thing I used like that was there was the green pen thing that was meant to stop. What was it meant to do? Stop reflections.
Stop the bass falling off the edge. Was it like a Discworld and all the sound fell off the edge?
I have no idea what the fuck it was. But I remember,
in theory, you could stop refraction, but
I remember I bought these pens and I did a load of CDs, and to try and convince myself, I bought.
You need two, don't you? Yeah.
I bought two copies of my favourite albums.
Yeah, that's what he'd done.
And I tell you what it was. Was there a difference in the sound? If I remember rightly, I remember it sounding, and this could have been psychological because I remember it did sound a bit better, but I honestly think the equipment I had at the time wasn't good enough to really hear a difference, if that makes sense. I think,
but it could have also been just for different pressing sounded better because every CD, if you play it as a normal CD rather than a file, you will always have errors and error correction that will make it sound different.
I'm not going to argue with that. I think the thing is, all I know is the comments that I made a few weeks ago about the hi-fi and all the power leads and all that kind of thing. The reason I can honestly say all that now is that the quality of the equipment that I'm doing now is so good you can really hear the difference. You can really hear the difference.
Yeah, I mean, I believe in it. Yeah,
I think I genuinely think that I did hear a difference, but Robert could be right. It could be different pressings, but I could hear a difference back then, but not a huge difference. Whereas the difference I was here now. So I can totally believe that kind of thing. I can totally, but I haven't tried that. The only thing I've tried like that is the green pen, and it did make a difference. But I'm not sure that the equipment I was using at the time warranted doing that with every CD. Although, do you know what? Somewhere I still have those pens, but I did do the whole thing of buying 2 copies of each. It was only a handful. I think I bought 3 or 4 albums. I bought 2 copies of, but they did sound better with the green pen.
This message is brought to you by the Flat Earth Society.
No, it's I'm not. Yeah,
Yeah.
we're not going to go into fucking flat Earth.
The Flat Earth Society of 2022, not of 300 BC.
Yeah. But
It's okay. You just go straight to moon conspiracy, the moon landing. Yeah.
oh, don't start.
Hey, who knew that Terry Pratchett had it right all along?
Don't start me off. Anyway, I was literally just sticking my head in because I just saw that you won, because I obviously I missed Thursday's show and I haven't spoke to everybody for ages, so I was literally just sticking it in because I've got to go and do some work.
Lots of brah.
No.
Brah.
Yeah, lots of grand, yeah.
I can do some work for you.
Go on.
Let's just select a random thing and let's see what happens.
That's the best I've heard you sounding for ages.
Yeah, perfect. Done. Score done.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that says to me.
You've never really heard any of my scores, have you, Robert?
Better?
There you go. That's it.
God, you really haven't heard any of my scores. No, it's. I wish I could.
But you need to be down with the kids.
Oh God, I need to be down with some thinking it's not with the kids. Yeah, no, I've got to kind of do this.
Oh yeah.
But I mean, the main thing that's going around in my head is that come the second week of October, this is all done, dusted. I'm taking time out and
I'll never work for that production company again.
no, just not doing it. I'm just taking a chunk of time out again. I just
There's a Gran Turismo 7 screaming out somewhere.
there's fucking lots of things screaming out. Believe me, lots and lots and lots.
Yeah.
And lots of things that need to get sorted and addressed. And
Guess what I found today?
oh, go on.
Well, I had to go out into the garage and do some digging around. Funnily enough, put some gate chips for a Selena, but that's a different story. Anyway, I found the prototype dual VCO for the anaglyph.
Way.
Yeah. And I brought it in. I'm going, I think we might
Hi, Eddie.
mess with that.
They're
Excellent.
talking. How you doing?
Hello,
everybody. Ty, are you feeling any better?
I am, thank you. Yeah, I was just saying, I'm kind of still a bit fatigued, but I'm kind of over it. It's kind of come and gone, but yeah, the brain fog shit is kind of real. That's the thing that, you know, if you're feeling shit, it's a physical thing, everyone can see it. If you're tired or out of breath or fatigued, everyone can see
Nobody
it.
can see that.
With the brain fog, trying to explain it is just it's a weird feeling.
Or when you can't quite remember things that used to be fine when you come back to work after a week.
Yeah.
And just
Yeah.
like
It's as I said, the
Have you
different-
done the staring where you go, I can't how do I no it's,
that sounds like my
just
first
staring
day
at
back
it.
at work.
yeah.
I have
Yeah.
a sleeping disorder, so I know everything about being brain fried.
Yeah, it's just, and I'm not used to that because I think the problem I've got over the next few weeks is the fact that I kind of know in my normally how long I can concentrate for, how long I can endure having no sleep for, all the things that I kind of know because I've done it for years. I know how long it will take for me to do this or process this, and at the moment, all of those, all
out the
window.
Yeah.
All out the window because I'm just, you know, even just today, I'm sitting there looking at stuff that it's kind of taken me, I don't know, 4 hours to do, and I'm thinking, fuck, this is half hour's work normally, but it's just, and it's like I'm getting tired because I'm having to concentrate so much more just to get things done. And
Yeah, that's one of my good days. Just one question.
Go for it.
All these undersleeping that you do you manage to recover through the day?
No.
Careful
No.
with that. Very careful with that.
Yeah, no. Do you know what? You're not. It's quite funny. Recently, there's been quite a few friends and whatever who've been talking about this. Mark Zaffin he was talking about all this research that's been done into the link between lack of sleep and onset of dementia and all this kind of thing. So, I do kind of, I do absolutely.
There's a worse one.
Yeah.
If you don't, because of my condition, I got explained. Basically, my problem is I fall asleep like everybody else. I spend in bed like everybody else. The problem is my brain doesn't go into REM.
Okay.
It doesn't get into that. And because of that, I started getting liver issues, diabetes issues. And they put me on the second run of vaccines because of that condition and the precedents I have in the family. I could have a very serious coronary incident.
Oh, shit.
No sleeping is no joke.
Oh, no, absolutely. Oh, God, no. I mean, kind of, I'm very fortunate. My doctor she's amazing. And she's incredibly direct and has spent years turning around and telling me that I'm a fucking idiot. And don't
get me wrong, I'm with you. When I was younger and I had a little smidgen of musical talent, I felt way more productive and way more inspired through the night and through the day. And at one point, I was working on a way. I was basically gigging often, so I was basically living from 4 p.m. to 7 a.m. Or 9 a.m. and then sleeping basically upside down and everything. But with age and issues and other stuff that I wouldn't bore you with, I lost the capacity to sleep through the day and to fall in deep sleep.
The thing is with me is the fact that this is not through desire. This isn't me wanting to do this. This is literally just the amount of work that I have to do. Kent knows it's just literally.
You need 30-hour days.
Yeah, that's exactly what I need, and so it's just the amount of time scale just to get things done. But the reality is that when I do put my head down, I literally go off within seconds, and I sleep really well. And even if I may only get a few hours sleep, I may not get enough sleep. But in terms of, I'll tell you for a fact that sleep is very deep. Nothing wakes me up. It's
great.
very. So I'm
very glad.
Yeah, I know someone very close who is a very light sleeper, and so although they get the hours, they're actually, kind of. I'd say I don't think they'd go into a deep sleep at any point because they're always on that edge of waking up.
That's what I'm learning. It's not the human brain. If everything is working fine, we are able, like mothers do, to sleep in chunks and to get into deep sleep in very short chunks.
Yeah.
Wake up, attend the baby, and go back into deep sleep.
That's very much me. Yeah.
People can do it, and sometimes I describe it that some people are able to dream fast, meaning that even if they spend only 2 hours in bed or 3 hours in bed, they go into REM way quicker than anybody else, and they go through the REM phase, and everything is fine. Yeah. The problem is when you lose that capacity, like I did, then I've happened to me. I can spend 9 hours in bed and wake up like I never went to bed brain-wise.
Wow. You see, I'm the opposite. What I can do is I can go to sleep and I'll wake up an hour later and it'll feel to me like I've been asleep for 6-7 hours. And I look at the clock and it's just like, fuck, I only got into bed an hour later.
As long as you feel
I go straight
bright
into
and cleared and refreshed body-wise.
Yeah.
Everything's fine.
Yeah, I literally go straight into sleep. I mean, I fall asleep just, without any.
No wonder.
And I go straight. Yeah, but I go straight into it, and I only, within, if I sleep for an hour, then wake up, and it feels like I've been asleep for hours, and I'm.
It's like Thomas Edison. He slept like 3 hours a night.
Yeah, that's what I call the fast sleepers. People that can just fall asleep and go into REM like it's straight away in less half of the time that everybody needs.
Yeah.
I mean, I tend to go into deep sleep straight away, but I use a Whoop.
Yeah.
And that tracks my sleep, time of sleep, my heart rate. So it splits it between deep sleep, REM, light sleep, and awake. I'm just saying, it's really interesting to see. You wake up in the morning and it takes a little bit of time to download, but you sort of think, one night, my sleep felt deeper than that or longer, or you know, and things like that. It's really, you know,
Well,
if you're interested in your sleep, then
Yeah.
Well, I
It's
did.
quite-
I can't remember what it's called now, but I got one of the things where it's all linked up to. There's actually a pressure pad that goes under your mattress.
Okay.
So that I did it. I did that. I can't remember. Anyway, there's a whole unit that linked to your laptop, and
Wow.
the whole pad went in the bed, and it basically analyzed all of your movement throughout your entire sleep. And it kind of, because although I didn't get a lot of sleep, just wanted to make sure what was going on. And yeah, from that point of view, I'm very lucky. I kind of, even though I don't sleep long, I'm getting all the right kind of sleep. So
You're trying to run away. You need to go. You need to
I
go?
am, because I've got to go and work. So
Could I just rob you 5 minutes? Just
you can, of course, you can.
3 minutes. It's a very short question. The last time we met in screen, one of the comments was about you asked me, "Are you a guitar player?" Because we were having kind of a pull and throw. And when I said yes, you shut up.
Really?
Sadly, I read too deep into those type of things, and I would love not to get that one wrong.
Why? What difference does it make?
Because I'm very, very insecure.
Oh, God, no. God, no one should be insecure when they're around me, for fuck's sake.
Well, you make it very hard. First of all, you're a musical success, and I'm a musical failure. So starting with that.
Oh, God, there's no such thing as a musical failure. You do
Musical
music.
lucky, I think is the
That's-
expression.
Okay, good. It
got
still
lucky.
works. It's still a success.
No, it's nothing to do with musical failure or musical success or music. Nothing.
So
We-
please,
no,
could
we do music. That's all.
could you explain what you meant by that silence?
What about being guitar? Being
Yeah,
guitarist?
because we're talking about playing keyboards and stuff, and suddenly you learn that I was a guitar player among keyboard players, and then you shut up.
It's
My reply was, "Is that forgiving all my sins?" And you never said a word.
I should point out that there's lots of so I used to play guitar.
Oh,
So-
great.
So
Good.
I got up to about grade 8 classical, and then I just stopped just because I never felt it the same way that I absolutely adore keyboards and always felt at home with it. Never really felt at home with guitar. So I literally did what I had to do to get into university, into music college. So
It's a very awkward instrument.
So I did that, and then, but I kind of have this joking relationship with all guitarists. I should also point out some of my favorite people in my world, including Philippa's dad, who was my guitar teacher, and he's the most incredible guitarist. I actually really like guitar, but I'm never going to ever give them the satisfaction to think that they actually, everyone has the joke about drummers not being real musicians. I would rather keep up the joke about guitarists not being real musicians. So,
Okay,
because
I can see that.
it's I would rather be different, because I know plenty. But I should point out, lots of my friends are very good guitarists, and they know that
I'm truly sure about that.
They know that I do nothing but take the piss out of them, because they use just blocks of wood with a few strings on.
Now that I know, that's the way I take it, and I'm happy
It's
you did
absolutely never. Oh my God, never take anything. God, in terms of being insecure or take personal, Kent will tell you, never, ever take anything personal, ever, and never. No one should feel insecure if you do music and you're a musician,
sort of
failed or successful or whatever. You're doing music. That's all that matters.
Thank you.
All that matters. Honestly, that's for everybody. It's I hate this idea that just because you make it, or you make a living out of it, or you do okay at it, that there's any kind of superiority over anyone that.
Then don't
that
come any
doesn't
close to
make it.
Spain.
Because at the end of the day, I'll be honest with you, my favorite artists throughout the years, most of my favorite artists are essentially a complete failures. If you're going to do it on that, in terms of did they make lots of money out of it? No. Does everyone know them because of it? No.
Well,
They, kind of,
at least some people know them.
They're literally a handful of people. You know
Yeah.
that they'll do 1 gig a year. There'll be 100 people at this gig, and for those 100 people, they will worship the ground that they walk on for that 2 hours. But that doesn't make them a musical failure. It just means that
no, not in my book.
It's like all of my favorite artists and composers and all this kind of thing. None of them have won a single award in their life. None of them have won any kind of adoration. None of them have been.
Do I talk shit when I said the awards are most of the times rigged?
Say that again. Sorry.
Do I talk shit if I said that awards are most of the time rigged?
I'm not going to say rigged. But I think the thing is, there's a criteria. This is the thing. This is a criteria. Now I can say this because I've at certain stages I've been judge for award ceremonies, and I've got friends who have also been judges at different various award ceremonies, and these aren't just small award ceremonies. These are big international ones, and there's a criteria. So you have to, there's basically lots of boxes to tick, shall we say? I know, and if
half of them have nothing to do with talent.
If you don't tick those boxes, you will not win the award. And I can honestly say, I've got friends that have won awards, and they've all turned around and went, "Yeah, when I wrote it, I was well aware." I was ticking the boxes at the same time.
I understand what you mean.
And I just won't. I don't do that. I've never kind of ticked the boxes. So I've never had any expectations. Although ironically, fucking tomorrow I've got to do some paperwork because I'm getting entered for nominee for something. Anyway, but I'm not going to bother telling anyone because there's no way I'm going to win it. Because can I point out, one of the things you have to do is write a full paragraph of why you should win. And anyone that knows me knows that I'm so fucking self-deprecating. If you turn around and tell me to explain to someone why I should win something or why I'm better at something or whatever, I'm basically just going to turn around and go, I shouldn't. Fuck you.
Why a full paragraph? Just write this. I deserve it.
I deserve it.
There you go.
Yeah. No, just say, I've got this bare shelf in my toilet.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah.
Well, it's like the Oscars. Quite often, people don't win for their best performance; they win because people thought they deserved something. Finally,
that's exactly it. You hit the nail on the head. That's exactly it.
Oh, they win because they were the best thing. Actually, the best thing in the year.
Not even that.
Not even that.
Honestly,
no, but I mean, sometimes it's because there's really nothing better than them.
I just look at some of my favorite piece of music, and none of them have won an award. None of my favorite composers have won awards. They do it because of the love of doing it and because of it's all to do. They've no interest in it. And
do they move you?
Say again?
Do they move you?
Yeah, completely. Yeah.
Then that's a success.
Of course,
that's all that matters.
But that's what I'm saying. But that's all I'm trying to say is that never take success or non-success as to whether there's money or successful money or if someone listens to what you do and gets off on it, and that's good enough. That's good enough.
Well,
my thing is always there's only I just can't cope with. The only thing I personally can't cope with is a total. It's not even total lack of talent. It's a what's what I'm looking for?
That one is a hard one.
It's a self-belief that is way beyond the reality of this reality. That's the
people
only thing
who are ones and believe they are tens.
Yeah, absolutely. That's basically it. That's the only thing I can't cope with. There's lots of music that I don't appreciate or don't like, and it's not my thing. But I can appreciate the musicianship in it, or I can appreciate the technical ability. I can appreciate it even if I don't enjoy it, even though I don't like it. But the thing for me that I can't cope with is you get people who think they're amazing and they literally have nothing going for them whatsoever. That's the only thing I can't cope with. But in terms of failure or non,
or even if they have something going for them, they might not even aware that they're not originals. They're just ripping off somebody they don't even know.
Look, I mean, I'm not being funny. I mean, I don't want to sit here and.
Then don't do
But
it.
the other day I saw something on Facebook with this. Anyway, someone doing a jam. I'm going to call it a jam, basically, and it was literally just loops from a sample pack. That's all it was. That's literally all it was. And it's when you then see the comments that are there going, "Wow, this is amazing! Wow, you're a brilliant! And
How nice does it sound?
you just think, fucking hell, they're literally just triggering sample loops from a pack. That's literally all it was. There was no musicianship went into it at all. All they had the ability was to
Select the right things and put them together in coherent form.
Yeah, that's the kind of shit. It's like, again, I can't tell you names, but there's people I've worked with doing what I do that use fucking GarageBand loops. I mean, for fuck's sake, you don't do what we do and use GarageBand loops. You just don't do it. And these are people, and I can't, one of this particular person, and they've won an award. And
yeah,
my
my first adventure producing music, trying to create a piece of my own. I was using Magic's Music Maker 5, which is like Fruity Loops.
Fruity Loops, yeah.
But from MP3s. It's not even actually WAV files.
Yeah.
And it was like, one of those courses that you buy one lesson per month in installments. So the lesson was teaching me, go here, do this, take this loop, take this rhythm, take this beat. I didn't pay attention. I said, okay, I need to choose one beat. The one you say? No. This one. Yeah. And I meant to put it where? How many times? No. Only 2, because I want to do this. Oh, this full loop, 2 seconds loop is too much. What I need is only just the first quarter of a second. Chop it up, paste it up, stretch it up, mix it up. I did my own following instructions.
Yeah.
I think it's crap, but I love it. I think I like it.
Oh, can I just point out, never worry about that. You should listen to some of the shit that I wrote when I was 16.
Please. I want to.
Oh, you fucking don't.
Yes, I do.
I thought
I do.
It was amazing at the time. Oh my God.
I do.
We all write stuff where we,
I only managed to listen 50 minutes of your work, obviously with something paid more than you did, talking on top of it.
Yeah.
And I loved it.
Oh, thank you.
No, really. I loved it. I thought it was brilliant.
No, never. I think it's I have. There's a reality about what I do and how I do it and whatever, and I'm well aware there are thousands of people who can do what I do and can do it better, and over the years have done it better. But I know what I do. I do what
thousands?
I do.
I wouldn't say thousands.
I do what I do. I do what I do quite well, and I'm
fast.
satisfied. I'm satisfied with what I do, but I'm also totally. I have total awareness of my limitations. I'm totally aware of what I can and can't do, and I'm totally aware that stuff that I did when I was younger that I thought at the time was amazing was shit, and that's how it should be for everybody. Everybody should be learning and trying to be better, and I still do.
Yeah,
I still do now. I still listen to stuff now and think, fuck, I was doing that 12 years ago. I should be better than that now. And in
my case it's the opposite. I listen what I did, let's say in this particular example, I'm thinking 13 years ago in my last band in Spain. And at the time, I thought I was like basically faking it. Like, in how the fuck why do we deserve like 5 or 6 gigs, getting one of our songs as closing credits for in online TV show? Why do I deserve to to home record a full album. Like, I shouldn't be doing that. I'm doing too good. So 13 years later, I listen again to that album and I go like, fuck, that's the best work I've ever done. I've never gonna make it better.
But the moral of the story there is don't think that in the first place.
Yeah.
Don't have those doubts. Yeah. If you're in a position, if you're doing what you're doing it because at that moment in time you deserve to be doing it.
Yeah.
Whether that's a good thing or a bad thing.
That's my biggest mistake in life.
What is?
That I think that just because I can do it, I already assume it's shit. Because I can do it. Because if I can do it, anybody can do it. So that's my train of thought. So it's shit.
See, but I have the same. I have the same thought in that I kind of know that what I do is, there's loads of people that can do what I do, but they're not doing it, and I am. So fuck them. I got the gig.
Exactly. That's why.
But what I'm saying is, it's all a mindset. That
I know.
You just.
I'm fighting it. Trust me.
It's not that I'm. Oh God, I was about to turn around and say it's not that I'm full of self-confidence. No, I suppose that's a lie. I suppose I am full of self-confidence.
It's not even about.
It's not self-confidence.
Better.
People is proving you right over and over again. Every time your phone rings,
well,
people is proving you right.
You have to be aware of positioning yourself into a position where you can do what you want to do.
No, yeah.
It's not about whether you.
Which is a luxury.
If you're really good at it, you will have the longevity. If you're really bad at it, you'll just have to work a bit harder.
I know, but I also think it's as much to do with. I mean, I've said this before. I also think it's a lot to do with having a kind of. I'm such a perfectionist, and that's kind of my downfall. And it's.
Talk to me, brother.
But it's the thing is about it is the fact that there's a perfectionist, but what that brings with it is the fact that I don't care what people think, because if I let it go, I won't let something leave my hands until I'm completely happy with it. And the moment I'm completely happy with it, at that point, I have total self-belief in it.
Yeah.
And
I think
if I don't have that, no one will get to hear it. It's like, I listen to some music and I generally just think, fuck, how could you let someone hear this? Because it's so, whether it's poorly produced or poorly recorded or
rushed,
it's not good composition or rushed or whatever, but it's poor. It's just poor. And people put this stuff out and they let people hear it. And I'm there going, fuck, I couldn't let anyone hear this because it's so bad.
And I guess it's even worse when you know that people that release that work can do way better.
Completely. Then it's really frustrating. But my argument is so nothing leaves here unless I'm totally 100% happy with it. And therefore, it means that once it's gone, I have total belief in it. So therefore, I have no self-doubt. So if someone comes back and says, actually, we don't like it, it's not very good, my automatic response is not, fuck, I'm not very good.
No,
I should have
tried harder. You don't like this way.
My argument is always, okay, well, you don't like it. That's your problem. That's your opinion.
You don't like it this way.
That's absolutely
What's
fine.
the way do you want it?
You're entitled to your opinion, but I'm not going to have any self-doubt about it. I mean, I don't do self-doubt.
I assume you always take this in consideration, and obviously I come from the total ignorance and from the outside world. I don't really know what's cooking in your business. What I understand is that at least 25% of the times that somebody comes back to you says, I don't like this. Mm-hmm. Because you're putting music to film, to picture. Mm-hmm. What I understand, at least 25, 30 or 35 or whatever proportion you think is real, they're not telling you the music is bad. This is not what I had in my head.
Yeah, that's exactly it.
For the picture.
That's
so it's not bad. It's just not the appropriate one.
That's all it is. I've never given anything where someone's turned around and gone, "This is bad music." Never. Or
exactly.
It's just basically, for whatever reason, it's not been what they've imagined or what they expected or what they envisaged. Essentially.
Exactly.
So, and that's fine. So therefore, I don't take things personally when it comes to that. It's like I
Thank
genuinely mean it. If I put any music out there for any reason, if I put it out there, if someone doesn't like it, that's absolutely fine. They're entitled to their opinion. But it's not. I will never sit there going, wow, maybe it's not as good as I thought it was. It's more, I just sit there going, nah, it's not for you. That's fine. Yeah. I have belief in it. Otherwise, I wouldn't have let anyone hear it.
Yeah, it's more a matter of what do you had in your head? Explain it better, so maybe I can get it right the next time.
Yeah, but you can't expect that. A lot of the time, you can't expect that from directors.
Really, is that bad?
Yeah, they just don't know. They don't, and you have to accept that's part of it. They don't really know what they want.
Well, yeah, they want your music more yellow.
Yeah. Exactly.
The other side of that coin is like, do you remember that track I did that was about 12 bloody minutes long that I sent you and said, can you critique this for me?
Yeah, you wish you hadn't done that.
No, I know.
Trust me, to me, criticism is the best help anybody can do to my music.
It's the way you learn.
Yeah, exactly. If I don't know what I do wrong, how can I improve it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I've
constructive criticism.
I've sent tracks
to
Richard Hilton
because,
I sent a track to Richard Hilton, and I go, "What do you reckon? Give me your opinion," and he will give me his opinion while listening to the track, and I'm on the other end. We're talking via Messenger on video, and he's listening to it, and he's going, "Yeah, all right, you're going to double up the strings, yeah, okay." Yeah, I didn't see that coming. That's that kind of thing. Because there was lots of, he goes, yeah, that was obvious that was going to happen. There's no surprises and stuff like this. And not that chord. I don't know about that chord and all that sort of thing.
Ooh.
And that's before we get to how I've recorded it. And I know I can't mix. I can't mix. I don't even seem to know what it is that I'm supposed to be doing.
Yeah.
So when I get feedback from like Ty or Richard, said, well, this is wrong, this is wrong, this is wrong, and or in some cases with some of the bigger pieces I try to do, it's like, where do you want me to start? Probably the best thing you can do here is to never ever play it again and write something else.
No,
that kind
I've never said that.
No, I know, but
or think it.
But by the time you finished, I might as well do.
Oh, sure.
No. With every piece of work, if any is, change this, or try to take it this way instead of this way you did it.
Yeah, but sometimes what I will do is I'll put a track away and leave it for say a year, play it back, and all of a sudden I can hear everything that's wrong with it.
Okay.
Yeah, but that's normal. That's not unusual.
Yeah, exactly, and that's a really healthy way. Keep revisiting the track and going, right, okay, let's do it like this. And
what do you think they mean when they say sleepovers?
Yeah. So, but with me, it normally takes about a year. I'm really lucky. I've forgotten I've done it and never listened to it again. Anyway.
I'm going to have to love and leave.
Yes, sorry. Sorry to keep you.
Quick question. Did you get the DSS-1?
The DSS-1 is currently down at Kent's.
Yeah.
I did. Yes.
Oh, it's that bad, huh?
Cluttering my workshop up.
Yeah, exactly. I haven't seen it yet, but apparently it's not.
Oh, we got to source the bloody OS
disc. Got loads of things. Yeah, it's not a happy bunny, but it will be. By the time we finish, it will be happy.
Oh, she'll be a happy girl. Yeah.
Exactly. So want to add to the collection, even though I'm sitting here now. I realised that I haven't spent enough so far this year. I haven't spent enough money on synths, and then I got a thing from my energy company, and saying about we need to sort out your. They did my predicted bill.
Wow, ouch!
And it's going to be so far. At the moment, their predicted bill for the next year is £15,300 and something for my electricity
for the year.
Yeah.
Ah, okay. Yeah. I was expecting a grand a month.
No, 15 grand a month. Wouldn't be happy with.
No. I was expecting a grand a month, like 25,000 or something like that.
That's Leeds.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, it's basically, I think it's about £1,100 a month.
Don't get me wrong, that is crazy, but considering.
But the thing is with this is this is predicted based on the summer where there's been no heating on, and in terms of the studio, there's basically about a sixth of my gear actually switched on.
All those damn analog
About
synths.
six. So again,
It's those analog synths, right?
well, that's the thing. None of those are plugged on. So what I'm going to do
Schmidt?
is, the Schmidt's on. Okay, fair enough. But so basically, what I'm going to do is when this is all done, when the studio's finished, I'm just going to leave everything switched on for one day, just to see how much it would be just to leave all the studios switched on.
Do you have one of those smart meters that would tell you?
Yeah. I don't know. I've stopped.
Please do. I'm intrigued.
I've stopped even looking at that. When the guy came to fit that, he can set whatever I think I've told you this. They can set whatever the figure is.
Yeah.
That is the average use for a family per day.
Yeah, because it's mostly to you to say, hey, you're getting close to the target.
So basically it's over 24 hours, and within 3 hours of it being switched on, in the middle of the night,
it's already in red.
It's already gone into the red. Yeah. So, anyway, there we go. So but I have realised I need to be spending more from accounts point of view and all that kind of thing.
Well, you haven't bought the sequential yet.
Which one?
Bought the Oberheim.
Which sequential?
The last what is the last one that they did? Synthetic. What was the last sequential they drop? Like 3 or 5 months ago.
Well, for the Take 5.
The Take 5.
Take 5 is a little guy, yeah.
But you can get the new Yamaha.
I've got a montage.
No, it's not a montage. It's even less than a montage.
In terms of sequential, I've got a Profit.
The Profit 10.
I've got a Profit 10. A Profit.
The real 10, the double manual.
No.
Okay.
The new 10.
There's one of those down the road for $12K.
No, he wanted to be able to play it, so he's not going to get the original one.
Rather than just leave it at Kent's over it.
Yeah, all the bloody time. Yeah.
Anyway, I really do have to go and work.
Yeah,
I really do have to go and work.
Sorry to keep you.
Have a great show, Ken.
You too.
Mate, just leave the CS80 on that. I'll sort out the tax bill.
Yeah. I'll give you a shout, Kent, because I really didn't know you weren't well, so I'll give you a shout.
Oh, don't worry about that. It's cool, babe.
Okay.
Don't worry about it. It's all right.
Okay.
I'm just glad it's all over and done with, to be honest.
Yeah.
More than
Okay.
anything else.
Be good all.
Good night, Ty.
Have a good one. See you later. Cheers.
See you later, back.
Hi guys. Hi Keith. Hi Rob, right? Sorry,
Robert.
I keep forgetting. Robert, thank you. Hey Kent, how you doing?
Perpendicular, so everything's cool.
Ooh, that's an achievement.
Yeah. Especially at
Don't
this
saying
time,
every
right?
day above ground is a good day, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Oh yes. Oh yes. Indeed. And what a nice problem to have, having to buy more gear.
Yeah, well, actually, it is great fun for the first few years, and then it becomes a chore and a bit of a pain in the ass.
That reminds me, any of you, well, I don't know, some of you might have remember, I think it was Richard Pryor did a film where he had to spend, I think, something crazy like 10
Brewster's
million.
Millions.
That's
Yeah,
one.
Had to spend 30
Remember that
million.
one?
30 million in a week or something, wasn't it?
No, I think it was 10 million in a month, so he would get 100 million back. But he had to end up with nothing. He had to spend and spend and spend and spend in air, basically. And the part I love the most is that he decided that the quickest way, and it was, to get rid of money was to fund his political campaign, which was none of the above, both to none of the above, including me. And the problem is he almost won. He almost went for president.
Yeah.
I love that film. Really goofy, but I love it.
Yeah, when Eddie Murphy was funny still.
No, Richard Pryor.
Oh, Richard Price, sorry. Yeah.
Older than
Eddie Murphy's last decent one was Distinguished Gentleman.
I don't know that one. Probably
It's a
by
political
name.
one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, there was a lot of turkeys.
Yeah. Well, that was a family fun, dopey movies, you know.
Yeah.
So
Mind you, that's a recurring motif, isn't it? You do.
he's like had to play like all the characters characters, all done with makeup and CGI and all that stuff. It's like, all right, enough already.
Yeah.
You can play one guy. It's fine.
Oh, do you remember? Any of you remember the challenge on Thursday about the rack and the sliding stuff and all that shit?
No.
No. Okay.
No,
Just to catch up. The thing is, to host my collection, I decided to build a rack to put all the synths in it.
Yeah.
Those trays they gave me, they're like 50 pounds each, because they have that specific thing that they're built online with the rails, so you can put the gear on top of the rails, flying over the rails, so it would good. But then I thought it might not work, but then the next day thinking about it and looking prices of fly cases, which is it's more because I'm shit googling stuff. The cheapest, because so it's 1, 2, 3. It's basically 4 rack synthesizers, 2 units, 1 unit, and 1 unit when it comes to space. But with those sliding trays, each tray is taking 1 unit extra. So that's 2, 4, 5, 6 plus 4. So I need at least 10 units. And to make it a closed system, I thought about putting a patch bay and or a MIDI interface. So I'm looking at 12 unit rack, right? The cheapest thing, 12 unit, brand new, I could find made in England was like 400 quid. Oh, Keith is gone.
That's relatively cheap.
Excuse me?
That's relatively cheap for that.
Come again?
For 12U, that's a good price, 400.
Yeah, the thing is, if I go to Thomon, I can get it for 250. No same quality, obviously.
Thomann has all the different, but it depends how you want your rack made and everything.
And if I go as cheap as get the molded fiber, it goes down to 120 or 150.
I don't know, or what is 5, or what sort of rack do you want? Do you want a proper flight case or just an open frame? Or?
I don't need touring road resilient grade. I don't need that. That's why Thommann is good enough. Thommann is like, oh, you use it once a month or
No, but
I'm not gonna use it at all. I just want it with wheels and leads so I can cover it and transport it safe. And if I want to sell it to somebody, I can just lock it and post it away, knowing that it's not gonna get damaged.
Well, if you want to post it, then realistically, you do want a proper shock mount one, because you shouldn't really. Well,
because it's only things and they're kind of light. Shock mount, I think, is beyond the budget.
No, but you shouldn't post. You shouldn't post ever directly, because the way post tends to handle stuff. If you courier it, then it's probably fine. But if you post it, then
no, I mean courier, obviously.
Oh yeah.
Cheap courier, but courier. Although I have to admit that the packs I've been sent, more times than one, got way better treated by British Post than by Every. Used to be Hercules.
Hermes, well, that's not a courier. That's just a shit show. I mean, like a proper courier, like APC or TNT
or DHL.
Again, DHL are just a normal parcel company. They're not a proper courier.
No, but they do good work for the price.
Yeah.
At least through my experience.
I don't know. Because what I just have is open frame racks. They're just open metal frames from Penelcom.
That's the option, because there's a Samsung one that is actually 12U, which I already have one of them, and they go secondhand very, very cheap in eBay. Problem is, I think I want leads, at least for the front. But once you get one that has lead on the front, it always has lead on the back. So I think I want leads. I want to be able to close it
Yeah.
and take care of the front of the synth.
Yeah. Or how much is 5-star for the normal stuff?
I mean, if you're not a cheaper company made in UK, I'd rather go for made in UK. Although Thomann is absorbing the import tax, so their price is final put in my place. It's not. I don't have to add anything to it. No tax duties and no import tax.
Or was it standard 12U from 5-stars 429 UK?
Yeah.
And I mean, pack horse, you'd probably have to ask for a quote.
I could always keep waiting for a second-hand one, for a used one.
Yeah, or
I don't mind if it's scratched.
12U isn't really the main. 16U is one of the standard sizes. Or 12 is relatively standard, but you're starting to get wheels as soon as you go to anything from 12U onwards.
Now, these ones I'm talking about, Thomann can put wheels, I think it's above 6U. Because that's kind of the type of clients they have, people who have it, like I'm not going to tour it, just going to put it underneath the keyboards and keep it there. It's not going to move. But my other 2 racks are already on wheels that I put because I want to be able to. It's very tight, the room I have, so I need, in order to be able to get to the cables and the connections, I basically need to spin it in place. I cannot move it out. If I move it out, I don't get access to it. Or I don't fit myself. That's how tight this room is.
Oh, this room is great. If I want to do stuff on those racks, I have that attached to the top of a console, so I have to wheel out the entire console.
Out.
With the racks on top, and there's a whole bunch of shit on top of the racks and to the side of it. So it's currently about 400 kilos that I have to wheel forward.
400?
On carpet.
No, that's not good on carpet. One of the things I did, because I knew this room was destined to be the studio, because I don't want to pay too much when I leave the property. I don't want to pay them too much for handling stuff, and B, because I knew I wanted to roll stuff, for instance my chair. I just cover the whole carpet in full thickness cardboard box, packing cardboard board. So I have a hardboard which is sort of made out of cardboard boards on top of the carpet and on top of the foam, the carpet foam. Let's hope that doesn't screw anything underneath. I'm so worried about this column here. It's so heavy. I don't want to imagine the condition of the foam underneath it. Because it's not only the fly cases you see, which are kind of quite heavy each, is the 15-inch with amplifiers, subwoofer, which is underneath it.
I mean, does it have feet or solid base? Because I mean, a standard bed with just 4 or 5 feet, the amount of force you put on the carpet there is probably far worse than anything with a larger footprint would ever have.
Sorry, I don't follow.
Well, depending on the size of a footprint, the force of the pressure is distributed. The force is distributed more evenly, plus you have a lower pressure.
No, trust me, the pressure is very big. The subwoofer already is, I think, is around 29, 30 kilos. And each of the fly cases is at least 12 to 15 kilos on top of each other.
It's not too bad.
Cool, thank you. Now I breathe. 119 quid, Wagyu? Where? Somebody cheats 12 cubes if you go the route. Yeah, that's the ones I'm looking for, the brown ones, the cheaper ones. Funny enough, same, I don't know why one of the offers I found, it gave me £10 more expensive if I wanted to have done in MDF, then they would charge me if I wanted in their plywood. I think
Why,
is
why would you
5 mil.
want MDF? Why do you want something that just flops around?
And gets wet and expands and gets wasted. No, I don't want it. But that's the point. The material that is meant to be worse was £10 more expensive than the same thing done in plywood by the same brand. Weird things of retail wholesale. I don't know. I don't know what's the deal with that. I like that. Sounds very good.
Yeah, it's Pad Factory again. It keeps coming up.
From what?
This is really old VST. It's called Pad Factory. It's got a fantastic sound to it, and it's $7. It's got tons and tons of sounds in it. It's like getting one of those. It's like getting one of those really big wave station type synthesizers, but for $7.
Yeah, I mean, it's getting crazy because, yes, some things are better than others, but price is not always the clue to what's better.
Yeah,
it's really confusing.
Yeah, at one time of day, it used to be like if it's expensive, it was good.
It's good,
and now it's you've got to go and try it out to find out.
Exactly.
Yeah,
use your ears, not your wallet.
What sense? When can you try out sample libraries? Or I mean, they used to, of course, be tri-sound, like back 10, 15 years ago, where you would connect to a server which had like contact or compact back in the day running.
Yeah.
And you could then try stuff out with a latency of like 2 seconds from you playing it.
Yeah, I remember it. Yeah.
But wasn't that more due to the computer itself than the actual VST?
No, that's just to actually try out sample library, because normally there's no way to like try it out.
Yeah.
There's no demo version or anything.
Yeah, you literally have to wait 2 seconds for the actual audio of what you got to come down.
Give me a second, I'll be right back.
That was a fun thing. Try
yeah,
sound.
wasn't it just?
Well, but I mean, you could try it out at least, but better than pretty much any other sample library, where you just hope that, well, where you have some sales demos.
Yeah.
Robert, can I pick your brains?
If you have to.
Only if I can too, can I?
Yes, you may always.
Okay. So, hello? Am I starting?
Yeah, a bit.
You're jumping in level occasionally, a bit.
Yeah, it's with the compressor. I don't know. Problem is, I don't know the model, the name. I started getting wireless transmitters from Shure. I think it's called the receivers PG4, transmitters PG1. A couple of them came with the microphones, with the, how do you call those, headsets?
Yeah.
Do you know anything about these ones?
No. Anything that looks like that, I try to run away from quickly.
Good. Why?
Because generally they're quite painful to wear. They're massive. Nobody wants to see something that massive.
Okay. Size, basically.
And also the capsules on them tend to not be that good.
Uh-huh. Can you be more specific?
Well, they just don't. Well, the microphone itself doesn't sound very great, and the whole package around it is a bit annoying. So.
No, I get it. I mean, if you have to do a long gig or you have to handle it, yeah. Compared to the one you're wearing, it's like a torture machine.
This one's terrible. This is a T-Bone ear mic, which I think back in the day was like €50, 15 years ago.
And why is it terrible?
Well, it just sounds terrible.
Okay. Well, if you say so.
I mean, it attempts to be like a Countryman E6, and it just sounds worse from that. Those mics don't sound that great. They're just popular because they're tiny, the Countrymans. But, this just puts it to a different level. And also the wind noise without this. Well, it's actually not too terrible today, but without the windscreen, this also gets really terrible really quickly.
Like a
Yeah,
very, very.
Yeah, picking up wind noise.
Okay. So, what's new?
I mean, without the windscreen, this is amazing. You basically can't see it, but it just sounds even worse.
The ones I'm still intrigued is the ones that go. They're not long enough to get close to the mouth. They just come only this way to the cheek, and they actually like rest on the cheek. I don't understand how those can sound any good.
Yeah. Well, it's all about level, and where the voice sounds differently. I mean, in my last day job, the microphones were up here, or for some people slightly further down.
Wow.
But generally it was up here or there. But to be fair, it sounds about if you're slightly like 2 centimeters below the hairline, that's one of the most natural sounding places for an omnidirectional mic. But
That sounds crazy to me because that capsule is not facing the sound pressure in shape or form.
no,
It's
but
almost capturing the vibration of the skull.
No. You're just picking. It's just an omnidirectional capsule, picking up the sound all around it, and really flat. Whereas the type of headset you were showing, if it is a dynamic, then that
I assume so.
or if it's a cardioid, then you have a problem that, well, like with any cardioid, as soon as you move off axis, it sounds different. You have a proximity effect, a strong one. So as soon as the position changes, even slightly, the sound changes. Whereas with the Omni, the most change you will hear when I move it away is a level change. There's not too much of a tonal difference.
No, that's what I mean. I thought that would be a good one because you sound pretty good all the time.
Yeah, it is quite bad. I mean, but then again, what I normally use work-wise, 4061s, they are a lot more expensive.
Always. Everything is good is expensive.
Oh yeah, so what are they? Yeah, about 350 quid. That what? What does Toman sell for my head? 325 quid of the mic I would normally use, and I think the headset version is probably about 400.
But that's just what we would call the chassis and the capsule. That's no.
That is just the capsule. Yeah. Yeah, or 4066 is like 500 quid. Yeah.
And I assume they have a very good sweat resistance.
No.
No,
Well,
really?
I mean, they're quite good, but no, sweat resilience of those. Well, do you want sweat resilience or do you want sound quality? If you want sweat resilience, then you go for Countryman, or a Countryman B3. You can dunk in a can of Coke. For an hour, take it out again. It sounds a bit bad. Dunk it in some water, dry it up, leave it dry for another hour. Pretty much sounds like it sounded when it was new.
My God.
So,
so is the SM58 of
yeah, I mean,
headset microphones?
Oh yeah, but the Countrymans are amazing for that. You basically, if you destroy them, then you are being really, really rough. But they're basically impossible to destroy.
Troll level rough. So
yeah, I mean, the only way to destroy them is to snip through them, pretty much.
But you say okay, you can get hardware resilience, or you can get quality. How bad those ones sound? Because you said they are better than the one you're using, and the one you're using sounds very, very good to me.
I mean, it's just far off from linearity, and it distorts very easily. It generally sounds very tinny. But I mean, again, for speech, it's probably fine.
Yeah. But for singing, a little like in
for,
red.
or well, it depends what you. But I mean, this doesn't have any LF. So if I'm doing my Barry White impression, because if you can't do. But this wouldn't work with anybody trying to sing in the chest voice.
Okay.
And also, what directionality changes with the cheaper one version. Again, with the DPA, it is quite a constant sensitivity of a full frequency response. Whereas with this one, towards the higher frequencies, it drops off quite significantly, which again is fine for this position, but depending how much it would be flopping around, it could be very annoying.
Get you. But you see, my question is always that whenever you hear people talking about there's two types of gear that are extremely hard to explain across: headphones and microphones. Because it's very easy to say, oh, this microphone is better than this one. But to my experience, sometimes the improvement is not that noticeable, and sometimes the improvement isn't something you don't really care about. So for some people, it's a better microphone because they care about that little improvement. For instance, for me, it's like I don't even hear the difference because I'm not looking for that particular difference. Yes, I'm going quieter. I don't know what's up. I'm not gonna troubleshoot. You see what I mean?
Yeah, it just well, it depends. Yeah, if you can't hear it when or you don't notice it or you don't care about it, then it evidently doesn't matter. If you do notice it, or then the problems become annoying. Or also there is a slight difference. So the frequency response, one of these might be fine, but imagine you'd have 25 of these live at one time, or in some way phasing with each other. At that point, you want high production quality of everything being coherent, and obviously those effects would, frequency response will definitely show through if there's generally something missing, or if you need to EQ something a certain way. You of course always run the risk that you overdo something and have distortion in that sort of sense.
Yeah, or just that you have the same model for 5 different singers with 5 different ranges and 5 different timbres. If the microphone cannot reach the particularities of each singer, you're done. It's like, okay, put it in the bin. Because the mix is never going to sound right. I get you.
No, but yeah, a very, very well designed generic Omni mic will work with anything. Yes, it will be omnidirectional, so you will have that problem, but it will sound good on anything. But it will also, if your room sounds terrible, it will sound terrible.
Oh yeah.
So you have
there's
all
no
those
escape
things.
in rooms.
Yeah, there's no escape of it. But certain designs will always work, and then you just get to the point eventually of, do you care about it being quieter? And what is the frequency response? Do you want to be able to go up to 50 kilohertz?
Yep.
And if you want to record a really quiet solo violin at 20 meters distance, your self-noise does become an issue.
Yeah, I get you. I mean, it's the tool for the job. I get it.
Hey, nice, Kent. Join the microphone suite.
Wait, what?
Sorry?
Kent, he's playing the microphone suite. Sounds good.
Oh.
No, sounds awesome. Sounds very good.
Oh, I don't know. I'm still trying to find. I'm finding the elusive chord. One day I'll find
Can't.
it.
Can you also find the brown note in the meantime?
Oh, I wish. I wish.
Isn't that the rhythm of the
That's-
CS80 it's for?
The one
that's-
excuse for the music
that's-
being shite is the brown note. Right?
Yeah, I
Nah.
tell you what. I tell you what. Most of them are brown notes, don't worry.
It's not about timbre. It's about It's about EQ. Kent, do you have any way to any means to record? I don't know, 1 hour at a time or a couple of hours at a time.
We called what, dear?
What you're playing, whatever you're playing.
Yeah, sometimes I do. I just put it on record and just play out stuff, and then I can go back and go, oh, I like that little bit.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's what I was trying to come
Yeah.
across. Yeah.
Yeah, but sometimes I always look for this where you get a chord that goes from one chord to another chord, and you go, oh, yeah. It's finding them.
Well, you just need to listen to some jazz.
Do you know what?
Jazz.
Yeah.
I would say that's the opposite.
No,
It's more like one chord to another chord.
Listen to
You
jazz.
listen to you listen to the wrong jazz. I mean, if you don't like jazz, you listen to the wrong jazz.
Yeah.
Obviously, if you don't like every jazz.
No, but seriously, that's the normal thing. Trying to find the right one for what might take the entire lifetime.
Yeah.
Oh yes.
Oh yeah.
It's like a haiku, like finding the perfect what is it? Cherry tree blossom flower, like in the film.
Yeah.
A lifetime effort, because at the end it's not about the tree giving you a perfect flower. It's about you appreciating the perfection on every flower. So it's not the tree that has to change.
Not
It's
every
you.
classical thing is great, and then you
What?
stumble across some Rococo, and you're like, oh boy.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. I mean, it's funny. Sometimes you hear some chord progressions in the weirdest places. I heard there was a chord progression on a Burt Camford record, and it was to a song called exactly.
Strangers in the Night.
No, good God, no. I think there's a song called Delicado, and there's some chords in that, and it was like, oh man, we can get that, grab that. But some of the chords, it's really hard. Yeah, but you tried finding the chords. You can find the chord, but you never quite find out where there's a staggered bass with it. It's of two notes, and it produces all these like subharmonics and stuff. It's just the way it worked, and it was like, oh yeah, that's.
I mean, but also with Camford, you're talking about an amazing arranger.
Yeah. Yeah, the strings, the string arrangements
in
on it are out of this fucking world. They really are.
And also somebody, well, back in the 50s and early 60s, at the forefront of recording technology.
Yeah, it's like that. It's like weirdly enough. I mean, if you listen to the chords of "All the Time in the World,"
Which I assume it's a song.
they are lovely chords.
James Bond.
Yeah.
You mean that? Yeah.
Yeah, and the chords in that, it's particularly certain chords and the way they work together and the way they can kind of lament on each other. And it's like, oh, do you know what? I'd like to be able to get a copy of that.
Or when it goes from world, my friend, that part.
Yeah, exactly. So if I could have a copy of it that doesn't have Louis Armstrong singing on it, don't have any of the, I don't even really need the rhythm guitar. Basically, what I want is the strings. You know, bass and strings and stuff.
But like half of it
you want a guy
automatically
going,
sounds like
Yeah, exactly. Now, when it's done, you know, purely as a string piece, I think he's probably driving a sports car near the coast, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
It's my favourite part of the film just because of the music playing. And it hasn't got anybody or anything interfering with it, if you see what I mean.
As much as I love that piece of music, though, I still think the main theme with the descending bass line of that film, which is it's the best that Barry ever wrote for Bond.
Yeah.
And it's among his best work.
Yeah.
As my favourite John Barry Bond film is still The Living Daylights, the last one he ever did.
Yeah, exactly.
Wasn't
I
that the
mean,
one with Bayaha?
Yeah, that was with Aha, with them not getting along with each other.
But I must admit, I like the way when David Allen took over and he tried to get the 60s feel back into them again. So, because he's done a great job on that.
Well, what's great about his one is, particularly when he started with Tomorrow Never Dies, it's 60s and it's 90s.
Yeah, yeah.
It is 60s and it's contemporary. I think that's what he managed really well.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, when they got Eric Serra for GoldenEye, they wanted Eric Serra, and he gave them Eric Serra, and then they complained that it's not Bond. Because, yes, you got what you wanted for, and you're complaining that what you wanted for is not
They made it sound like a
what you
movie,
want
yeah.
anymore. No, but he openly went into that. I mean, or what I find was funny, so many people are complaining like, oh, the Bond theme is barely in there. I mean, if you re-listen to the score, he probably has put the Bond theme in the most, even like the weird funk guitar music at the the Ferrari chase, the DB5 of the Ferrari near the opening. I think you have a Bond theme 5 times in that sequence. You might not notice it, but it's there a lot. I mean, of course, the whole way that GoldenEye starts with the Bond theme with the timpani is amazing. But I mean, generally, that score is bloody brilliant. But it's not what you... it's not what they wanted.
Yeah. Yeah, but the thing is that, as Ty will tell you, sometimes the directors really aren't the people who should be deciding what the music should be.
Well, in that case, more of a problem is that you have a producers deciding what it should be.
Yeah, sometimes that's worse, isn't it? But you always get this thing with now Hans does it now and again. He'll put a couple of chords together that really work. It's almost like he's found these 2 chords and they really work brilliantly, and then he just builds from them and puts everything to that one thing. So it's almost contrived so he can get to that chord progression deliberately.
Well, it's kind of how the Blade Runner soundtrack 2049 is. It's not really music; it's more soundscape.
Yeah. Yeah, but I mean, he said to me, he goes, there's no point in trying to copy it. 0 point in trying to copy the original.
Exactly. Yeah.
He said, so what you can do is get the essence and the feel of that.
It was a tall order. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it was a poison chalice.
But also, if you just look at the film, it works so much better with the whole visual aesthetic, that very ambient-y and slow thing. Whereas Vangelis' score works really well with the noir feel.
Yeah.
And obviously, Vangelis ultimately being very much a jazz person underneath, that works very well with the film noir aesthetic of the original.
Yeah.
Well, that was the ironic thing. There was more story in the second movie and less music, and vice versa.
Yeah. Mind you, they'd had quite a few years for people to go, so was he a replicant or not? And what is this? And what is that? And so they go, yeah, got time to sit and think about it before they write up the new script for it. But I mean, it's been left with another one is possible. But I haven't heard anything.
Oh, they could make a whole series if they wanted to, but
well, yeah, but I mean, make a proper third film, not like the way like Netflix will do a Star Wars series. Do you know what I mean?
Or Star Wars will do a Star Wars series, right?
Disney do a Star.
Yeah, the way
exactly.
The way Disney do it now, it's like, oh, for God's sake, what was it I said the other night? The guy who repaired speeders, a Star Wars story. Anything, just to...
Yeah, they're going to give that Cassian guy. It's like, what?
Who?
Well, I mean,
Cassian Andor is going to get a series. And it's like, what the hell?
Exactly. Who?
Yeah.
He's barely in it, and he's kind of an asshole. He's actually kind of a bad guy, not a hero.
Come on, give us a Lando series.
Ooh.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, no.
That
You
would
think?
be more interesting, at least. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, you think Disney has the exclusive on that? I just learned today, because basically trying to find something to watch. Well, yesterday trying to find something to watch in Amazon Prime or BBC iPlayer, because I know it's me. I'm the one that is fucked up in the head, but I don't like new films. Anything made in the 10s and 20s. I don't like them. Everything is hopeless.
Some can be
Everything is
retro,
green.
but yeah, a lot of times they're crap.
Apart from well done or bad done, the stories they tell me, A, they're rehashed all the time. B, they're rehashed on a darker way, but not dark in it's thrilling, it's intriguing, it's scary, but at the end everything is fine. No, on everything I knew is newer than, I don't know, 10 years or 15 years old.
Well, it's all derivative now, unfortunately. Everyone's out of good ideas. So
No,
Yeah.
sometimes you can even find good ideas, but it's a good idea about slaughters, everybody dies, and at the end of the film, there's no hope. Because if
that's just
only
modern
one
life.
of them survives,
Yes.
exactly, but that's why I watch films, because I'm fed up
escape,
of modern
exactly,
of real life. If I want real life, I just walk up at the door.
But the Star Wars stuff is really sad. I'd rather watch a Cy Snoodles show than a Cassian Endor show.
Yeah.
As I said, you think if you think Disney has the exclusive on that, good. The only thing that I found that I would enjoy was How to Train Your Dragon. You know that one,
Yeah.
right? You think it's 3 films, right? No. 3 films, 7 TV shows, 4 short films, basically, and
What's
it's
that?
all one
That-
single timeline. It's film, TV show, so film, TV show, TV show, TV, film, TV show, TV show, TV show, film, TV show on a different channel, TV show, film, and yes, you can watch the films independently, but they're making reference to things that happen on the TV show, a little bit like
How to Train
Clone
Your
Wars.
Dragon is DreamWorks, isn't it?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah.
That's what I mean. You think Disney has the exclusive? No, mate.
Well, that's the
And
idea. If it's
don't
worth
get me
doing, it's worth
started.
overdoing. Yeah. It's,
Don't get me started on open endings. I want to shoot every film with an open ending. It gets so much on my nerves that if I know it might have one, I
don't
won't
watch the old
even watch the
cliffhangers then,
film.
because those will kill you.
Exactly. That's why I don't watch any show that is actually being broadcasted. I wait till they finish and then I binge watch them. Because I can take it. I don't want it. That's unpleasant.
And if there's a cliffhanger to the next season,
I mean,
Once
Star
again,
Wars was built on Flash
I don't
Gordon's
watch them
ideas,
until
and
it's
cliffhanger,
been-
cliffhanger.
I don't watch them until it's finished, like in a year finished. And if the last episode was meant to be a cliffhanger for the next season and the next season never come, I just curse them for life.
but like, what cliffhanger is there in the original Star Wars? Darth Vader surviving is that, or I mean that's like the only cliffhanger.
The end of the second one was a cliffhanger, wasn't it?
Yeah, the end of the
Yeah,
second
you
one
mean
was on
Empire Strikes Back,
Ish, yeah.
definitely, but the original Star Wars,
No,
the
because
closest to a cliffhanger you have is that Darth Vader survives.
yeah, because
Yeah.
I assume they never had. Lucas never had hope that the studio would film it in the first place.
It's true,
Then
but
he
once you
learned
found
that-
out that he wanted to do Flash Gordon first and couldn't get it, and he did Star Wars instead,
Okay.
you knew
I
if
never
it was
knew that.
successful, he's going to do fucking serials.
Yeah.
So
Oh, talking about
Yeah, we now you're
sorry,
getting into the area of my absolute bugbear.
which is
Which
Tim
is-
Cameron,
Yeah, which is Cameron doing fucking
Avatar 10,
doing what's the because they're doing a second one now, aren't they?
Avatar.
never-
Avatar 2 and 3 are
Avatar.
finally.
Bloody
If you look at
Avatar.
IMDb, they already have a bunch planned out. So
Yeah, but he did Avatar instead of Ringworld. Oi.
I don't know Ringworld.
Then you haven't lived, my friend.
Okay.
You gotta go and
I
get,
take it
go
from
and-
you.
Go and get 3 copies or 4.
Not gonna happen.
I don't know
because
how
I
many
have to
books
pay
it
for
is
those
now.
ones.
Get an audio book. That's the best way.
Okay.
Except
I
that
mean,
well,
Halo is kind of like Ringworld, right? It's kind of a similar idea.
Hello, the video game.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's nicked from Ringworld.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, by
All
what?
right.
Was it about by 30 years, 40 years or so?
That's what I figured. Yeah.
But except Ringworld's much bigger anyway.
Yeah.
So
But I mean, you said, but then also Star Wars is just nicked from Dune and 40s swashbuckling
So much
films.
stuff was stolen. Yeah.
yeah, it's a bit of
No, but that's all
pirates.
Star Wars is swashbuckling films and
Yeah.
Dune combined. That's all it is.
Just like all the D&D stuff was stolen from Tolkien.
Yeah, I mean, if Star Wars had Han Solo going, "Har, har, Jim lad, har," you pretty much got it. Hadn't you? So, I wonder if it would have worked better that way. Nah, probably not. Thinking about it.
Notice nobody ripped off Tom Bombadil.
Yeah.
Not even Peter Jackson. They didn't put him in the movie. He's in the
I must
video
admit,
game.
though,
If you play
I
one of
must
the video
admit,
games, isn't there?
the Lord of the Rings films were much better than I thought they were going to be.
Oh, they're amazing.
Yeah.
Even the new one looks good. I'm not sure about the story at this point, but the new one on Amazon, I saw the first 2 episodes. It looks nice.
I
it
heard
has-
it was hard work.
Yeah, I mean, they
Have
spent
you
$1
ever
billion
tried?
on
Have
it.
you
so
ever
it better
tried
be
to
good.
read Tolkien?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I tried many times and never passed the 6th page.
He's very wordy, yes.
Yeah, it is a wordy book.
Also,
Understatement.
So Stephen King, though, he spends hours describing some small thing. So
And yet still more believable than the Bible.
but like
too many authors, that's why. You know.
But when I started reading Dune, everybody was like, "Oh, but it's really." Everybody says it's like really hard work, and I mean, yeah, the first few pages, you might occasionally go back to the glossary because rather than spending
Yeah.
time trying to explain everything, it's just here are all the words, and they're explained a bit occasionally. But I mean, it makes the reading more fluid that there isn't an hour of explanation at the start, but it also makes it a bit weird of not knowing what the fuck is going on or what all these acronyms are supposed to mean.
Yeah.
But I mean, that's always the compromise with world building, though. As you said, Andy, with Stephen King spending 100 pages describing the world in the first place. Is that a better solution, or just hope that people get past the first 5 pages of not knowing what the fuck is going on?
Yeah. Oh, man.
Well, personally, I think at the moment, David Mitchell, he's probably the best at getting that balance right. Having nice amount of exposition, but also stuff happening.
Ooh. Yeah, big chords. Wide triads, always good. Always good to start with a wide triad. No. Round there, isn't it?
Somewhere there. There must be some chord there.
It's not bad for a £7 plug-in, is it?
At all. Not that at all.
So, and the good thing is you can just keep adding pads to it and it just gets more and more bloody polyphony.
Yeah, I forgot the first lesson. Reverb.
Just have it permanently on, mate, like me. Oh, pardon me. Oh, pardon me again. Big cold. Right, going to do myself a cough tag.
What library is that? What string library is that?
It's called. It's not even strings, would you believe it? It's called Pad Library.
Oh,
I think there's a newer version of it that came out.
who makes it?
Oh, good question. It's one of those contact libraries that just appears as a folder on the drive, and you have to add it from the folder.
So it came with an I, basically.
I bought this separately, would you believe? But for the life of me, can't remember who.
Do you ever go to Piano Book and get his free contact libraries? He's got some great ones on there.
Oh yeah, there's some stuff from yesteryear. It's sort of like, holy crap!
Amazing stuff on there.
Yeah.
Percussion things, ethnic instruments. There's a sampled Steinway grand piano.
Yeah. Now I think. Let me have a look, see if I can find it.
I found a great bouzouki library in there. I used on the last couple hardware jams. I love the bouzouki sound.
See if I can find it.
My problem with bouzouki is the only thing I can think of is the keys drop sketch.
Well, that's just like that way. I was playing it more like a kind of more like a hammered dulcimer.
Right, here you go. It's called. Its new iteration of it is Bronze Pad Factory.
Yeah.
And it's by CL
On the
Project.
repository, it's a separate place.
Yeah.
Is it too loud?
It's by CL Projects, and it's £7.19. And there's about 90 pads in it, but they're all. There's also presets where they're all mixed. In
Bronze.
ways.
What is it? Bronze
Bronze Pad Factory.
Yeah, I'll check it out.
By CL Projects.
Am I too loud?
No, I
There
don't know.
it is.
Give us a chord.
CL Projects.
Yeah, it's not too bad. It won't work in Contact Player, though.
Yeah, I always use the full one. Have you ever used a Contact Hub? Now they're a different name.
No.
Contact Hub, they became a different name. I have to find the damn name because last time I tried to buy some, it redirected me. But it's a bunch of guys. They have like choir libraries, sound effects libraries, even some of the Hans Zimmer, Brahms, and all kind of stuff libraries.
Oh, right, okay.
And
No,
good stuff.
I tell you what, they do a complete collection, big bundle, which has an absolute bucket of stuff in it.
Yeah.
Including one called the JD850, Triodes, Saffron. There's Bronze Pad Library, Silver Pad Library, Golden Pad Library, Via Logic.
Contact Hub became Loot Audio.
Yeah. Okay.
Loot Audio.
Yeah, Loot Audio rings bells.
Yeah, so that merged into Loot Audio now.
Yeah. And
They have some good stuff there.
Well, this pad library's the collection thing, which is about 11 instruments altogether. It's 155 quid.
Wow.
Yeah, but you get a.
The nice thing about Loot Audio is you get points when you buy stuff. So
yeah,
you can apply.
Yeah,
them.
this is at Loot Audio, so it's get like 18 credits if you buy.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. So you build up a credit. I would probably have to sign in to find out if I actually own it. If I actually have credits. Oh, hang on a minute.
Yeah, it's a cool place. I've been getting stuff there long before I got the proper contact. I had a cracked contact.
Yeah, I've just signed in. I have 2 products that was free with the order sitting there that I haven't downloaded yet. There you go. Yeah. Make a note of that one, Kent. Right.
Eddie,
we'll
that's a
come back
tiny
to
bit
that.
loud.
It's too loud, right?
Just a tiny bit, yeah.
Quartz.
Yeah, I've got so many libraries in Contact Hub. I gotta go back and explore them.
Yeah, yeah.
One
You
was like
actually
a-
need a database now to know what you've got.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One was a voice library. It was kind of like what's that female card library that's so famous in Eastern Europe? It's,
From Eastern Europe.
yeah, it's
What?
a very famous style of female choir. Hey, Dave.
Ah,
Hey,
God, what is that thing called? They use a lot of movies. It's very trendy for a while. Movies and commercials.
You feeling all right, David?
what's that?
Are you feeling all right?
Oh, I feel horrible. Thank you.
why?
for
What's that, bud?
Sorry, but you look like.
Yeah, I got some kind of. Whenever I travel, for some reason, I get immediately, and luckily it's not testing as COVID. I've done a few rounds of it, so. But yeah.
How do you travel? Car, train, plane?
Plane? Yeah.
Plane.
I think it's just.
Recycle air.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say air conditioning.
No, but it's completely fresh air all the time. The air filters are so great. You can't get any diseases, right? Right?
Oh.
Yeah, sure.
That's only if
Yeah.
they actually change
It's
the
a
air
Bulgarian
filters on
choir.
every landing.
You guys heard
Oh,
the Bulgarian
yes.
Women's Choir? Yeah.
Yeah, yes, I know that one. Yes.
Well, so it immediately sounds like Avatar with a Bulgarian choir.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
It's been kind of overused, but it's a cool sound.
Yeah.
Hey, Andy.
Honey, you
I
say
was-
Bulgarian choir, and I think Ghost in the Shell.
I'm not surprised. It's everywhere.
Yeah. Were you going to say, Dave?
I was going to say I got to experience Sacramento heat yesterday. I think it was like 106 degrees.
Oh yeah, there's a heat wave now. Yeah.
Oh, it's just brown everywhere. It's really creepy. But
Sacramento's
Why do you think I moved from Spain?
weather, so.
yeah, pretty much a desert, right? Would be a desert if
Yeah, UC Davis is kind of middle of a wasteland.
yeah.
So it's kind of weird. I've visited several times there. I'm glad I didn't go to school here. It's a shit campus.
Yeah, it's not.
Okay.
You know, it. Well, at least it's sunny. You know, hey,
Well, that's something.
I don't
I
get.
see you sunny and I take cloudy with drizzles all day long.
Yes, very much so. Yeah.
As I said, I got raised on a quasi-desertic country. No, I don't want that anymore. Farther away from me, the better.
No, I don't.
What's the key?
No. Oh, I don't know.
Only white keys? Any black
No,
keys?
there were some black ones in there as well for balance.
Oh,
Yeah, I had this before. I had a guy, we were doing some writing together, and he goes, "Oh, that's a nice chord. What is it?" I go, "It's those notes." Must learn them one day. Do you know what I mean?
Well, if you tell me which black ones, I can tell you the key.
I can't remember what the chord was now.
Let's play it again.
Exactly.
Yeah, but what was it I played?
Don't look at it. Don't look at it. Play by ear.
I honestly can't remember what it was I just played.
Put the
Something.
fingers down again. Listen to what it comes, and you'll find it again by ear. Don't look at it.
or
Look
just
at it. You're gonna get stressed.
rewind the show.
Was it that? No. Okay, so that's D sharp GC with a D sharp bass.
That could be C minor.
Yeah, but it's a C minor of an E flat.
Yeah.
I mean, the key in C minor.
Well, I don't know. I'm going to go.
Sounds like C minor to me.
Well, it doesn't surprise me because apparently everything I do starts in C minor. So.
Yeah, because that's the key that resonates with you. That's
Yeah, that and A.
Nothing bad about it.
No, because C minor is the best to get to the. You can get the lowest note on a keyboard. That isn't.
Yeah. Because I like to have
My
the bottom
lowest
A.
note is an A.
Yes, on a real piano keyboard, but if you only have a shorter keyboard available to you, then and you want to be in minor, C minor quickly becomes the only option.
Yeah. They'll go down to C.
Oh, right, let's go and do myself this coffee.
Have fun there, David.
Ooh. Is that you, Robert? Oh, it's almost Phantom.
David, what'd you do in Sacramento?
What's that?
What did you do in Sacramento?
Oh, family. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Did you travel around too much?
A little bit. A little bit.
Did you go to Old Town?
Not this time, but I've been there.
Yeah.
I do like it. I've been there.
Kind of a tourist trap, but it's fun to go check it out.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. No, we stayed pretty much. We're actually down in San Jose now, briefly, but probably not that long. We're gonna roll out soon.
San Jose. Robert, I meant that whatever you were playing sounded to me like the main theme for the film Phantom. Or is it Phantom? No, I think it's Phantom.
Never seen film.
I might be getting the name wrong. It was a horror film on the 80s that basically there was an alien race on a haunted house kidnapping people to send them to their planet through a portal, and there was a shiny ball with
Phantasm.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you.
Don Coscarelli.
That's the one.
I mean, the description of a portal already sounded enough like a lovely 80s B movie.
Yeah.
Yes.
It has the tall man who can lift up the coffin by himself. Yes.
Exactly. That's the one. I mean, because I watched it in the cinema when I shouldn't have. I didn't have the age for it. That film haunted my dreams for at least 2 decades.
It's pretty effective. The sequel is very cheesy, but still fun. So
okay. I had enough with the first. I don't dare to watch that one again. I'm
still
still scared
fun
of it.
Stuff in it, actually. Yeah. There's different balls with different tools.
No, I think it's the same one. It just takes the tool in and out when required.
No, I think they're different ones because he has a case he opens up and they have different.
Okay.
So one has
I
a
was
drill.
probably covering my eyes
one has like a laser thing in it.
Not in the first.
Yeah,
No,
it's the sequel. This is the sequel.
Yeah. No. In the first, it was the same ball. It just had either the forks, or when it got the fork, then it got it on your head, and then it was a drill.
Yeah, right.
Ugh.
Yeah.
And I think I was 6 years old when I watched that.
It's cool because there's a whole giant stream of blood coming out of the head. It's really funny.
Yeah.
I would say if he sealed it up, that might be what happened to me. Jeez.
Ouch.
Phantasm in San Jose.
Well, what's funny is it turns out there's some little like squashed people in the ball. You know,
On the ball,
the ball is a life form basically.
the squash people were into
Yeah, there's little troll people that are in the little like a Jawa. They look like Jawas.
Yes.
Those are people that they buried, and they crushed them in his little process he uses, and he sends them out as slaves to his other planet. I think it's supposed to be like Jupiter or something like that.
And to save them, he has to take regular sized corpses, bring them back to life, and
Squash
make
them
them.
down.
So
And they're super
would
strong. Yeah.
Because of the high gravity of the planet, so they have to make them shorter so they would withstand the gravity, but not inside the ball. The ball is like this big.
Well, they open the ball later. There's like a little brain in there or something like that. So.
Okay, probably, yeah. A little brain, yeah.
Yeah.
I would get that. Computers, huh? No, but that thing sounded good. And I think was it possible that they use the same piano melody for The Exorcist?
Yeah, it's a takeoff on the.
Dun, 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 dun.
But Exorcist was just super bass.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
It's like part Tubular Bells, part Halloween theme.
Okay.
What? What was it?
But the movie was made with an incredibly small budget.
I mean, don't get me wrong. All the films I love from the 80s were made, even more if you compare it with nowadays films, made with no money.
Like the first Evil Dead was actually shot on 16mm and blown up.
Evil Dead?
Oh, you haven't seen Evil Dead? That's a classic.
Yeah, I keep forgetting you're into horror films.
Army of Darkness, the whole series is great.
Mm. I don't know why I have these fond memories of a very, very, very cheesy film called Quicksilver. Kevin Bacon.
Oh yeah, the bicycle messaging guys. Yeah.
Because of the racing and the bicycle. And
it was a big rental. When I worked at the video store, it was popular rental.
And trust me, the story is formulaic. It's not very well told. The
rip off of Breaking Away. You ever see Breaking Away, the bicycle race movie?
No.
Yeah, late 70s, early.
Mm-hmm.
God, who the hell's in that Breaking Away? They became famous later, but they were nobodies back then.
They all were nobodies back then.
Italian. He starts talking with an Italian accent because he wants to be a bicyclist, and he wears the Italian bike clothes.
Mm-hmm. Okay, and, another point. I might have watched it with a different title.
Yeah.
We changed every title down there. And I was saying about the budget for the films. The other day, just because I wanted to check some stuff on IMDb, I checked the budget for, I think it's probably Star Wars, one of the last Star Wars or one of the middle Star Wars, something like that, one of those blockbusters. Just the budget that the amount they claim the film costed is outrageous. Like in I don't know,
it's tiny. Yeah.
No. It's outrageously big, like huge. I don't tens of millions or hundreds of millions, $100 million, something like that. But then you watch what they got and how fast they got it. One of them got 10% more than the investment on the first weekend. One of those big CGI films, they cost a stupid amount of money to make, and they got it back just on the first release weekend, the first week in the cinemas worldwide. And it's been getting money back for the next 5 or 10 years. So it has, I think it's multiplied times 5 the investment.
Yeah, it happened.
And then I go, and then why the fuck are they complaining about people pirating films? People
because they still want more money.
They want
exactly,
more money,
but
and it's the
how
principle.
much more, mate? Because we're not talking about on the order of thousands. We're talking on the order of millions of dollars.
Well,
it's like they invest 50 million.
You've got to make the next one, haven't you? You've got to have the money.
Yeah, but
for the
they
next
invest 50 million on making it. They get 60 million in the first weekend, and from then on, they got, I think they got out to 120 millions total. How much more they want? And that's with piracy.
Well, more. Infinite
Of course they
growth,
want more, but
do you not understand hypercapitalism?
I
There's
do
no little.
understand. I don't
There's-
agree. I do understand
Yeah,
capitalism
but,
and greed.
No, particularly hypercapitalism. There's no lid over top. Just keep going more.
Yeah, the problem is they don't realize that more means that somebody has nothing.
Well,
them
we
to
do
have
understand
more.
that. If I do understand that, we just don't give a shit.
Exactly, but that's my point. I might be alone, but that's my point. It's like, dude, it's not that you're losing money. It's that you just can't light your cigarettes with $100 bills anymore. Hoo. Some of the people who are investing, I don't know, 15 euros in your film doesn't even have 100 euros to buy food this month. It's like, dude, get a grip.
I don't know. It's all true.
So I'm sorry, I'm not gonna do any piracy, but I'm not gonna cry for the spilled milk from Hollywood. I don't buy that story anymore.
Well, even some of the sports stuff is even more just disgusting. I'd be honest, and they control everything. You can't watch a local team. They black out things. They charge their everything. The jerseys are all the apparel is just.
You can't even say Super Bowl without getting a fine.
Yeah,
Exactly. Have you seen the ciphers for how much soccer moves in Spain?
I can't imagine. Yeah.
We're talking a country with a 35% unemployment.
Yeah, no, I get it.
And a country where retired people must dig their food from the garbage cans or else they won't eat at all in the whole month.
Yeah.
And we're paying one soccer player up to 3 million for one single match. 3 million euros. Sorry, no commiseration from me. That ship is gone.
Yeah, it's terrible. Hey,
Mr. Puricelli. What?
Hey.
What? Oh, okay, I thought you were.
Whatever.
Gang
You were
signs.
Whatever.
Yeah. It's like the movie Colors. He's throwing gang signs.
careful.
Rob.
He doesn't even know he's doing gang signs. That's what's so cool about it.
What are these gangs you speak of?
He's like,
We only have the family.
Exactly.
It's all about family.
Ma che cosa ti parlare?
Italiano.
Italiano. Yeah, that's a good question. Are you fluent in Italian?
I used to be.
Okay. It's one of those, is it?
No, when my nonna lived with us in the 1970s, and all was ever spoken around the house. Yeah, I was fluent, and then she moved back to Italy, and it all started to slip away.
Well,
And,
Italian isn't actually a language, is it? It's it's not words. It's sign language. It's all.
che cosa?
What
Che
we're doing,
cosa?
Hey,
Che cosa
hey.
ti dice?
Yeah.
But I'll tell you what, when I go back home, by the end of like the second week, it all starts to come back.
It's
And
still
then
in there.
I'm going home.
Yeah.
I did that once. We drove there and we were coming back, and we got into Besançon in France. We sat down at the restaurant to have some dinner, and I ordered everything in Italian, and the waitress is looking at me like, what the fuck? I'm like, oh shit, yeah, we're in France now.
Hey,
I'd forgotten all my French, yeah.
Yeah.
Excuse my French.
Yeah, quite.
It's like when I went to Ireland 2 weeks and I came back and I was able to say fluently "up your ass" in Gaelic.
14 pop sides?
Whoop.
Pokemathon. Pokemathon.
Poke my hand, yeah.
Yeah.
That's like the important Welsh alert. 14 pop sides.
Was this when I thought when what was that so-called rapper superstar Pogue Mahone?
Yeah.
I'm thinking, well, your name just basically means up my arse.
Yeah, it's up my hole, poke my phone. Yeah, so, yes, there you go.
Who'd have thunk? Who'd have thunk? Well, I had a bit of culture tonight.
Oh, did you now?
Yeah, tub of yogurt.
Oh, steady. Hey, but a blumchish. Push the button for Christ's sake.
Went to see a bit of poetry.
Oh, okay.
Did you go to see poetry? Or did you go to hear poetry?
Because you go to hear poetry.
Well, but it's a performance, isn't it?
Yeah.
What
Certainly
type
the
of
two
performance
guys.
can you?
There's two guys I saw, Mike Gary and John Cooper Clarke. Sorry, Dr. John Cooper Clarke.
Yeah.
What was it? Some nice sexual poetry, or because boring?
No, it was proper. How should we say, socio-political poetry? Yeah, it's very good. You know, it's very good. Mike Gary is. I've known of his work for a while, but to see him in person, he's proper good. John Cooper Clarke is like, you know, as old as the hills, is a legend, and it's all we know. It was great to actually tick that box to say I've seen John Cooper Clarke, and I have, and I've witnessed him perform the legendary "Twat," which is a brilliant poem, as is evidently Chicken Town, and Beasley Road, and all these others that he's done. It's just great to see him do those. But yeah, I was really impressed with Mike Gary, and Mike Gary was incredibly impressed with my wife.
Whoa.
Because she went at the interval, she went to buy a couple of his books, and he said something along the lines of, "Oh, I saw you coming up. I think you look stunning," which she did. I mean, you know, she did. She's my wife, of course. But I'm thinking, and she comes back, she says, "Oh, I think I've pulled."
He doesn't know you're Italian, right?
Yeah, well, he saw me in the front row because we were in the front row, so he saw what he was up against and knew he had a chance. So.
Okay.
No, he doesn't. I don't think he has.
You didn't put on your leather jacket and start posturing?
No, yeah, no. I just sat there and admired and clapped.
So,
Some reason that.
Good. Yeah, go ahead, David.
Oh, I was saying, for some reason that reminded me of Eddie Murphy's "Kill My Landlord." You know, you know, like the night "Kill My Landlord."
Yeah, something about his window, break his neck. Yeah, right.
Did he play? Landlord, kill my landlord. That's so brilliant.
Suppose it's CILL, my landlord.
Yeah, CILL, my landlord. I had thought about that in a long time.
Andy, while I remember, are you any good with corrupt SD cards?
Like images and stuff, just pulling images off?
No. This is the thing. The data I could not give a monkey's back because I backed it all up. But I've got this SD card that now every time I delete the data, it looks like it goes away. And then when you go back into the thing, it's all there still. Even when I empty the trash can and reboot and everything.
How old is this SD card?
A couple of years.
I would get another one. I wouldn't use flaky stuff like that.
Well,
you could reformat it. It looks fine. You could do whatever, but
I can't even do that. I can't even reformat it. It won't let me reformat it. On the occasions it does, I try and reformat it. I give it like a not a blank name, but just like untitled or something, and it will only do it in Mac OS journaled, and then it comes back.
Will it do exFAT or anything?
I've tried to format it in exFAT, NTFS, APFS, and all the other things, and it just won't budge. And yet the data I can still get at the data, even though I've deleted the data, emptied the trash can, rebooted the thing. So right now I've got this is my old MacBook Pro, which I'm just trying to sort out for my son. And what I had in there was one of these Transcend SD cards that sits nice and flush in there. So it's 256 gig, lots of space for him to put stuff on. And I just wanted to take all my rubbish off there, which I did, and put it onto a USB drive. And then I thought, well, I'll just wipe it, and deleted all the stuff. And I noticed it'll come back again. And No idea. And I've done it
There's
in
some weird
multiple
low-level utilities you can use, but even those aren't necessarily the best course of action. I
Well,
would
I've
say if
tried
it's
using-
flaky and you don't really need it, and they're not that expensive, I would just get another one.
Well, those Transcend ones are quite because they're custom for the MacBook.
Yeah,
they're
no,
like
it's
half
yeah,
width, you know.
yeah.
But I tried using disk utils in Mac OS. I tried using fixed disk and check disk in Windows. I've tried it on Windows and Mac. I've tried it. You can't format in an iPad, so I couldn't try that. And of course, I can't stick it in something like a camera to try and force something through that because it's a half depth card and it just won't fit in. So
have you tried writing on top?
Yeah, it's just
got a magnet.
Every time I see flaky media like that, I write it off as soon as I can because you don't want to trust it later, and then all of a sudden it's not working when you really need it.
I mean, I haven't got to trust it. And the only reason I bought it was when I first got that MacBook Pro, it only got a 128 gig SSD system drive. And I thought, quick and easy way to get me some extra storage, I'll get one of those cards, and it fine. But now I've put a 1 terabyte SSD in there. It's got loads of room. But I just thought, giving it to Son for his sixth form studies, give him some extra space. But it's been doing my head in. And I left it doing a format. I thought, I'm going out tonight. I'll set it off before I go. And I've been out for like 5 hours, and I come home and it's still trying to initialize partitions or something.
There's also a known problem. If you go like to Amazon and other places and look at reviews on various cards, and a lot of the cheaper ones, the deals are too good to be true. You'll see tons of people complaining about locked volumes because the flaky ones tend to just lock because they're just shit media.
Well, this is a Transcend, so it's quite a decent make.
It's better, but it's not as good as like a SanDisk or.
It's not a SanDisk,
yeah, but I would. When you get those custom ones, that's why I don't get too much fancy stuff like that. Because
I just didn't want something. It's a MacBook. It's nice and slim. I didn't want anything kind of sticking out. But
they're cool. But I would say it's suspect and not trust it.
I think it's got a fairly decent warranty on it, so I'll email Transcend.
Yeah, if you're covered, that's good.
Yeah. But in other news, new M1 MacBook Pro. Oh, and it's space grey as well. It's lovely.
14-inch?
13.
13.
Yeah, 13. 13 is actually. I thought it would be too small when I got that one, and since I've had that one, it's fine. Don't really notice it. Yeah.
You're not using glasses, are you?
Sorry.
You don't use glasses, do you? For reading?
Oh yeah, I'm reading computers, long distance. These are triple varifocals.
I only use them for seeing.
Yes, that's No, it's not. It's honestly, it's not small. I mean, I don't watch movies on it. No, I don't do huge amounts of video or audio editing on it. But it's perfectly fine for
my fear is that what I want to do is things like VCP Rack or Cubase in it, and I'm using a 45, and I still think it's small.
No, I use Logic on this. It's lovely. It's fine. Everything's proportionate.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. Everything's too small.
Is your mate there? Look.
I know that they made them that small just for battery life's sake, but I'm used to 17 inches and the 19 inches. There's no way to buy that on a reasonable price.
For good old 17-inch MacBook Pro. But
no Mac. Any laptop.
I had a
13 years ago.
I had a 17-inch Gateway 9930, I think it was, which was big ass.
Oh, it's like the desktop replacement laptops.
Yeah. That's what they gave us at work. And then when Gateway was shutting down, because I was working at Gateway, they said, "Oh, you can have anything in the showroom at stupid discount." And I went to, they actually brought out, I think it was the 3300, which was this little 12-inch screen, I want to say, little silver thing. It was kind of a precursor to what we see today in these things. It had no drives in them. All the drives were external. You had to plug them in, and but it was sexy. And I had the choice between one of those and the latest version of the big desktop replacement, and I went for the pretty one. And unfortunately, the hinge started to go after a while, and I knew that the other one was bulletproof, and I kicked myself. But no, 13 inches does me. So There you go.
In a pinch, you can put a Fresnel lens in front of it. So,
Like in Brazil.
like the movie Brazil.
No, I mean, I can plug it into to a whole host of monitors, but actually, where is Wagyu in the chat?
I saw him. Yeah, he was there.
He was, but he hasn't been
I said,
active for a while.
maybe he knows something about fixing. Yeah, Paul, I told us, Wagyu, get your software off Robbie's drive. That's what it is. He won't let me delete the spyware.
Spyware.
No, I'm last resort now. I'm in disk utility in recovery mode to see if that will do it, and if that doesn't do it, then it's going in the bin.
Yeah, anything questionable like that, you could probably use a tool on it.
I mean, there's some forms of Unix tools should probably be able to just force wipe it.
Well, that's the thing.
Question of whether you could partition it again in Mac afterwards.
Yeah. So I've just erased and done a quick format on it in there, and I gave it a completely different name just to prove, to show me that it had actually gone through, and it says it's done it, but it still says there's 13 gig of data on there, and the name has stayed the same. So it didn't erase and it didn't reformat. It's just, but it's telling me it has.
30 seconds in a microwave, that'll do it.
Yeah.
Poor microwave.
You run first aid on it, and it all comes back, normal.
Anybody knows how to make a portable PM? EMP?
No. Although I can cook up a fart that can knock out electromagnetic things for a small radius.
Baked beans. Yeah. 3 tins of baked beans will do it.
Oh, don't need 3. My age. You know what they say? Once you get past 50, you start rotting on the inside, and your farts smell bad, your breath smells bad.
God, I've been 50 for the last 20 years.
That's right.
Well, you know you're getting old when you do a big fart and it smells exactly the same as the meal that you had 3 hours ago. Yeah.
I have an Indian restaurant
now you know you're close to death.
Goes out much the way it came in.
15 seconds dribbles out.
Yeah.
Ouch.
Go for shit and they go, that's broccoli. That is definitely that's a floret of broccoli. That can't be good.
The food's coming right back at your ass.
Didn't even touch the sides, did it?
Well, I think
practice your accuracy. Put it back on the plate in the order it came with. Oh, man.
Hey, dogs gladly do that, so why not?
Barf.
Right?
Oh.
God.
Oh, line in the sand, cross over it, take a little dance.
Talking about poetry, what is your opinion about Tim Minchin?
Oh, genius.
Oh,
yeah. Easy.
Storm, what a great beat poem. Or Mitsubishi Cold.
Yeah, unmitigated genius.
But I think Storm is definitely one of his greatest poems.
I mean, he got me with the song,
of Pope song.
The fucking.
Yeah, the Pope song.
The Pope, yeah. He got me with that one. Like,
mind you, there's always Joey Wilkinson's poem. Remember Joey Wilkinson's poem?
Go on, I can't remember it.
It's about, what was it about? Being in a urinal and naming the penises of the people next to you.
Yes.
Fake.
Yeah.
That sounds dangerous.
Oh, it's fucking funny, I know
that. I bet it is.
Come on, you bastard. Sorry. It's not doing it.
Why does it smell good going in but horrible coming out? Well, when you get really old, it smells exactly the same as what it did going in as it does coming out. That's when you know you're at the end. No, it's Dr. Sense asking.
Okay.
He's a doctor. He should know.
He should know. Yeah.
Hey, Rob, I put in the chat an article from Transcend about. It mostly mentions that little switch. You haven't toggled that switch by accident, have you? To lock it?
What, on the card?
Yeah.
There is no switch on this card.
Are you sure? Because if it's an SD card, it should have always a switch somewhere.
No, it's. Let me just.
But otherwise, they mention some stuff in there or send it back to the retailer.
Yeah.
That's from Transcend. So,
well, it's bad if you can rename the label, but the data's still there.
yeah.
In terms of doing a format.
This you're not going to see it on here, but focus is not. There is no physical switch on this. It's like a half pitch sort of thing.
Oh, it's a little guy.
Yeah.
It's not an SD. It's another type.
No, it's an SD card. It's just a half pitch. It's only the bit you don't need on the bottom end. They cut it to size so that when you fit it into a MacBook
flush.
Pro, it sits flush. Yeah.
Oh, so maybe it's a software lock or something.
Well, they do have an app.
Yeah, they mentioned the app in this little thing too.
And so I put that, open that up, and it sees the card, and every time I try and do anything with it, it just says error. So there's something fundamentally wrong on the card. But
yeah, exactly. Yeah. If it's out of warranty, just step on it.
Yeah.
Shame because let me see how much they are now. That's
why I never bought anything fancy like that, because all SD cards fail quicker than they should.
Well, so when the guy I bought this MacBook Pro off sent it with not one of these.
Poetry.
Yeah, he sent it with something very similar to this that was an actual caddy, and you put a micro SD card inside it. And then So and that sits flush, and it was all very nice, but it wasn't. I guess it wasn't thick enough, because it would just like unmount itself and then remount itself if you wiggled it a little bit. So that's why I looked around and I read about this.
Yeah,
this is much better build, but it's obviously fixed capacity. So I got the biggest one that they did, which was 256 gig. But in the last 6 months, they've just released a 512 and a 1 terabyte. And I was going to go for the 1 terabyte until I got this new MacBook, which doesn't have an SD card. Actually, doesn't have any slots apart from 2 Thunderbolts. So I don't know what I'm going to do. I'll just have to.
Yeah, I get cheaper ones because I use them as Photoshop swap files,
and
they just get written to hell, and they don't last that long anyway. So
yeah. No, so this is. I mean, it doesn't get used that much. But it just seems to have shit the bed today. So,
oops.
So the 1 terabyte one's 175 quid.
What's the class on that one?
Again, it doesn't actually say. Well, it does.
Should be at least a class 4, but you want higher than that for throughput.
I only ever used it for storage. It was never, I never stored anything on there that I was dragging, like photos or music. It was just like, dumping stuff on there just to store. So the speed wasn't imperative, but
because a class 10, 1 terabyte, it's going to be pretty damn expensive.
Oh yeah, I've got class 10, 128 gig, I think, and that wasn't cheap. And the 64, I've got some SanDisk Extreme Pros, very good. I use those in my cameras. Yeah, this one's got a SanDisk Extreme Pro in it.
And some of the newer cameras that are like, was it 40 megapixels and higher and stuff? Those cards can't even keep up.
No, exactly. Yeah, 50 quid for another one of these. I think I'll just stick one of those adapted ones in. Oh well, never mind.
Never the mood.
I need to get this wiped and set up for him. But I have to say, this is my first foray into M1.
Yeah.
Very impressed. Very impressed.
It's like
and the battery. When I got this, it turned up with Big Sur, which was the last one. So the first thing it says to me is, do you want to upgrade to Monterey? And it's like, yeah, okay, I'll do that. It's like a 12.5 gig download. And I've got a pretty fast internet connection. That took a couple of minutes. And then, it was just like, it updated itself within, I don't know, not that long, about 10 minutes, I think.
Yeah.
And the battery, it was still like 90-something%.
When you started.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's still new.
Well, no, the battery life on this is 17 to 20 hours.
a lot better than the piece of shit 2019 Intel I have. That like you can't even browse the web for 2 hours.
I mean, this 2012 I've got that lasted okay. So I don't know. I've never really timed, but it never caused me any consternation. But this thing is just like, I guess, there's definitely improved battery tech in there, but of course the fact it's M1 means it's drawing a lot less power.
Yeah, I mean that's more of a problem with Intel, because the amount of heat, the amount of power they seem to directly convert to heat has gotten
Batteries
to
are
the
not really getting much better. Even more if the devices are smaller and smaller every time. Is the PCBs that are more and more efficient.
That's why Apple's calling it a notebook and not a laptop. It's too hot for your lap.
Yeah. And touch bar's a revelation.
The what?
The touch bar on this is a revelation.
Oh, yeah.
What's a touch bar?
What in being completely useless?
No.
And annoying not having a proper escape key.
No. Oh, it has got a proper escape key.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah, proper escape key, touch ID, touch bar at the top.
They're just dragging
Scissor
the damn
keyboard.
feed about the touch screen because they want to sell more iPads. So
Yeah. Well, it's not going to be long before these merge. I got a support email today for the Fairlight CMI app.
Oh,
Haven't had one of those in years. Does it work on an M1? And I said, funny you should ask that. I'm actually having an M1 delivered today. I'll tell you. And as soon as I got it. So the CMI iOS app from Peter Vogel Instruments works on an M1.
Rob, sorry, because of the last conversation about that documentary, I couldn't stop thinking about it.
Which documentary?
The one that needs to be made about.
The Fairlight one, yeah.
Fairlight. Have you considered your funding options?
Yes, I've spoken to people. I need a lot of money. I need to find people to give me a lot of money, whether that's crowdfunding or whether that's grants or whether that's just some wealthy benefactor. Yes, options have been considered.
First stone I would throw if I were you would be on the Thais direction.
The what, sorry?
The first stone I would throw if I were you would be on Thais direction.
Oh, I'd like to throw a lot of stones at Ty, but I'm not going to go cap in hand to the wealthiest man I know. No, I probably would.
But I wouldn't discard crowdfunding. And this guest co-host you had a couple of times, the guy who's writing the books about the synths?
Oh, Mike Metley.
I think he could help you introducing you to the right people. Plus, I would even tease or ask or beg the guy who did Bright Sparks.
Oh, I've spoken to Dave.
Do
you know how much money Dave? Do you know how much money he made from that?
I think he probably still owes £500,000 to
it was a massive negative sum. Is all I'm at liberty to say. And trust me, we have spoken at length about that kind of thing, and specifically the Fairlight thing. And if he could, I'm sure he would. But no, I've spoken to a number of people. I've spoken to Peter Vogel about it and about how we could do this in different ways. Because Peter's story in itself is a story. It's something that could be. There could be a dramatization of that, but
a few films or a 6-part series.
Well, yeah, I mean, this is the thing. Do you make a documentary movie, or do you then make an episodical thing that you could then stitch together and make into a movie? Do you start it as a book, maybe?
I mean, the NAM oral history is, in some ways, his and Kim Ryrie's oral history. That's like 2 hours each, which are very in depth. So probably, as much it would be nice to have like the 8-hour version. Probably the 2 to 3 hour version would suffice for putting all the things together nicely and neatly.
You could do it in an hour and a half.
It should be a CGI action thriller.
with spaceships and
Sadly,
shit.
Yeah,
Yes, it
yeah.
should.
Ryan Reynolds playing the
Peter Vogel.
Fairlight.
Oh right.
No, that's Brad Pitt. You need Brad Pitt for Peter Vogel.
Oh dear.
I just learned that Brad Pitt was the good guy in Megamind. Animation film. Megamind.
Yeah, I'm trying to remember it.
The blue guy with the big head.
Yeah. No, I'm just trying to remember the story.
Oh, it's bad guy, good guy. It's really interesting. But the superhero, the voice was Brad Pitt's.
Oh, okay.
Well, be.
Yeah.
I
think-
could not recognize him in a million years. Not even when I knew how Brad Pitt's voice actually sounded like. It doesn't like anything. Doesn't
Yeah,
sound.
it's like Brad Pitt in Deadpool 2, isn't it?
Is he?
Yeah. He's the one that gets electrocuted on the power cable.
I rate Brad Pitt. I like him.
He's alright. It's a good giggle.
Have you seen what's the the Tarantino Hollywood film? Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. Very good in that, but not as good as he is in Inglourious Bastards, which I think is one of his best. Or what's the one where he plays the guy in the gym? Oh, the Coen Brothers one. Oh fuck.
There's two ones I love from him, but I kind of,
In the gym.
I allow him to do 7, but I love him in 28 Monkeys, 12 Monkeys.
12 Monkeys, yeah.
I
Well, monkeys
Yeah.
fuck a lot, so I mean, it could be 28 pretty quickly.
No, it's 28 Monkeys is the sequel.
So 12 Monkeys is the one I think he was master acting in that, followed by Snatch.
Oh, Snatch was awful.
The film, but his
It
part
was
was
alright.
very
It was a
well.
good old romp.
Yeah.
I think Spy Game is one of his greatest, but that's maybe just because I love Robert Redford and them two
Girl.
together. Chris,
Fight Club is probably, I think, his greatest.
Really?
I think he's really, yeah. Fight Club's an amazing film. But I also think Meet Joe Black was very good and didn't get the, he's very good in that.
Oh, if you want to go down that route, an interview with a vampire. Exactly. That's
Burn
what I
After
think of him.
Reading, that's the one. Sorry, the one where he's the gym employee. He's doing that. Yeah, you watch it. It's great. It's Coen Brothers. It's fucking awesome.
Well, if it's that good, it's not gonna be for free in a couple of years. So remind me.
Oh, it's fairly old. Well, I say old. Probably in the last 15 years.
I was shocked. They want to charge me £6, buy only option, no renting for a never-ending story. No, sorry, I'm too poor for that shit.
well, Peter doesn't have just died, so of course they need to make money.
No, but I'm saying that streaming services like Amazon Prime, if the film has any traction at all, they would charge you as much as they can. Hence the never-ending story. When films way more modern and with more budget,
it
are for
doesn't
two-
work like
two
if
quid.
they charge a fixed price, then it is because the distributor or some rights holders haven't given it free for streaming, so they need to legally sell it. So they can't it can't be part of a normal streaming deal. Well, that's because film distribution is just a very weird business.
As where to make a 35-year-old film more expensive than a 5-year-old film.
Well, no, because it depends of the deals that are behind it. If there are
That's
some
my
old
point.
right holders, like in this case, Wolfgang Petersen, who I wouldn't consider the person who would have been the biggest advocate of streaming, at least for the last interview I've read with him, where that came up. So I wouldn't be surprised when he's refused, and then some other, I mean, probably the German Broadcasting ARD, who owned some parts of that film because they co-financed some parts of it, and all the other German film foundations which also co-financed it. I mean, if you have so many co-producers on something, the rides become a nightmare.
Okay.
So trying to get a deal for streaming is, is going to be hard.
Okay.
But Burn After Reading is £3.49 to rent on Amazon Prime.
Which one?
Burn After Reading, that Brad Pitt film that I said.
Okay.
£3.49.
This
Cheap
guy,
shot.
DB. What is Hura
Wasn't he
Watch?
Buck Rogers? No, that was Biddy.
DB.
Not Dibby.
Wilma Daring.
What is Hura Watch? Why do I need to discover Hura Watch?
No
Not
idea.
replying yet. Okay, I'll wait. I assume it's a film, which I've never heard of. What's the ending of 7, the director's cut?
What's in the box?
What's a scary movie for scary people?
I just go back to like 40s and 50s movies that I can find on YouTube free.
Yeah.
You and Fiona would get
Oh,
on. that together.
mate. She's
And I
so
bet you
far,
they're
she has
way
found.
better than anything done in the last 15 years.
Oh, I don't know. She's found 27 Charlie Chan films.
Oh, nice. I did this.
Make that many, Jesus.
Charlie
Yeah, but there's
Chan?
and apparently it's 4 stories across 20 because it's sort of like this looks like the last one you watched. You sure you're not watching the same film again?
I
Charlie
found
Chan, who's that?
some
Google, Google is your friend.
Yeah,
Ah.
Charlie
Yeah.
Chan,
gonna
Chinese
say-
detective.
Chinese detective.
Oh,
Yeah, who wasn't Chinese but spoke like a Chinese person, and
Horribly.
his son was
You
played
have-
by a Chinese guy who spoke like an American pup. And it's like, what the fuck is going on here? It's like, what?
well, apparently it's saying that Hura Watch is kind of a get free films website, I assume.
Very likely.
Pluto's very good. Pluto TV, completely free, absolutely free.
But
They
what's
do.
inside?
They've got a whole Pluto. Have got a whole channel dedicated to Baywatch.
Baywatch.
Tells you everything you need to know.
Actually, no. They also streamed the whole Taylor Hawkins concert tonight free of charge.
Oh, wow, really?
Which
Number
we had
one
to
son, yeah.
quit.
Could be
No.
wild.
Pluto TV. I thought, oh, Pluto TV. People keep saying it's free. It's free. I thought, no, there's got to be a catch. No, there is no catch. It's owned by Viacom.
Viacom.
So
Just
it's,
say like that.
it's a properly legal service, but it's just all free. Yeah, there's some adverts and shit in there, but
Oh, it's a
It's
pirate
always
website.
been adverts.
Yeah, it's a pirate website. This
what is Hero?
Yeah.
We've
Oh yeah.
we've gone all full circle. We started streaming to run away from the adverts, and now the adverts catch up.
Oh, they way caught up.
Ah, yeah.
Yeah, because the new trend on YouTube is now to have 2 adverts that you can't click on.
Yep.
That you have to watch, a whole advert, and then there's a second advert, but then you can fast forward on that one after a certain amount of time.
Every video is a sandwich in between adverts, either 2 each end or 1 each end. And if it's a very trendy video or is if it's a very trendy video and the channel has the option ticked, you also get adverts in the middle of it, up to 3 cuts, depending on the length of the video.
Oh, a whole channel dedicated to Married with Children.
That would be good.
Ooh.
Right, that's all right. I love some of that. I mean, Baywatch is just tits bouncing about for half an hour, and then a gunshot in the distance. But Married with Children, totally different.
I like
Especially when he talks
Higher
about
intellectual
women's
level.
shoes.
It was great. Well, it used to be on like really late at night, didn't it? On ITV.
Oh, Al.
Yeah,
Yeah. Love that.
it was. Very
She
good.
did another show, not playing silly blonde or brainless blonde, and she was really good.
okay.
Sadly, I
Yes.
can't remember the name of the show.
Yeah.
Sorry. Talking about sad stories of vintage stuff, I just watched the documentary about life after Flight of the Navigator. Anyone? Seen that one?
Yeah. Yeah. It's quite an underrated film. But there again, when you do watch it back, it's like, it's a little bit dated, as in
It's
a
totally
lot.
dated. It
Oh,
was
man.
also was already mediocre when it was released compared to the other things that eclipsed that film.
Oh yeah, but it was a little gem. But it's one of the forgotten little gems.
Yeah. No. The documentary about life after the film.
Oh yeah.
Apparently, there's a whole kind of a franchise of films after that. The first one I watched was about Flash Gordon,
Oh,
and how the guy who played Flash Gordon got basically screwed over because he antagonized the director somehow, to the point that the ending of the film the whole film got dabbed by another actor. They couldn't remove his images, but they removed his voice on purpose. It's not the actor's voice in the whole film. But the one about the Flight of the Navigator, it's a very sorry story because the kid basically got totally socially deranged in Canada.
Easily happened.
Well, Canada will do that to you.
Yeah. It's all
Why?
Those, it's all those.
Blame
They're meant to be more
Canada.
polite.
It's so
Blame
boring.
Canada.
No, I like Canada. I really enjoyed my time in Canada. It's very
I have
nice.
family
Blame
in Canada, apparently.
Canada.
So basically, the whole documentary starts telling the story that the kid, not a kid anymore, as an adult, basically got sent to jail for robbing a bank. And then the whole story of how that became to be.
Well, just Sarah Jessica Parker did all right out of it.
Oh, yeah. It did way bit more than all right. Thanks to the sex.
Yeah.
Well, if you're talking, like kids that got fucked up by films, Carol Ann,
Yes.
she dead.
Yeah.
She
Wait a
probably
second.
dead.
So the one from Poltergeist, that's the one that is dead, because I always confused that girl with the one with from E.T., which is the one who did Charlie's Angels and many
Drew
others.
Barrymore. Yeah.
True, yeah. Barley McGrew.
Well, feels like a fuck.
Sorry, what?
Well,
Eventually.
no, but I mean, what is it? After Firestarter, when her coke addiction hit the maximum.
No,
Yeah.
she does chat shows now, doesn't she?
Is she?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah, she's like an Ellen. You know, she doesn't do what she used to be really good at. She just does chat shows.
But so far there are not very many rumors of her being abusive to all her staff and co-workers.
Apparently not. No, but you know,
Well, there's
Yeah,
always time. There's always time to
There's
develop
time.
that.
There's time.
But didn't the actress that did who was Al's wife in Married with Children didn't she voice Leela?
Yeah,
Yes.
she's on.
Futurama.
Yeah.
I think so.
That's
Yeah,
her.
there's a paycheck for you.
Oh yeah. Repeat paycheck. I mean, God, that's
Oh,
going to
yeah.
be playing for a long time.
Do those actors get royalties out of broadcasting?
Depends on the deal
Depends
they
on the
strike.
contract.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, if you're one of the guys in
Yeah.
Simpsons, woohoo!
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, certainly.
There's a reason those contracts are no longer made anymore.
Yeah,
They
exactly.
took a pay cut, didn't they? All the cast of Simpsons.
Did they?
Yeah, they took a pay cut because it was getting ridiculous now because it was season 23
30,
or something.
30 something
Or
already.
whatever it was, yeah. And they said, look, you've made enough money out of this. Can you back it off a bit?
We do what
The Hanges area, that's the one that is basically should be covered in gold by now.
Yeah. We do
Or-
what what's his face does on Family Guy, and you do all the voices yourself, or most of the voices yourself.
Stuff
You mean
like
the
that.
director, writer?
Well,
Yeah,
Patrick
but
Warburton's done all right out of that as well.
Oh, jeez, he must have a really special relationship there because he pops up all over the place. We sit and watch Family Guy or American Dad like at dinner time. We'll just stick it on because it's on Disney. And Patrick Stewart is like left, right. I mean, obviously he plays a character in American Dad, but in Family Guy, he's all over the place. Yeah.
Sorry, Patrick Stewart?
The Sir Patrick Stewart.
Sir Patrick Stewart.
Wow. Never knew that.
Well, I mean, crikey! I mean, if they can get Adam West to play the character of Adam West on Family Guy, the way he plays the character of Adam West, which is just absolute genius.
Yeah.
Who's Adam West?
Oh,
Batman. No, no,
Which
no,
Batman?
no, 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 no. The Batman.
Batman.
The original, the
Yeah.
grey one,
the TV show Batman.
Batman.
and the
Was
film.
it? He
TV
sunk
show
all,
and the film.
No,
he sunk
just
all
the
of
TV
the
show.
state's budget
No, he
into
did
trying to
one
find
film.
out where the water went when he watered his plants. Where do you go? I will find out.
No, Adam West did one film. He did one Batman film with Joker, Penguin, and
Oh, that
Oh,
thing.
the Batman movie. Yeah.
yeah.
No, the
one-
Batman movie is Michael Keaton. Michael Keaton is Batman.
Yeah, Michael Keaton was the
Tim
first
Burton.
one. Then they did the other one. The Tim Burton saga was like 3 Batmans in 5 films.
No,
Two
Tim
Batmans?
Burton only did 2 films.
Did 2. Batman
Yeah.
and Batman Returns.
Yeah, but Alfred has,
okay.
has got to be Michael Caine.
Yeah, Michael. Keaton.
I like the.
I
like one
love
with
the
Keaton.
rebirth, the next generation of Batmans. I love the.
What was the
guy.
joke? What was the joke? Was it Alfred? Will you run my bath?
What?
Yeah, fill my bathtub. They go, certainly, sir. But what was it? What is a hut? Was it a tub? Her tub. Her
Sorry.
tub. Bath tub. Bat. Hearth tub.
Sorry, yeah.
You probably it's
Okay.
a visual joke more than anything else. Yeah, it's a text
Slow
joke.
burn.
Yeah.
Sorry. What's the name of the third Batman?
Forever.
Bale.
No, the third.
Oh, Christian
hang on.
Bale.
The
say
third
third.
actor. The third actor
third
who
actor.
played Batman on the Black Batman era.
So you had Keaton,
Mm-hmm.
Kilmer,
Yeah.
Clooney.
Oh God,
So the
Oh
fourth.
no! Oh, let's not talk about Clooney.
that's where the plane
Then
had
Christian
its first
Bale.
bounce.
Christian Bale.
Yeah.
I
Then
I love
Christian
Christian
Bale.
Bale as Batman. I can't. Yeah, sorry, but that to me works. You can laugh about it, but that to me works. The one I can stand is the one they put after the one that fought Superman.
I lost count.
That thing is the
Oh.
guy who did
Ben
Daredevil.
Affleck one, the
Ben Affleck.
DC Universe.
That's the one I don't buy. I think is the wrong guy for the role.
I think Superman
And that is
Christopher Reeve.
below Clooney and Kilmer. I
Really?
think. Really? To me,
Really?
yes. Even
Below
worse than
Clooney?
and
Really?
Kilmer, both.
Oh no, I'm sorry, I can't agree with you. Good God,
Don't
sir.
agree. Don't agree.
Clooney's
That's
Batman. Oh
Yes.
my God!
Yeah,
It's
it was
like
a cartoon.
it's like smearing dog shit all over a bloody Christmas cake. No,
Yeah.
Clooney
No,
in
no,
Batman.
but-
Oh no!
No, but the best thing about Clooney's Batman is having that Robin next to him.
Exactly.
Oh God, Robbie! Oh my God! Sorry. No, do not go near that.
And still, I think that Affleck is below them as Batman.
Good God, sir! What is the matter with you?
All sorts. No,
I'm
really.
sorry. That opinion
I
is
don't like him.
right up the jacksie.
Right up the posterior.
No, really. That's the only one I can't stand.
Wow.
I can tolerate Kilmer and Clooney, but not him.
It was almost as bad as having old Gladiator as Superman's dad.
What?
What's his name? I forget his name now.
What? Russell Crowe?
Thank
Crowe?
you. Russell Crowe was Superman's dad.
Huh?
Really?
Did I miss the one?
It's in the Superman films, isn't it? Plays his dad.
Oh, did we? But now he's in.
I need
The
to
new
watch
Thor
those
film,
Superman
isn't it?
films.
Yes. Now, is he Thor's dad now?
He's a god, but I don't think he's.
Oh, he
he's
is a
not called
god.
that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, he's a god.
Didn't it release a new Thor? Or they were about to release a
Love
new
and
Thor?
Thunder,
Love and Thunder.
which I think is
Just as long as it's got
on
Korg
Disney
in
Plus
it.
next week. So I should be watching that.
Next week release.
It's been in the cinema, but
Okay.
I think Disney Plus are doing it from is it next week or the week after. I tell you what, I am really actually enjoying, and I know lots of people go,
She-Hulk?
She-Hulk. It's
looked-
really, really good.
It looked very good in the trailer.
It's really because it plays to its strengths. It's light-hearted. It's a comedy of sorts.
Yeah.
there's lots of breaking the fourth wall, which is cool. I like, and when it's done well. And episode 3 just the other day came out, and there's this brilliant bit with and I'm not very familiar with her work, but I do know the name because it infuriates me because the grammar's all wrong. But it's Megan Thee Stallion. She's in this, and she's brilliant.
Is she with Dr. Simple?
Which is the way Jane bulked up a piece. Oh, God. Dear, oh dear.
Oh, dear. You don't expect that from a dentist, do you?
You don't, do you?
I mean,
can you imagine he came out with that when he's just giving you a root canal? Wow.
They go, I'm sorry. What did you say?
Yeah.
I mean, I get
There's a lawsuit right there.
I get that they need to make tons of money, but
Let's make lots of money.
how to put it? They try too hard to make the other superheroes like Thor and even Hulk in the Avengers. They try too hard to make them be Iron Man. And to me, that type of serious humor, more humor than serious, only works with Iron Man.
Yeah,
I don't know why.
America's really into the superhero thing because you've got you've got Thor, you've got Batman, you've got Superman, Jesus.
Yeah, but boring as it was, I rather like
He's
the
another
first
fictional
Thor.
character, isn't he? Performed also super duper.
What did John Cooper Clarke said tonight? He says Jesus. If Jesus was a Jew, why did he have a Spanish name?
What?
Okay, I get you.
Yeah.
You sort of with the people who say they hate Jews because
Even when
Jesus.
that's not the Spanish name, but hey.
What?
Come again?
You know, the people who say they hate the Jews because they killed Jesus, and yet Jesus was a Jew.
Yeah.
But he was baptized by John the Baptist, who.
Yeah, but all that does is make him wet.
And make
got-
Christian
you just
instead
got-
of you.
Wet
The Jews didn't
Jesus.
come. He sacrificed himself. That was the whole plan.
Watery tarts, dishing out swords as a means.
He waited in the garden because he was supposed to be captured. That was the plan.
Yeah.
He's supposed to sacrifice himself.
Yeah, but it's a really bad plan.
It's
Oh,
it's a bad story. What are you talking about?
It's like, Dad, really? This is the best you could do?
And nothing's happened in 2,000 years that we're still supposed to think he's coming back.
You got my mum pregnant by whispering in her ear? Really?
Almighty whispers.
Dad is
It's the
so
best case
pissed
of
about that.
oh, I didn't knock her up story ever, right?
Because she still was a virgin afterwards.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, of course. Yeah.
Good thing her father was nowhere around.
So she was
would've been
married. She was married to a guy, and they'd never had sex, not once. Never did afterwards either. Okay.
So he made Joseph, if I say in Spanish, you might understand it. Cornuto.
Oh,
Don't
cold.
swear.
He cheated on Joseph,
Yes, he's cuckolded.
got a child from an unknown father, and still she was still praised as a virgin. That is a role model for you.
Excuse me, don't think about it. You're not supposed to think.
And
Oh,
since
yeah,
you
sorry,
didn't
I
ask
forgot
for it,
about
you
that.
can basically call it rape. So
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Very good point.
Oh, she was raped by God.
Exactly.
Is this probably a subject we should probably get off?
Yes.
Just in
Before
case.
we get banned.
Yeah. 'Cause,
Oh.
just in case there's any devout Sky
By the way,
Ghost believers.
this is the pub.
That's-
You can't be banned here. It's okay. Safe space.
Oh no, it's not. It's not that. It's just that.
yeah, but the Big Brother's
sometimes
listening.
there's just subjects you don't.
Yeah. By the way, the episode where I'm gonna call it intervention, you did that thing with names with Sasquatch. I got really nervous because most of it is corrupt. The audio is corrupted. You can actually hear it back.
Mm.
So it triggered all my conspiracy theory fears.
It was so much effort live corrupting that audio.
It's corrupted in the proper places.
Oh.
It's not the whole video bad. It's just 20 minutes bad, 5 minutes right, 10 minutes bad, 5 minutes right, 2 minutes right, 20 minutes wrong. Like in very, very choppy. And I troubleshoot it. I played it in 2 or 3 devices, 2 types of headphones, proper speakers. It always sounds broken. And always in the same spots.
Well,
So,
it is not
Wow.
impossible that it was shared when it was streamed out.
obviously, I didn't hear it when it was streamed out, so that's why
Yeah,
No,
well,
but
I get suspicious.
But
I'll be-
also, we won't know because what we hear through StreamYard is different to what comes out of YouTube. I don't think any of
Exactly.
us has ever YouTube open, so...
But that's my point. It got chopped off by the intermediary between StreamYard and the final YouTube video. That's the one, the guy who.
It looks like Richard's
yes.
gig got a bit fruity at the
Wait.
end.
so we got off the religion topic
Oh.
Yes, we did.
to talk about conspiracy theories.
Oh,
Or-
don't
or-
get me started.
People in the audience
Nice transition.
putting their hands on the band members.
Ooh,
Oh,
in which band members?
Somebody
how are
grabbed.
they so close?
Yeah.
So
Somebody put their arms around Niall's legs, and so they could have pulled
Ooh.
him into the audience if they wanted.
when was this?
Tonight.
Tonight.
Well,
Hey, Rob, check the
Blimey.
private chat. There's a funny animation called Jesus and His Brothers.
because
From the old
Niall,
Xbox website. Check it out. Very funny.
Niall was in London this afternoon around 5:30.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
he
for the
must
Tyler
have
Hawkins.
literally.
At the moment, he's in Monaco.
Oh, right. Okay. So they've gone to.
Yeah. And then
Story
tomorrow
of
he's
Marty?
in Los Angeles. No,
Yeah, because
San Francisco.
He can't be playing with Rich tonight because Rich is still in America. Sure. Really?
No, Rich is in Monaco.
Oh, they've flown. Okay, right. Gotcha.
Oh, literally, it's like one side of the Atlantic one day, the other side of the Atlantic the next
Yeah,
day.
because Niall and
Back
the two
again the next
brass
day.
players
Yeah.
were on stage with the Foo Fighters today. So yeah, he must have done that because I was thinking, oh, has he brought the whole band? But he didn't. He just brought the 2 horns guys.
Yeah, that's the type of gigs you regret having that profession when you have to do so many miles in so little time.
I think
But you
given the
don't
fact,
have to.
I think well, given the fact that Niles is beating cancer twice now, isn't it? I think you live every day to the full. Take it all.
Sorry, say that again.
Say what? again?
Nile Rogers is being what?
He survived cancer twice.
Oh,
Wow.
first time I heard is he's been cancelled twice.
Oh, I'm sure he probably has in his career.
Oh,
But no,
Yeah,
he's
but-
been cancelled at least in the late 70s or early 80s, but he was completely unhip.
Was he?
Well, yes.
He was the producer of many hip stuff in that time.
Not between Chic and Let's Dance. In that
Okay.
time, he was like the pinnacle of unhip.
Okay.
Disco was cool.
I think Keith's camera's
okay.
working again.
Dr.
No,
Synth,
doesn't
let
appear
me
to
see
be,
if I can
does it?
find what you're talking
No.
about.
Unless you've got the lights turned off, and then it is working perfectly.
No. I've tried probably a dozen times to reset, and it's just going bollocks.
Oh, sorry about that. Dr. Synth, what is Halcyon?
Hey,
I don't know what Halcyon is.
That's what Halcyon is for.
If for. Yeah, I assume it means is for, but I don't know what Halcyon is.
Yeah, you need these glasses. It
Oh,
corrects everything.
Sleeping pill for lots of. Oh, sleeping pill, I guess. Yeah, like the ones they gave me. Yeah, I get it. But still, sleeping vertically is nothing like actually sleeping. Plus, you're on a confined. No, thank you.
You don't know what they sleep in.
Yeah, unless you go on a fancy flight in first class where you actually can go horizontal, or at least almost horizontal. But even so, you're confined on a mattress which is the width of your body. So turning around and getting a proper position, or even changing position, is an ordeal in itself. Plus the of the engines. Yes, you have earplugs and stuff. Obviously, if you do it once a year, it's no problem. When you have to do it more, trust me, it gets no fun at all.
Well, no. If you do it like 100 times a year, then you're probably used to it. And you
But even if it's
if
10
you
times
couldn't
a year.
if you couldn't deal with it, then you
You
wouldn't continue
quit.
doing it.
Yeah, you would quit, but still.
One of my bosses, the late Mike McGrath, who was the Muff Wiggler, would get on a plane and literally get to his seat and fall asleep, and he would not wake up until they were taxiing to the gate at the destination every fucking time. And I'm there like
so jealous.
Yeah, I would have been wide awake. Fucking wake up.
I used to try to keep away until I serve the food.
The worst bit for me is like you get on, you settle down, you take off, do the whole climb. They come around with the drinks, that's cool. Then they come around with the food, that's cool. Then they come around with another round of drinks, that's cool. And then from that moment onwards to the moment you start descending is the worst thing in the world, especially when you turn on the map and you think, we're still there.
Yes.
We're still over the ocean. And then you end up being in this kind of blurry haze, this kind of half awake, half asleep. And then you zoom out on the map to make it, see if it makes it move quicker, but it doesn't. It makes it slowly. And then you zoom in and it's moving quickly, but then you zoom out and it hasn't really moved.
It hasn't moved at all in the scheme of things. Yeah.
Like that thing Lewis Black said when he said he flew to Perth to do a gig, and he said he was on the plane for 17 hours. And he said, and he goes, when I got off the plane, they didn't even have the fucking decency to speak a different language.
Think about those lovely direct flights from Heathrow to Perth.
Ouch.
Yeah.
How they do that? What plane can do that many miles in one go?
Big ones.
Airbus A350.
Yeah. Or 380.
No, it's 380.
No, 380. You couldn't do the range, or you can, but you have to.
2 passengers.
You could probably do
on this side.
You just have to get rid of a lot of mail and other stuff you normally try to get in to make extra money.
The A350s are super efficient. And it was only, I think it was only because of that plane that Qantas opened up that route, that direct route.
Crazy.
But I still can't get over the fact sometimes that you can fly from London to New York on British Airways Speedbird 1, which is actually a 737. And you take off from London City Airport, on the east side of town, and you take off from there and you fly to Shannon, where you go through US Immigration. They've got a desk there. US Immigration have got a desk in Shannon. You get back on the plane, then they ram it with fuel in Shannon, and then it makes the whole flight across the Atlantic to New York City. And there's 32 seats on that 737, all business class. It's stupidly expensive, but
obviously,
and it carries Speedbird 1 name, which is the old Concorde name. But you can still do that. It's a busy flight apparently, as in it's always always sells. 32 seats.
Jeez.
And the size of that plane, I assume, is where everybody else put like 150 to 100 passengers.
It's a 737. I think it's a 737 500. I think, but yeah, you get 220, 230 on one of those if you pack them in.
And they fly with 32 people.
I fly with 32 people in business class seats.
So we're talking, what, 7 times more expensive?
Oh, it's ridiculously expensive, but it's business class. The people that want to pay that. So, yeah, it's
Well, for people who could afford Concorde back in the day, can afford that.
well, yeah, exactly.
But it's not the same speed, right?
Oh, not the same speed. No, it's just doing the direct flight from London to New York.
Okay.
But instead of squeezing into whatever they fly
A
to New
sardine
York,
can, you just
what do they fly
roomy
there?
and
Must be 787s,
uncomfortable.
777s.
Or 318 you could probably do.
Oh yeah, Airbus would probably do it.
Seriously, can't remember. Hang on a sec.
I just can't wait to. Actually, it's weird because I can't wait to go traveling again with work. I miss it, but I hate that little bit in the middle. It's the traveling part.
Yeah.
But no films, nothing. You carry no films.
Well, I try to sleep, but no, I'll always have a film on or something. But I miss. What I miss. This sounds awfully snotty. What I miss is all the luxuries of being a frequent flyer, because you get all the the club access, you get the lounge access, you get the free food, the free booze, priority boarding. That's what I miss. But then you still get taken to a shitty seat because my company was so tight that they never paid for me to fly, not even club class.
I just asked Fiona how much a first class ticket on Concorde was, London to New York. Mm-hmm. And she says leading up to the end.
Oh, right, yeah.
Before it became very trendy to go on Concorde because it had been announced it was being terminated. And the tickets was £4,852.
Mm. In the late 70s.
One way.
In the late 70s, it was just under 700. But of course, 700 quid
was about £4,852. Yeah.
Can't imagine what would be now.
Yeah. I wish I'd had the chance to fly in Concorde.
Yeah, it would be. It would have been cool.
Well, 10 years and you'll have Supersonic again.
I hope so.
Just not at the same speed.
I'm too old to care.
We all chipped in and bought my my granddad a ticket to fly. They used to do those. You'd go to Heathrow and then you'd have the whole Concorde experience, and they'd fly out and they'd go around the Bay of Biscay and then come back again. It was like an hour or so in the air, and we paid for him to go up for his 80th birthday or something. So that was cool. So I vicariously did it. But closest I've ever got is the one at Duxford and the one at Brooklands. Yeah, on the ground.
So there's still Concordes in operation, but they're not making.
No.
So they're all grounded.
All grounded. Just the whole thing stopped.
It was completely out of date for plane, and it was too expensive.
And the Paris explosion killed it. So literally.
Well, no, it was just the final straw of this is really expensive.
Well, that's what I mean. Yeah,
this is really expensive. We've been making a loss since the 70s, and then it's crashed. We have to do proper overhauls now. But let's not do them.
Exactly. And nobody was wanted to fly on the plane that they couldn't afford to service.
It went from it's too expensive for it to it's not even safe.
No, it was actually safe. I mean, the investigations showed that it wasn't necessarily Concorde itself that wasn't a safe plane. It was an incredibly safe plane.
The only problem was that it was really old, and you needed proper full repairs again to. It was just at that point to properly refurbish it. It was after that. It was already a loss-making project from the start. It was decided let's not keep making more losses with it.
if you look in the cockpit of Concorde, it's like the Apollo. You know, it's just full of walls of dials, and you compare that to the glass cockpit of an Airbus, whatever,
or 737 even.
Oh yeah, it's
a modern one.
It was so. I mean, it was of its time. That it was of its time.
Or one of the biggest problems with Concorde is that you had an engineer who had to be really busy because basically they constantly had to pump the fuel around to keep the wings stable and to keep the weight distribution clear. So basically, fuel constantly needed to be pumped around.
Yeah, it was a 3-man crew all the time, wasn't it?
I mean, engineers were still mostly common. In the 70s.
Aye.
But that your engineer actually needed to have a full-time job. What was probably in the early 2000s a bit unheard of.
So, what do you think? We will get supersonic commercial flights again before or after we get space regular flights?
Before. It's not next 5 to 10 years that the next supersonic stuff should be. So the sonic boom stuff, their plane should be coming out in the next 5 years. So in 10 years' time.
Isn't SpaceX getting ready to start selling tickets like in 2 or 3 years?
Yes, but at what price?
At what price?
I'm saying commercial, not economic.
But can they get approval for it to be a commercial thing rather than all the one-off approvals they get?
Yeah, because I assume that the SpaceX plan is just to train them as astronauts anyway, like in a condensed or shrunken time, but on the same level of physical checks and medical checks and everything like they would with an astronaut, instead of just buy your ticket and show in the door, jump in, and we'll move you in and out.
I mean, if William Shatner's fine, probably most people will be fine.
But the one he should have gone in that flight was actually Leonard Nimoy.
Yeah, but they probably shouldn't have. Yeah.
He was a bit dead.
That's my point. That's the sad point.
Exhuming his body would probably not have been the best thing to do.
Would be a front up on. I get it.
He'd already died in space once anyway and been spat out. So.
Did he? Oh yeah. Well, I guess he got fried in radiation. Yeah.
And then got torpedoed into the planet, and then got regenerated, and then died again.
It's space. Anything is possible.
Yeah, it can happen.
Oh, yes.
Do you know they're doing a Hellraiser 2?
Hellraiser 2?
Yeah. But Hellraiser will be female this time.
I think they already did 2, 3, and 4.
What the hell, Hellraiser in space?
Yeah, but this would be a reboot of the whole thing again.
I don't like reboots.
It depends.
Okay, give me an example of a good reboot.
Good example of a reboot.
Batman.
I mean, all the Hellraisers didn't have Clive Barker
one.
involved. They're pretty messy.
Hulk is a good reboot.
Sorry, which one? Andy?
Clive Barker, the creator of Hellraiser, all the ones he didn't touch were pretty shit. So,
yes.
But still, one good reboot that it was worth the reboot.
Batman Begins.
The Thing, 1982.
Yeah.
Hmm?
Yeah.
Yeah.
1982.
Was the original 50 something?
Yeah, James Arnett.
Somebody please untie me from this fucking chair.
So great.
Yeah, but that's Armageddon. There's a very similar line in Armageddon. I just watched it the other day. When the guy goes space dementia, they tie him to the chair so he stops shooting everybody.
Yes.
Common
very-
problem.
A what? Common problem, yeah. Mostly among non-prepared and properly selected astronauts. I mean, that film is bad. It's cheesy on all levels, but I love it. I keep watching it and I enjoy it every single time. Maybe it's just Bruce Willis. I don't know. Come on, admit, what is your guilty pleasure when it comes to films? A film that even you agree that it's a bad one, but you still enjoy it.
Oh God, I've got a list. That are
Just one.
bad. Technically, they're technically bad. Some of them, I say technically.
No, one
bad.
that you consider is a bad film, but you still enjoy it.
Well, the one I watched last night, Daleks Invasion Earth 2050.
Oh, that's a
About-
favorite one.
That's a bad film, but it's okay.
It's a blast.
About everything Luc Besson is involved in, and I still love it.
For instance,
Or what was the latest one? Anna. That is definitely not the greatest film of all. I still really liked it. Or
that one.
Lucy. That was fucking
the
terrible. I
one
still
with
loved
with Black Widow. That Lucy.
it.
Oh, where she gets all of her brain used with the chemicals.
Yes,
That's so ridiculous.
I like it.
Yeah.
Or what was
It's
the
all
one?
right.
What was the
That's
one
not how the
he-
brain
he-
works, though. That's the problem.
What was the one he produced? Colombiana. That is so fucking terrible. It's still fun. And yeah, and any film that Luc Besson has his hands in,
Okay.
it's going to be fun, but might also be utterly terrible.
Who did Fifth Element?
Yeah, that was Luc Besson.
Oh, that one is brilliant. That's a masterpiece.
Taxi's
it,
good.
Taxi, De Niro.
The Luc Besson
Ah,
with a souped-up Peugeot 405, which is the biggest stretch of any sort of car. He does like his Peugeots though. He used them in Ronin as well, didn't he?
probably
no,
because
I love
he gets
Ronin.
them for free.
Yeah, Ronin's a great film.
I love Ronin.
Wasabi. My favorite is Wasabi.
I mean, any of his 90s films with cars, they have always something you wouldn't expect. Why the fuck would you have this kind of film when you can have any kind of world? Why are you going for this?
Can he really? Budget is really tight in Europe.
No, but after Grand Bleu in France, he definitely was one of the people to have lots of budget.
There's some bad films that it's still a bit of a giggle to watch. Are some of the Steven Seagal ones in the middle.
All Steven Seagal.
So, no. Some of the early ones are pretty good, but the ones in the middle, where they're all the same film, really. Not the
every
later
Steven Seagal
ones.
film?
As you can tell the difference.
Yeah, but when you get to the later ones, though, when the camera has to be like 2 inches from him and you only see his head moving, sort of thing, because he's not really doing anything at all. But those ones in the middle, they're bad, but they're still quite watchable.
I miss those.
Just for a bit
So,
of kick
Rob,
ass.
which one is yours?
I don't know, really. I guess some of the sort of 80s teen movies. There were some pretty rubbish ones there.
Breakfast Club?
No, Breakfast Club's a fucking work of art.
Okay.
Anything that John Hughes did was brilliant. Even though he kind of recycled that, Pretty in Pink is basically a more palatable version of Some Kind of Wonderful, which is brilliant because it's got Mary Stuart Masterson in it. But no, there are some awful, 80s films that, you just watch them and they give you a nice little nostalgic buzz, but, deep down they're just shit.
Space Hunter. Do you remember Space Hunter?
I do, yeah.
No. The one I watched for the first time a couple months ago, and I got surprised how mediocre it was, and apparently how significant it became in film history, is Lost Boys.
No, that's a good film.
Yeah, it's all right.
That's a good film.
What? I mean, not. Okay, let me draw the situation. I went, or I still am, or part of me still am in my goth phase. And when you're learning about where is the goth movement, where does it come from, and film-wise and culture-wise, everybody points at Lost Boys as the ignition, the first spark that started it all. Like, and it was a great film. I got really, really underimpressed with that film. I expected way more than that. But I guess it's never me.
It's one of the better Joel Schumacher movies. He made some bad ones. So
That was the good one?
yeah,
Okay.
the George Clooney Batman's one of them.
Yeah, that
Okay.
needs to burn.
That's
Thinks the fucking joint up. That does.
Burn.
When you're talking about 80s movies, the 80s teen sex comedies are great. Like even cheap ones like Going All the Way. Risky Business was like an early one. But,
No, but since
even Roger
if you-
Corman made one called Screwballs. It's hilarious.
Yeah, but since if you wanna play, the first condition is that you need to recognize it's a bad film, but you still have a blast with it.
Or,
Yeah, 'cause it's
or
That's
fun.
yours.
Well, probably the latter half of Carry On films,
Never seen
like
anything.
when they started running out of ideas and just kept churning out the
Yeah,
same old
when
shit.
it was more about tits than
Yeah, and
jokes.
they were just taking the same story and putting it into different situations.
Into different tits.
It was
Did you
just,
see the parochial school one called Heaven Help Us? Where the guy, one of the main characters' name is Jerkovsky.
Yes, I seem to remember
Nope.
that.
And he keeps getting detention because they catch him jerking off. So then it's big detention, big thing shows up on the screen.
Whoa. Okay. No.
Yeah, it's fun.
Okay. Yeah. Sure.
In the
Carry
90s, they
on.
made 3 O'Clock High. It's kind of a throwback to the 80s. So
there is a shit film that I do watch, but only because my music's in it, but it is a shit film. That's Songbird.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I watched it again because when I watched it the first time, I was like, I've got to like this film. I've got to like this.
No, you don't.
And I didn't like it,
What was it
especially
called?
when Songbird.
oh,
It was the first movie to be made in the pandemic.
Amazon Women on the Moon. Yes.
oh, that's great.
That sounds like fun.
Well,
Oh,
you
yeah,
weren't
I've-
involved with that, Robbie. It was Robbie Piricelli.
It was Robbie Piricelli.
Well, that can now be backed up with the new one, isn't it?
name
Which is Sharks on the Moon.
Oh, Sharks. Oh, there's another
With
pandemic movie.
freaking laser beams, please.
No.
Yeah.
No.
I saw
No,
a trailer
no laser.
for another pandemic film, or
Oh,
a
yeah.
film made in the pandemic, starring Anthony Hopkins, and basically is all done on Zoom.
Really?
And I'm thinking, why is it only being released now? I mean, that was a thing like
The whole point is to get it out during
which is
lockdowns. Yeah.
what these guys did with Songbird. Yeah, like let's get it out, let's do it. You know, let's do a slightly COVID themed film, and it's the first. Apparently, it's the first. It was the first film to get a license to film again during the pandemic.
History. That's history right there.
Yeah, but they spelt my fucking name wrong. I actually had to go to IMDb and like, you know, file a thing to say no, my name's not Piricelli. It's so actually I have to. It has my name is on IMDb with my one single credit for this film, but is
Do you have a picture?
also known as Rob Piricelli. No,
I mean, it is common. All those Italian horror movies, they misspell names in there all the time.
Oh,
So
But that's because you play piano.
Of course.
See,
you
that's
play
where
piano.
that's where it got confused.
piano is how you.
I
pronounce
know.
Piano.
And you know what?
Piano.
I had no trouble saying piano. I've always said piano. It's never been a problem until you mentioned it, and then I always checking that I'm saying it now correctly. I'm going. Mind you, I don't know what else would I be saying because I can't even.
Penguin.
Yeah, accordion.
now you know how to say piano and how to say mo.
Oh yeah,
Piano
well,
move. Rob, but could you please say your surname? Because I'm never sure if it's Puricelli or Puricelli.
It depends. It depends on your.
oh god.
No, I've heard it.
Okay, Italian.
It's the first.
Puricelli.
Oh yeah.
Puricelli. But then coming to England, you become
Oh, there's a list as long as your arm. But no,
Kelly?
Fuck knuckle.
Some, you know, it's amazing. Sometimes people have a go at it, and
Kelly?
like they'll call me and they'll say, "Hello, is that Mr. Rob?" And there's a pause. There's always a pause, and I'm if the pause
Is that Mr. Rob?
Yeah,
That's it.
if it's long enough, I'll go on, have a go. And I'll goad them into doing it, and then we make a joke about it. But actually, there's a lot of people do kind of get it right. I mean, it's not hard because like Al Pacino, nobody says Al Pacino or Al Pacino. They know that C followed by a vowel is ch.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So why do they say Pericelli or Pericelli or Percelli? Like, yeah, fucking
Percelli.
Purcell. Purcell or
Kelly.
Yes, yeah. Honestly, people are putting things in the chat. I've heard them all at least 100 times. Nothing.
Yeah, but all the Italians here pronounce the G in their Italian names.
Oh, don't. Yeah,
so Celia they pronounce Seglia.
No, my only doubt was about the U. If you do pu or pew, Puricelli.
Well, look on the bright side. I mean, on one forum, I was apparently a Chinese guy that lives in Kent.
Yes, I heard that story. Who was telling the story?
Kent's mom.
Oh,
No, that was Rob. Rob was telling the story that he thought that you were.
Yeah, I'm taking it to Kent. Why are you taking it to Kent? What's in Kent?
Exactly.
Yeah. Oh God. Yeah, but they go, why is it because you're named after Superman? Go, oh God.
Well, once I found out that Kent Spong was your name, I then thought, well, what's his real name? For many years, I genuinely thought that Kent Spong was like a pseudonym. You know, it was like because who the fuck would be called Kent Spong?
I know.
I mean, the one that surprised me is the Spong. The Kent to me is natural. Well, it's because I don't really feel the dichotomy that it should be as a family name instead of a first name. That to me does not compute. But the Spong,
Yeah.
because I have no knowledge.
Well, the Spong, it's Norwegian.
Is it?
Spong.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's a
So you could have been Espen
mud
Spong.
bridge across the fjords with the
Pining
stuffler.
across the fjords.
Yeah.
Don't joke about that.
With the stuffler, which is served cold, unless it's toasted, and then it's toasted stuffler. There's hardly any herring in this sandwich. That's because it's a jam sandwich.
I mean,
Yeah, so my middle name is Lyndon.
are you kidding me? Kent Lyndon Spong.
Yeah.
That's the Irish, isn't it?
No, apparently I'm named after Lyndon Johnson.
Oh,
That would maybe my first thought.
You mean Lyndon B. Johnson?
Lyndon B, yeah.
well, I'll be.
Well, I'll be Lyndon. So,
I don't really have much problems with the name. The first one, they don't even bother, or they don't butcher it too much. The only problem is to make them understand the double family name. I've been so many times written or sent a letter or any type of post to Mr. Nava, and I go like, shit. If they check my documentation, this letter's never gonna get to me.
Dieter says that Spong is a plank over a Scandinavian creek.
Is it?
Is that with or without toasted stuffler? Or gravlax? Oh, gravlax.
La Faro. I don't know.
Thought Spong was alias. Yeah, a lot of people
That's
think
wrong.
Spong is an alias. Yeah. Well, it is. But do you know what? If I had £1 for every time somebody called me Mr. Sponge.
Oh, that hurts.
Mr. Sponge.
Well, you were
Mr.
Bart
Sponge.
We meet again, Mr. Sponge.
Yeah, well, this is why I was Bath Sponge, yeah.
Oh,
You do not know
Then-
the power.
yeah.
of
Then they
soap on a
they told
roll.
me the secret. I have to put up a hyphen to make them understand it. No, it's two family names.
Do you know what? I've done it. Where is Bath Sponge?
What near Bath?
Do you know what? I haven't seen it since I did that show.
Did you actually have a SpongeBob thing?
It's a Darth Vader helmet.
This just in. Bob Moog Foundation raffle winner will be announced on Tuesday.
I hope she spells my name right.
This time.
They sold 3,676 tickets.
Whoa.
Across 42 countries from Austria to Kazakhstan.
Very nice.
Wow.
Spong is also an archaic term for a narrow strip of land.
It could have been
Wow, I
worse. It
get
could have been
about.
contraceptive sponge.
Oh God, yeah.
Oh, shut up. You.
Ew.
I'm with Rob. You.
Ew. I could have been known as Lufa,
Yeah. Yeah.
son
Lufa?
of the devil.
Yes.
Oh dear.
Are we losing it? Are we?
Fuck off, moth. Piss off. Grr.
Track 2 of his new album.
What's that? Fuck
Fuck
off,
off,
moth.
Get
moth.
attacked by
Fuck off.
thrips.
Yeah.
Track
No,
four.
Thrip
off.
season's gone.
Yeah.
Actually, Thrip season didn't last too long this year. I think it was probably the heat that really did them in. But
It's like springtime. Is that what it is?
it's usually sort of mid to end of summer.
Yeah.
But it started early, I guess, because of the heat, and it finished early, I guess, because of the heat. So
They
were-
a while ago.
about a week or two there
Yeah,
around. This
sounds
time,
right.
so not too bad. None got under my screen.
Spong is also a Chinese fellow in Kent. Yes. Oh, that's. I've also been called Sping.
Sping
Yeah,
pong.
yeah, Sping Spong.
Was that an Avon rep?
And because at school they used to go, it's Sping Spong, Sping Spong, Sping Spong, Sping Spong. I thought, oh, yeah, never heard it before.
You could get Dom to record that as a custom doorbell. Sping, spong, sping, spong.
Yeah. Oh, mate. Probably
Have you heard
could do
this
that.
one for Dr. Sins? SpongeBob scare rant.
SpongeBob. Oh, SpongeBob.
SpongeBob.
SpongeBob. Yeah.
SpongeBob is Norwegian wood.
Yeah, with Graflax on it.
Ping Spong like doorbell. Ping Spong. SpongeBob
One
scare
of my
sins.
favourite song, that Norwegian wood.
What a great Ronan song.
Great lyric. Very dark.
Should be SpongeBob Selena pants.
Depends.
Apparently, Revolver is the next album to get the super deluxe treatment this year.
Oh, really?
But it'll be interesting to see because they've done 5.1 and Atmos mixes of all the, from Sgt. Pepper through to Let It Be.
Yeah.
But Revolver was all done, bounced down onto essentially 2 or 4 tracks. I can't remember now. So,
Yes, but how many tracks are the tapes for Revolver? 4?
exactly.
Whereas like with Sgt. Pepper, at least it's like multiple iterations of 4, so you can like just put them into Capstan and sync them up again
Yeah.
afterwards.
I think Giles Martin was waiting for technology to get as good as he wanted it to be to do
What's that separation?
separation, yeah.
Well, I mean, to be fair, that isn't that hard if you work with a company making it, because then you can just feed it all that information that you want to use it on. Which I mean, from what I gather, is what they did. Peter Jackson's company did, where they just fed it directly the information, fed it into that AI model, rather than like the standard demixing tools which get trained not on your material that you try to demix.
Yeah, he's not going to be using a Logic plugin, that's for sure. But no, that because Revolver, I think, is, dare I say, maybe better than Sgt. Pepper.
Controversial.
I mean, I love both, but
Dun, dun, dun.
maybe it's because Sgt. Pepper just always gets the attention that.
But you
It,
gotta love
it always gets the girls.
nothing beats the Yellow Submarine stereo mix. or the Eleanor Rigby stereo mix. That's a great one, where it starts in the middle of an Eleanor Rigby and then it's pans over.
Definitely not the Sergeant Pepper movie.
Sorry?
The Sergeant Pepper movie? What a mess that was.
Mm.
Oh, that was made in the 70s, wasn't it?
Yeah.
With the Bee Gees.
The stuff that's in here.
I would like to see, I wish that they had done all the
Yeah, you
Magic
used that
Mystery Tour
once.
stuff
I
along
saw
with
you.
Sergeant Pepper.
Yeah.
Oh, Magical Mystery Tour, what now? Or what an EP.
Yeah. I've got the original mono dual 7-inch downstairs, an original. Cost me a bit.
No, it doesn't sound as terrible with 2
Had a
tracks and a
beard as
7-inch.
I'm not sure how did I heard those albums first. I'm not even sure if I heard those albums in full. Because I remember that quad LP collection they did, which was 2 albums on a red
Yeah, the red and blues.
carpet, and the other one in blue.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the red was the first half and the blue was the
yeah.
second half.
62 to 65 and 66 to...
But that's what I
69.
remember having at home.
Most
And-
people had those, didn't they?
And one with faces drawn in lines on top of white
That's
background.
Revolver. That's Revolver. That's the one that's getting reissued this year.
And what is
That's-
the super treatment?
Well, if they're going to do what they did with all the others, they will have the album, the original. They'll probably do a remastered mono mix, which currently exists anyway. They'll do a new. Giles Martin will generally do a new stereo mix, which will be a very good stereo mix compared to the original stereo mix, which is like all instruments there and there, hard pan, hard left or right, and that's it.
Really?
It was horrible. But then there'll be.
It depends.
I've
Some of the
I've
stereo
got-
mixes are alright. Again, Eleanor Rigby, if you ignore the vocal panning, then it's totally fine because the string mix, the stereo mix, is just so much better than the mono string mix. So clearly it was recorded with stereo in mind
Yeah.
and not with mono in mind. But
I've got a 1/4-inch real recording of Magical Mystery Tour where it's all the instruments over here
Yeah, and all the voices
and all
over
the
there.
singing over there. And it's great because you can go, all right, turn all the voices
Yeah.
off,
Just listen to the music.
sing along.
Yeah. But yeah, then there'll be probably a couple of discs of outtakes, demos, that sort of thing. Stuff that you could have probably had most of on the anthology discs, but maybe a few other bits and bobs. And then,
You have all the German versions too.
yeah, well, they did well when they did the German version, but they haven't got to those albums yet. Yeah, there'll be like, so that's usually like 4 discs, and then the 5th disc will be a Blu-ray with a 5.1. Well, actually, no, it'll be Atmos this time.
when will we see the Glyn Johns Get Back mixes?
Indeed. Hang on, didn't they? You say that? I thought, or maybe I'm just thinking. Let me double check. I thought they put the Glyn Johns mix on.
Oh, did they finally put it on something?
Yeah, I think I'm just having a look now. They put it on the deluxe that came out last year.
Watch list.
All right, I'm too far now. Beatles, Let It Be. Oh Jesus, how many fucking versions? Let It Be Naked. Let It Be Naked. Flying Ball.
So what would be a modern Let It Be Naked that it's not compressed to the big pieces? That would be nice.
There's technically nothing wrong with the DSS one, apart from it doesn't have a OS disc with it, so it doesn't actually play anything yet.
Yeah, the Glyn Johns mix was disc 5.
Other than that, it seems okay.
Hang on, no.
Both mixes or just one of them? Or?
Hang on a minute. Sorry, let me just do this here. Sorry. Been easy if I just bloody looked up on here.
Yeah, I can't find my DSS1 disc, so I have to go buy something, I think. One dumb thing about it, you need a boot disc.
There we go.
Who's playing that?
Oh, I don't know.
How do you dare? Sir? How do you dare?
Oh, dear me. Oh, oh, careful. Oh, bloody trousers. I have to keep rearranging my marsupials to stop myself from hurting myself.
No. Yeah. So,
Marsupial.
CD
My pouch carriers.
CD4 was the 69 John
The Baby Travelers.
Glyn Johns mix. And then there was also some Glyn Johns mixes on the Let It Be EP. Came in it. But yeah, the
Bless
Glyn
you.
Johns mix is in that box. But yeah, so Revolver, that should be
Yeah, so,
good.
so the 69 and not the 70. I can't remember which one I preferred the last time I listened to the bootlegs of them. Well, I mean, the one thing you have to say about the choices of takes were definitely better by Phil Spector. He definitely had a better ear for choosing which takes were, or more cutting them together. Whereas Glyn Johns definitely went more with the original idea of what they were planning to do and then ignored.
Okay, quiz question. What was implied in the Phil Spector wall of sound?
Don't understand the question.
Phil Spector at least got to me for having this way of recording that was called the wall of sound.
Mm-hmm.
What did they mean?
Well, just as much as possible, stuff everywhere, and for the time, different reverbs at the same time for different things to have a sense of depth. I mean, most. If you think
I
of
thought I
proper
used
wall
too
of-
much reverb.
Never.
No, listen to All Things Must Pass,
Yeah,
the
actually.
original mix. And then you're just like, oh, did they really think that on some of her songs?
Well, you can put them as much reverb as you want, as long as you remember to fade out the tails.
Sorry. Oh.
What up?
They meant he pulled out a gun and made everybody lay against the wall and made them play. Yeah.
No, he
Probably
didn't
not
do
too
that to
far
the
from the
beat.
truth.
He only did that to other
Did that
people.
later. He'd done that later.
Yeah, something I heard about that.
Funny story,
You
a
might
friend
be
of a
right.
friend was the DA on that case.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah, down in LA.
So did he
Well-
actually shoot anybody?
Yeah.
I'm
Oh, yeah,
surprised
he's
he
a
hadn't been
maniac.
taken to court for
I mean, just
that.
look at the
Bleep.
guy. He looks like a
But-
goddamn maniac.
That's why he went to prison.
Sorry,
Yeah.
I didn't know he went to
But he
prison.
should have gone to jail for that hair. Fuck me.
You never know.
Should have gone to prison for the abuse of his wife.
Yeah.
Okay.
But also the hair.
But you know, Robert Blake did something bad as well. He got away with it. So
Lots of people have done bad things and got away with it, but
I know with a
Okay.
similar circumstance with gunplay and terrible lies and just stupid people.
And that guy named after the orange juice, yeah.
Yeah? Which one?
Was that O.J. Simpson, wasn't it?
Okay. Oh, dude, that...
Well, he finally got busted for ripping off people who ripped off his memorabilia, supposedly. So he did finally serve time,
Yeah.
but
Yeah.
not for murder.
But not for that, yeah.
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 Now he's out doing Twitter all the time.
You're not guilty if you got a good lawyer.
I was in LA during his trial. Bizarre. I remember driving past the courthouse and seeing like massive bleachers on the other side of the road, just full of the world's press. It was a crazy.
It even got that, you know, the original car chase.
Oh yeah.
it made it into the Duke Nukem 3D game.
Exactly. It's on the TVs in there. Yeah.
Yeah, it's on the TV. Yeah, when you go into
Yeah.
the bar and you got the car
Little
going.
loop. Yeah.
Yeah. I thought it was a nice touch.
Has anybody downloaded? Is it anybody? Obviously, I know you've got a PS5, Ken, but I was just wondering if anybody's downloaded the reworked Last of Us Part 1.
It's that the one where I was reading that, or was it just the physical copies that Sony fucked up, and it's not refunding?
No, I didn't know about that.
There was something in GameSpot or Game Radar about a big fuck up with physical copies for the new one.
No, I've held off. I mean, I've got the original, but the new version does look incredible. But I'm loath to pay like 70 quid for a game that I already own and have played through, and I'm just going to go through it again because you know what they've done. The graphics are, well, they've done them really, really well, but it's a lot of money.
The best
So they just revamped it for the new engine. Is that?
So they've basically done. You know, they've made it as if they had the PS5 to develop the game on, and so they've taken advantage of all of the extra oomph that the PS5 has.
But that game, like Last of Us, it pushed for PS3 to the absolute limit.
Oh yeah,
but also is by that point, we've had like 6 years or 7 years to learn about the PS5 and knew it inside out and how to get everything out of that complex but amazing processor.
But I just loathe to pay £70 for a game again, just because it's I mean, if they'd have done it like 35, maybe even 40, I might have thought.
Red Dead was 84 quid.
Yeah, but that was
it was a new game.
It was a new game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
albeit a lot of people said basically GTA 5 in the West, but
it's GTA 5 with legs.
But it is truly an amazing game. It is one of the greatest games of all time.
Yeah,
I think.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. There's so many nice mods now for GTA 5.
Oh yeah, that one. I never really got into it. I don't know why. I bought it. Well, I didn't buy it. I got it free or something, but never really got into it.
Yeah.
But no, Red Dead. Yeah,
I'd
buy a Red
around.
Dead. What was the second one?
What, Red Dead Redemption?
Yeah, no, Red Dead. Was it Revolver?
Yeah, Red Dead Revolver, the first. Red Dead Redemption and Red Dead Redemption 2.
Yeah, but the second one follows on from the third one. The third one's the prequel, isn't it? To the yeah. So it
would be nice if they were to redo the Red Dead Redemption with the more modern look, because when you look at them side by side, it definitely it doesn't look as good as a Naughty Dog game of the era.
No.
Yeah, I was blown away by the original. There's so much level of detail and things you could do that you would not expect to work. You try to break the game and do weird things, and it lets you.
We downloaded it was a series of 5 games. It was called King's Quest.
Oh yeah, the old Sierra ones.
Yeah, and it started off as this little kid, wasn't it? And you had all the different puzzles and stuff. But when you get to the 5th one, he's really, really old man now, and he's got Alzheimer's. And you're playing this game, and it is heartbreaking. After you've done all these games, right? And Fiona said she was like fucking nearly in tears playing it.
King's Quest 5 is where you have to power the machine with cheese.
Yeah, there was something weird. But then he'd be going somewhere, and it'd gone all cloudy because he couldn't remember how to go there anymore, so he couldn't go that way anymore. And Fiona's going, "Oh, this is too near. This is too close."
If you have the MP32 sound module, the music sounds great.
I had a joke about Alzheimer's today. So there's 3 good things about coming down with Alzheimer's. The first one is that you can do your own Easter egg hunts.
Yeah.
The second one is you make new friends every day.
Yeah.
And the third one is that you can do your own Easter egg hunts.
Yeah. Now for me, it'd be box sets. because it was great. Mum could watch the same box set over and over.
Are you kidding?
This is
If
really
you don't
good.
Keep track, it's easy to buy the same one over and over again.
Yeah, yeah, just one box set. So we gave her NCIS, and she was happy as Larry for 2 years with that. It was only season 1.
Oh,
Bless her.
well, first episode of NCIS. What a fun episode. Where it just makes fun of Air Force One.
There was, what was the thing I was watching the other day? It was season 1 of Bosch, and I'd forgotten it already. So that's good. So I was able to enjoy it all over again.
Well, they have a spin-off, the Origins one too.
Yeah, what's it like?
It's just a continuation. His daughter becomes a cop, and
But it's still him.
it's still basically the same show.
Still tight
Yeah,
as
same-
Weaver.
same
oh,
show,
good.
yeah.
Oh, good. Oh, good. I'll have some of that then. I'm actually toying with the idea of watching Blue Bloods as well. I've watched clips on YouTube. I think I've watched the entire series now.
I don't know. Tom Selleck and Mark Wahlberg. I'm not really, or is it no the other Mark Wahlberg, Donnie Wahlberg.
Oh,
No, that's the other Mark Wahlberg.
Yeah, they're all the same.
yeah.
The skinny
Yeah.
one. Yeah.
They're all goofballs.
Yeah.
I mean, they have a TV show about their hamburger joint. Give me a break.
But there again, it's like where you've got like the Baldwin brothers, and you can tell which Baldwin brother sat at the end of the table that had all the food.
Or the Bacon Brothers. They played music too.
Yeah.
You say that, but Alec Baldwin in Hunt for Red October. What a sexy man.
Yeah. But his brother was always quite podgy in comparison to him.
Yeah, and then Alec Baldwin in like Mercury Rising.
Yeah. Yeah, well, it happens. I'm going to sneeze.
Bless you.
What
Bless
is
me.
this? Praise be.
I tried to
Andy,
hold
are
it
you playing
in.
one of your SRV cards?
Say that again?
Are you playing one of your SRV cards?
No, but I could. Do you want me to?
No, I just wonder what you were playing. What's the sound?
No, this in fact is even more intriguing than that.
Oh.
So the JV family basically had 3 ways to expand the factory capabilities. One is the SR JV80s, the ones you know about.
That looks hard to play. I prefer keys myself.
Then they have this one, which is just the waveforms. There's nothing in this bad waveform. So if you don't build them to become a patch, they sound really meh, almost bad general MIDI.
Oh, you're really selling it.
Say what?
I said, you're really selling it. It sounds great.
Yeah, I'll take 2.
That's why they are so cheap. Nobody really wants them. But this is the biggest kicker. Okay, I don't know if you can read yeah, this is, you see it says for internal wave. Right? So this is the same format as the memory cards that you buy to save your own patches, but these are ROMs. Okay? So basically you bought the same way now you buy a pack of presets from somebody and you download them to apply to whatever synth you want. This is the way that Roland did it for this family. This is nothing but presets, basically settings for the waveforms and the patches you already have in the machine. There's no new sounds in this one.
Yeah,
in
typical patch card, like on the other Roland stuff.
Yeah.
You know, like on the D50
Yeah.
or DX7.
And the kicker is each one of these was designed either for internal waves, which is the factory waves in the 880, means it would run on all JVs with different effects, different execution, different results. But some of them are specific for an expansion card. So if you don't have the expansion, all you would get out of these ones is basically noise or something really unplayable. To the point, and that's the only reason why I need to go and buy the JV1000, that one of these cards is specific for the JV1000 factory presets. It only works on the 1000. And I have the card, but I don't have the keyboard. So yeah, as silly as it sounds, I need to buy a keyboard just to be able to use one of these cards.
Good go.
And that's where I draw my line. When I get, so now it's the Japanese expansion card, which is from the Experience family. The Japanese expansion card, the 1010, then the JV1000, and that's where I draw my line. That's it. That collection is closed.
You can die a happy man.
No, I can die a poor, stupid man, but I can die at least. My spirit won't hunt anybody in this plane of existence.
But you said you have to replace the caps in those SRVs, right?
Oh yeah, and that's the next step. I need to buy. I'm gonna buy 2 per card just in case, because they're SMD. So it's gonna be my first experience changing SMD.
Oh, Jesus.
They're not too bad. They're not microscopic SMD, but the type of pads are SMD is surface mount. But they're kind of tricky if you want to have them pretty. That's why I even have one of them. That one guy followed the typical YouTube video that tells, oh, don't bother with the SMD. Take any capacitor of roughly the values or way higher, and just any through-hole capacitor, solder the legs on the proper position, and just bend the capacitor so it fits in the slot, because there's only so much room between the card and the motherboard, which is basically the connector space. That's all you have. So anything that protrudes taller than that will prevent the card from going in. But yeah, that's the next project, getting those capacitors and changing them. Then it's just a matter of money, because they're not that rare to find. They're just expensive to get the Japanese one. Funny enough,
Japanese like ethnic instruments, or what kind of?
No. It has nothing Japanese. It's just
released in Japan.
That's what I've learned. I might be wrong, but yeah, as a promotion, I think with the 1080 and 2080, I believe they started giving away already installed in the unit a family of expansions they call Experience. That in Europe and America was 3 cards, 99, 98, and 97. In that order, they were released in that numerical order, 99, 8, and 7, which are Experience 1, 2, and 3. And they were basically a cocktail of a little bit of all the other expansions already in the market. So you got a taster of them. And then it's 96, 9, 8, 7, exactly, number 96, which was released only for the Japanese market. So it has absolutely no value whatsoever in the sound set level of things. It's just a matter of having them all.
Like Pokemon.
Yep. Bloody things. Yeah. Sadly for me. And that's that would close. Well, I said so. No, I just discovered that for the keyboards, they released another type of card, of expansion card, which is not about having extra sounds of waveforms. It's about adding another synthesizer on top. So basically multiply your voices, multiply your memory slots, multiply on some units, it basically duplicates all your synth power. And those were, I need to remember, I think VG, SVG something. They have the same hardware format as the SRJB80s, but they're a little bigger and they're basically synth microprocessors in them, not just ROM chips. And I'll have to check if they can be applied to the JB1000, because the JB1000 was meant to be the flagship, not the first one, but the most powerful they ever released. Basically, the one that had it all. I think including 4 SRJB slots.
Do you guys remember the Integra 7 take all that and modernize it? It's all that stuff plus more?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but it can take all the SRX7 boards.
Only SRX, and the SRX.
But it's not built in. You still have to have the damn boards, right?
No. But you have to choose them. So you have to like go in the settings, select it, and then you can load the presets of it.
So they never made it so you didn't have to use the boards, basically.
No. So the boards are virtual, but they are still a bit stupid to access.
Oh, I see. Okay.
I thought they could plug SRX, which is the next generation, which doesn't have the capacitor, and they hold more memory, but they are more mixed. They're not so style addressed. And I think they only released 4 or 5 SRXs ever.
No, they're like 12 or 16. Correct.
12? Okay.
Yeah, because SRX went like from the late 90s until mid 2000s, late 2000s.
Okay. Because all I can find is about like 5 or 6 of them, no, not more than that.
There's typical role in their limitations, like the damn System 8 with too few plug-out slots.
Yeah,
Ridiculous.
they always let you down with something.
Yeah.
Well, you complain about that, then System 1 with only 1 plug-out slot.
Well, that I expected because that's all the precedent was. But then the 8 only gave you 3. So it's like, come on, man.
So you always have 5 empty slots. Is that it?
When can they please do the proper System 16 with a proper 61 keyboard and like nice hardware?
Well, sure, but I mean, they already had that down. They just had to add a little more extra this and that. It's not a lot of money. So,
but once again, it is that crazy philosophy that Roland has about not cannibalizing their own range, not even their future range. If there's another project on the go that would conflict with, for instance, the System 8, if they would have the System 8 with, I don't know, 50 plug-outs to choose from, probably nobody would have bought what was the next one after the System 8? The Phantom?
No, I mean, realistically, the Jupiter X is the next thing, but that's then core. So there's nothing to replace with System 8.
But that's what I mean. But it would have been way better quality at a price that they could not compete with. So they rather kill it. They rather stop doing that and supporting that one. So the Phantom and the Jupiter X and XA or XD. How is XM. The right one? XM would have a chance to survive and to get good enough sales to justify all the R&D. And just let me remind everybody that companies like Korg, Yamaha, and Roland, they're working probably 2 to 3 years ahead. They're developing each thing for 2 or 3 years. So by the time
Apple's famous for killing stuff that's successful. They killed several of their products that were great software-wise.
Many,
but they weren't doing gangbuster stuff. They don't want to keep it. So. Yeah.
Because they want to release something that they will give them more margin, for instance.
That's
more
why
profit.
Aperture became Photos, which is not the same at all.
So. I don't know. But yeah, Roland is a very funny one. It's like, that's why I keep calling them the Barbie doll. Because they find a way that to make you feel always incomplete, like you're missing something or you need more gear to actually get what they promised in the first place. It's like,
Hey, at least Barbie had a dream house.
yeah, but you still have to pay
And
for the
Ken.
house and Ken and the car and the horse and the dresses and the shoes.
Yeah.
Different
Other,
business model.
yeah, I know. To me, I'm more pleased with Yamaha's business model. Yeah, they might charge you a little more for the item, but you very rarely feel what would be the right word to say here, scammed or let down. Like in, oh yes, you said that this thing would do this. Yes, it does do it, but because it's later or is more expensive, I assumed that it would do what all the previous models did. No, you're taking away what the previous models did, and you're giving me only what you promised. It's like, huh? Instead of building up, to me, all it started, and because I feel so betrayed with the GR55, because every other GR unit based on PCM before had the capability of plugging a keyboard. The 55 is the first one in their history. Is not. It's been removed on purpose. You cannot trigger the synths with an external keyboard, only through the guitar. And they don't even give you the option to play a regular guitar to use only the virtual side or the effect side of the unit. Because the 55, in fact, is basically 1, 2, 3, 4 units in one. For different products, none of them do its fully potential, and they took away that capability. It's like, and it's not only, okay, I could understand that they don't give you 5-pin DIN, so you don't use it as a synth module like the Integra, the 3050 or 5080 or any of those ones, but not even through USB, so you can re-trigger the same sound you use to record a track from a sequencer. That to me is beyond greed. You know what I mean? Because if I find a sound and I record a track and I record the MIDI of that track, and I want to play the same track straight from the modules without having to print it down to sound, just in case I want to change 1 or 2 notes because it's not working with the rest of the track, I can't do it. I have to print to sound every single time. I cannot work in MIDI with that synthesizer. It's really, really frustrating.
Yeah, it sucks. But I mean, again, Apple plays this with, instead of going touchscreen, they go touch strip. So they could easily give you a nice touchscreen if they wanted to. But
and that's just so they keep selling tablets? Is
exactly,
that it?
Yeah. They
Isn't
could have done a
that
touchscreen a
stupid?
hell of a long time ago, because their iPad touchscreen
Yeah.
is superior to the Galaxies and all that kind of stuff.
Oh, it's
They
the
better
best
be.
of
They've been
bunch.
on the market for longer.
Best of the bunch. It's the iPad.
That's
I
why
mean, you just play a couple synths on it, and it's amazingly tactile
Yeah.
okay.
and great for mixing and all kinds of stuff.
No, it's really good. I mean, I've got a Slate Raven here, and it is literally a 27.
Is that a
inch
Linux
iPad.
box under the hood, basically? Is that?
I believe it is. I
Yeah.
know there was a hell of a, to start with, the drivers for it was like, holy shit, man.
Yeah.
Who is writing these drivers? Imagine this. I was imagining this 4-year-old with a Lego kit out the back.
Well, so Mr. Slate himself.
Yeah,
The 4-year-old marketing person.
Yeah, I was having dreadful problems with it, but they got it all sorted out in the end, and it's a fantastic touchscreen, but it's a pricey touchscreen.
Yeah, because
Only
when Microsoft tried to do the Surface Pro touchscreen for a while, I don't know if they still do that, and it was better than the standard Surface Pro, but not a whole lot better. Just big.
Yeah. And I got one of those. Well, this is what I watched the StreamYard. I have it on is another touchscreen this side, but because it's too far away, so I have to use a mouse. This fucking stupid bastard I am. And that's one, one of those Japanese ones you could get through Facebook for a while. I was really surprised it turned up, to be honest. And that's been fine, But the iPad, I love the iPad screen, I must admit.
It's not going to be long before they will eventually merge MacBooks and iPads.
You think?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, they're just taking their sweet time. They
But
won't.
why? As long as they're separate products, they can make you buy two products. When they merge it, they can no longer make you buy two
But
products.
there's going to be a point where it's going to be pointless buying one over the other because you can run iOS apps on a MacBook now.
If a developer allows it.
The Xcode is very similar, so it doesn't take much more work.
You can see everything is just moving towards a singular point, and there will be they'll think of another way of monetizing it and breaking it up into chunks.
They could do a MacBook in the end where you can just take the screen away when you want to and use it as a.
Well, they already make an iPad that you can bolt the screen to, so the keyboard too. So
yeah, no, I've got one of them. It's quite good actually.
Yeah,
because you don't get the keyboard coming up and taking up half the screen every time you go to type something.
Yeah, but that's a Surface.
But yeah, that's the Surface Pro or Surface Book.
Yeah. Oh, come on! Don't think Apple are going to be not doing something that somebody else has done a few years ago. Just do it their way, and they do it maybe a little
slightly more.
Yeah, that was just different OS. That's it.
But I mean, the Surf, if you've used the modern ones, they are amazing. The Surfaces.
The stylus still sucks, though. They stopped using Wacom. Wacom's king.
I love
that.
I
mean, I think the Surface stylus is better than the Apple one, and other people think the other way around. And I think there's a lot of taste for how a stylus should react. I mean, yes, Wacom is definitely the way it should react. Apple and Microsoft definitely don't react like Wacom.
No, because I have the Wacom Mobile Studio Pro tablet PC. It's fucking amazing. I mean, it's already like 4 years old, but it's insanely good.
Do you want to know a secret?
Mm-hmm.
You know the Fairlight CMI 30A, the
is that
30th
Wacom?
anniversary, the screen. So Peter Vogel sends me an email. What? How many years ago is this now? Like 11, 12 years ago. He says, "I've cracked it. I've finally figured out how to get a proper light pen experience on a TFT screen." And I'm like, has he come up with something crazy? He said, just put a fucking Wacom tablet.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I got it. Yeah. Well, why spend?
Don't reinvent the wheel. It's already there.
Yeah, exactly. So, that's all it was. Because then we got a support call from somebody who I think I can't remember which one it was, but they basically bought a 30A from someone secondhand. And they took a picture of the cord that held the light pen to the monitor, and it was all fraying around the connection with the screen. And they said that they sent the picture through, and they said, "Look, I bought this secondhand. I appreciate that there's no warranty on it, but can you tell me where I can get a replacement cable before this one goes and I can't use my light pen?" And the first thing that Peter said, he sends me an email privately first. He said, "I'll just tell him to cut it off and see what he says," because it would make absolutely no difference. It was just an elasticated cord.
So it's a visual effect. That's hilarious.
Yeah. So we literally just go like that. The light pen will still work. It's just a tether.
That's great.
So Andy, want to hear one of the expansions?
Yeah, sure.
This one is called keyboards from the 60s and the 70s. This is the Mellotron.
So weird sounding Mellotron.
Yeah.
War one. If I get something more interesting.
Excuse me, windy pops. Oh dear.
Let's go down.
I don't like this no alcohol thing. I really don't.
New alcohol?
No alcohol.
Meds.
No, just because I'm fat.
Being a good boy.
I'm diabetic.
Oh yeah, it does metabolize to sugar, right? So
I need to drastically do something, otherwise, I won't be here.
My grandfather was an alcoholic and he had to wear compression socks in his later years.
Thankfully, I've not got that far. I've been
yet.
Every time I go to the doctors for a checkup, it's like my blood sugar's a little higher. My blood sugar's a little higher, but it's still kind of, it's just over the borderline, not quite, And then I've just been like pushing my luck all this time, and I have been trying to do things, changing my diet, changing my lifestyle, getting a bit more active, and then the last checkup, my blood sugars had gone. And I was like, that was a bit of a wake-up call. So I said to the nurse, because the nurse was brilliant. The nurses are brilliant at the clinic, and they're like, so what do you do? And no, I understand. You've got a sedentary job, and have you thought about doing this? And and I said, you know what? I'm going to give up the booze for a month, just for a month, to prove that I can do it. Because I know one of the first signs of being an alcoholic is saying I'm not an alcoholic, but I'm not an alcoholic. I don't depend on it. I know alcoholics, and I'm not one of those. But I do like, of a weekend, to have a few glasses of wine on a Friday, and a few glasses on a Saturday, and maybe a few glasses on a Sunday too. A midweek, maybe a G&T. But so that's I keep sort of changing my food diet and wondering why I'm not losing a huge amount of weight, or why I'm putting it back on again, Sunday night, Monday morning. And it's clear and obvious what it is. So
if you can stop drinking for a while and not get delirium tremens, you're probably in good shape.
Oh yeah, no, I can, I can stop. Like I said, I haven't drunk since last week. So it was like my smoking habit. I often would smoke and just realize, I'm smoking. I didn't even think about lighting a cigarette. It was just habit. And then I'd get halfway through a cigarette and think, I'm not really enjoying this like I used to enjoy it. But I kept doing it. But with wine, I mean, I love drinking wine, and I love the taste of wine. And I'm not going to lie, I do like the little buzz that you get from it, and it is a little buzz. I'm 50 odd years old and carrying far too much. It takes a lot to get through. Get me drunk is a lot of alcohol. So, and it's the Italian, I suppose. I'm designed. My
You're
DNA
not a cheap date. So.
Oh no. Yeah. So no, but I said to the nurse, no, I'm going to give up the booze for a month. I want to prove to myself that is the thing. And I think once I do that mentally, I'm one of these people that as long as I have sort of solid evidence of something actually working, then it'll prompt me to carry on. And I'll maybe then just have one glass of wine on a night instead of a bottle of wine on a night. Thing is, I've still got a rack of some really, really lovely wines downstairs. So I try not to look around the corner because, no, I've been looking at that one. So I went out and bought a 6-pack of Heineken 0%, which is probably, that and Peroni are probably the nicest tasting ones. So I have a little sip on one of those, and that's fine. When I went out tonight, I had a non-alcoholic something that was awful.
Or you could just shortcut it and just have a little bit of hard alcohol. It goes faster.
Well, they say that clear spirits are less calories, and I do love my grappa.
Go for a nice
question. Grappa is wine, right?
No, grappa is a pomade. It's like brandy. So it's made from. So when they press the grapes for the wine,
stems or something, or is it?
No, when they press the grapes for the wine, it's the leftover, the mulch that they then let ferment, and then that is. So it's like it's brandy. It's a pomade.
Oh, okay.
No, but obviously the thing with brandy is that you store it in the cask.
Exactly, and grappa you do store it. In Vecchiata is stored for a few years, starts to go yellowy and then brown. The stuff I drink is like it's darker than it's probably about as dark as brandy.
Okay.
Which is quite an aged one, but it's very nice. Although my wife hates it. So, she likes limoncello, so like all the girls do.
Bunch of clavinets.
You can go the classic old man drink, just get Greyhounds with vodka and grapefruit juice.
Mm.
A low sugar grapefruit juice.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Well, I went to see a friend that I used to know at school back in the 70s, and I thought he was joking when he said, "Oh yeah, I'm a bit of an alcoholic," and I said, "It was sort of like you chuckle." He said, "No, I am an alcoholic," and then he was telling me about the fact that he wakes up in the morning like 7 o'clock and he goes downstairs and he doesn't have cereal, he has a glass of wine, because if he doesn't, he cannot function.
Yeah.
Wow.
And he's on treatment, but if he's like Lemmy, if you stop the drinking, his body would go, "Oh, what?" It's like air, it needs it.
Yeah.
So, I like to tell this story. In my first band, where I started as a singer, which is totally irrelevant, the lead guitar player was a really interesting case. Whenever he didn't ring and try to play, you could see his hands shaking. 2 shots or 3 shots of Jack Daniels, and he would be steady as a surgeon.
I used to drink in this pub when I was
and he was in his
18.
20s.
And this pub was in my village that I used to live in. I'd moved away, but I'd go back to see my friends. And I'd always try and get a lift home so I could have a few drinks and not have to drive. But there was a guy called Kevin. Kevin was a double glazer. He used to fit double glazing in all sorts of places. And he would finish work at like 5 and go straight to the pub and stay there till 11. And he was drinking solidly. And yet he was the most competent driver. And I sat in his van with him. He was absolutely, bob on every time.
But he would not pass a test, would he?
Oh, gosh, no.
You couldn't smell it on him?
I'd probably had too much myself to
okay. Because we had a guy.
He was like completely, just like normal. And when he got behind the wheel, he was straight. He was alert. I'm sure that had he been caught out, it would have bitten him on the arse. But it was just an incredible thing to see somebody with that tolerance.
We had one guy at work who would try to hide it. It was so obvious because he smelled like it. And another guy at another place I worked, I used to, take a nap in the car at lunch because I was burning the candle at both ends. And I'd see another guy in the car next to me sometimes, and he's like, not just in this car, he's laying down, like out. And he gets up at the same time I do, and he starts wandering to the building ahead of me. And I've seen the guy a whole bunch. He knew where our IT department was in the building. It's down a blind hallway and through a couple doors. He totally went the wrong way across the building from where he's supposed to be. Stops in the middle of our hallway, kind of looks around a little bit like where did I just go? And then I said, "Oh, hey, you looking for the IT department?" Knowing he wasn't. And he's like, "Oh, no, I'm okay. Turning around and kind of stumbled back the other direction. But he is fucking gone. Just walk around the halls at work,
It's kind of scary, the amount of alcoholics that you wouldn't be able to tell living regular lives.
We had this guy at my last job. When he started, we all sort of looked. He was an odd looking chap. He was very thin, and he wore driving gloves, which I'm sorry is a dead giveaway of oddness if you wear driving gloves. And he wore those ones with the kind of fabric backing and the leather grips, and he had this kind of very sort of little pencil thin moustache, but he wasn't old. He looked like he was old, but he wasn't old. Anyway, he started, and people were sort of like walking past and sort of like going, "He looks a bit strange," but he'd been hired for his skills, and there you go. First day on the job, somebody comes in to the HR office and says, "I don't want to be that person, but I've just seen somebody drinking alcohol in the staff canteen, which of course is expressly forbidden. And we go in there and we don't see anything. And so a couple of days later, somebody says, that weird looking new guy, he literally sat down with his packed lunch in a canteen and just pulls out a bottle of red wine and pours himself a glass of red wine to have in his lunch. Just like he was having a little picnic, you know.
Wow.
And he was fired on the spot. Because obviously it's a massive, you know, that's gross misconduct. You know, you're not supposed to, first of all, you're not supposed to drink whilst you're at work, whether you're on your lunch break or not, you're not supposed to drink. But, you know, somebody would go up, you know, have a pint at the pub. But to actually just, brazenly just sit in the staff room, which, as it happens, was opposite the HR office. So he and then sit and pour him, you know, not a little thing, or not even out of a flask, into an opaque cup, so you couldn't tell what it was. Fucking wine glass and a bottle of wine that said wine on the thing, and pours his wine and drinks it.
It's like something out of Office Space. He just doesn't care. You know?
What the fuck? And he couldn't understand why he was being fired.
Really?
Yeah.
Damn it.
But you know, on the continent, you know, if you're in France and you don't have a glass of wine at lunchtime, you're the fucking weirdo.
Yeah, something wrong with you.
Or beer.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the old Monty Python and the Philosopher's
What's
sketch.
wrong with you?
Those not caught drinking in their bedroom after whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had a very hard time all my life, because for the longest time of my life, I always been teetotal, and everybody, but why can't you have a beer? A beer has no alcohol. I said, dude, it says here 3 or 6 or 7% alcohol. It has alcohol. Nah, but that's nothing. Come on, you don't be such a pussy. Dude, no, I don't drink alcohol. I don't like it. It suits me right. Then I went for stupid emotional reasons. I went and say, okay, fuck it. I think I was 35. I'm 35. I'm not gonna die without trying what the buzz, pun intended, it's all about. I went through a period. I drank all I could. The only thing that it didn't really kill me was things like gin and vodka, because whiskey to me is like fly killer. One drop and I'm like wandering side to side in the street. 2 or 3 shots of vodka and I'm perfectly fine and quite lucid all night long. But no, it never did it to me. I went really low, to the way up to having to do dirty stuffs in the door of a pub. Never felt any. I was spending more money than I had. I said, okay, so that this is not for me. Never went back. Because it doesn't seem me right. That's why I always say that I must be the only Spaniard in the world who doesn't drink wine, doesn't support any football team, and never goes to the beach. I got fed up of going to the beach because of my grandparents. They took me on a daily basis, 7 hours a day, all 2 or 3 months of holidays in Spain, all through the summer. So I got fed up of the beach. Any alcohol, and red wine is the worst one. It kills my stomach. It makes me twist on my seat. Doesn't suit me right. And as I said already in this show, I'm not going to support any football team. My money goes for something way more constructive.
I almost got fired for drinking Red Bull at work once.
Give you wings.
I turned up as when I was managing a video store, like Blockbusters type thing. And my area manager had been waiting for me to turn up. So I turned up at about 9:30. The shop opened at 10. And I get out the car and I've got a can of Red Bull because I had a bit of a late night. So I was drinking this can of Red Bull. And he stands there and he says, he's just like, watches me go past. And I said, morning, Gary. Unlock the shop, turn the alarm off. He follows me and unlock the shop. And I go up to the counter and I put the can of Red Bull down. I start prepping the counter for the day. And he says, Rob, can I have a word? And I'm like, yeah. Why else are you here? He said, you do realise what the consequences are for drinking at work? And I'm like, I didn't catch on. I was like, yeah, why? What the fuck's this then? I'm like, whoa. I said, it's Red Bull. He says, yes. So you're drinking alcohol at work? I said, no, it's Red Bull.
It's a mixture. It's not the alcohol.
he just assumed that, you know, vodka and Red Bull was something you got in a can, not something you probably can nowadays, but
yeah, don't ask.
He's like, do you know how much taurine is in that?
And I sort of showed him the can and
composition, non-alcohol.
Like, oh. And then he sort of said, can I use your office for a bit? And he just squirreled himself away in the office for about a couple of hours until he thought it had blown over. But that was quite funny.
Well, funny.
Now the office got drunk.
Yeah, probably. Dear.
Obviously, nobody told him that Red Bull is what you drink after you've been drinking.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah,
that's funny.
In a way, yes, but not at the sport. Not when you think your job is on the line.
It's funny he didn't even ask to look at it first. He just assumed.
Yeah.
But I mean, it was ignorance. It was just the fact that he assumed that, this, because this was what 98. Yeah, 98, something like that. So it was the thing then. It was the trendy drink was vodka and Red Bull, wasn't it?
Yeah, but that I mean, to my we thought that was an import. We never had it in Spain. First of all, Red Bull was fairly new down there. Like nobody really knew about it, and all that we could hear about it. KFC sounds like a crack.
BJ 69 KFC, yeah, bang on.
What's the BJ? I get the KFC, but what's the BJ?
Blowjob 69 KFC. That's an evening right
Good
there.
night out.
So yeah, we've never heard or we never thought about doing that mixer with Red Bull, which was already really expensive because it was an import. So it came probably from England.
Yeah, could have done. It's not like we're not known for inventing.
I mean, the company's in Austria, right? So it shouldn't be that much.
It's an Austrian company.
Yeah.
But the mixer, who thought that it would be a good result out of that?
They're actually pretty good, especially if you want to stay up late.
Yeah, but once again, it's the effect, not the taste, because
I quite like
the alcohol dilutes it. It's not so nasty.
What you don't like the taste of liquefied gummy bears?
I like the taste of Red Bull, but
that's exactly what I was drinking. Have you ever had black vodka?
I don't think so.
I guess you would call it a mixer. It's made by Smirnoff. It's basically Smirnoff vodka with, I think, is cranberry juice. So it's black.
What we have over
vodka cran's a classic. That's a Cape Cod.
A what?
Vodka cranberry is called a Cape Cod. That's a classic drink.
Okay. Is it black?
One of the top alcoholic drinks, technically.
Sure.
Because it goes down easy, right?
Oh yeah. Oh yes, it does. There's only one thing that goes easier than that, and that is Jägermeister.
No, we had all the Rockstar drinks here, all the spin-offs and stuff, and even in Japan they have a vitamin drink called Lipovitan, which tastes kind of like Red Bull, and so you can mix it all over the place. It's just
sure, because on its own it's vile. That thing is nasty.
But if we're on Jaeger and Red Bull, a classic Jaeger bomb in Red Bull. Standard university night out.
Yeah.
Jaeger bombs. There's only one thing I've ever drunk who had a faster and harder impact on my balance. That was Spanish cider. Have you ever seen the Spanish cider? The one you have to pour from the top into a glass? Basically, because of the type of apple we used to do it, it doesn't have that much carbonated gas inside. So to put some bubble in it, you have to pour it from a high distance into a very open big glass. So the heat of the liquid into the glass from a distance mix it with air so you can drink it. Well, everybody who from the area where it's made, which is basically the north of Spain, will tell you never drink this sitting down. Because if you do, by the third glass, which is quarter of a pint, you won't be able to stand up.
Yikes.
It's so much sugar and carbonated that it goes straight to your balance centers.
Well, I love those giant glasses in Germany with the round bottom, so you have to drink it before you can put it down.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Big old beers.
Well, if you actually want a fun German drink, then Feuerzangenbowle, that is a great thing, because basically, it's basically mulled wine with then a bit of sugar at the top that you pour some wine over and light up and let drip into it, and you just because it's a hot drink, that you have like in a fondue set on the table. You don't realize how much you've been drinking until you try to stand up afterwards. It's like one of those really dangerous. I'm just sitting down and drinking. It's nice and easy.
Yeah.
Convenient. It's on the table.
Then you try to stand up. Yeah, those are the ones.
Yeah, I threw up before that. My tolerance for alcohol is low these days, so.
Oh, be glad of that. I'm the cheapest party you can think of. In probably 3 pints of cider, I'm totally wasted. But that's because I don't do it often, and I don't see the point of doing it more often. Just a little bit, just for the toasting and New Year's Eve or something like that, but not really.
All this talk of drink is making me want one.
You started.
We're enablers. We're very bad.
Yeah,
We're a bad influence. Bad influence.
on that separate, before I stay here and open the second bottle of Cerveza, I should probably go to bed.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I've got a trade show to go to tomorrow.
Have some final alcohol, down some NyQuil, and you can go right to sleep.
So, shall we call it the night, guys? Because even Kent is willing to get horizontal.
Yeah.
What's he already is?
I got sleep to catch up on
Well, that's what
So-
Christmas is for.
because I literally went Tuesday to Friday without sleeping.
Wow.
Yeah, you tell me. Did you had it in your sleep on Thursday?
No, it was too uncomfortable to lie down.
Oh,
It's a shame you can't get CBD. That would knock you right out.
Yeah.
or not.
Actually, I think we got some somewhere. Because I got some for Max when he had his bone cancer.
Ouch.
And yeah, it was very good for him. I think we still got some knocking about. Might even have some Lebanese black knocking about, actually, thinking about it.
Yeah, that sounds like the good stuff.
Yeah, no, Fiona likes a little puff now and again.
Sure, why not?
In between
It's way
bottles.
healthier than commercial tobacco.
Yeah, tell me about it.
It's more healthier than alcohol. Not that that's hard.
Yeah.
That's hard.
Well, even acid is healthier than alcohol.
Even what? Sorry.
LSD
Okay.
is healthier than alcohol. That's the disgusting thing.
Well, it depends on your brain chemistry. I know people who went nuts on it permanently.
Yeah.
Well, again, if you are excessive, then it is going to be worse. But yes, well, same with alcohol. Resilience is different per person.
Well, we used to have
Yeah.
a guy in the parts department in the garage where I used to work who was he was addicted to actified linctus. And he'd
What?
been Actified Linctus. It's cough syrup.
Oh god.
And he'd been banned from just about every chemist in Surrey. So he used to get other people to go to chemists to get it for him. And even the chemists were getting wise, going, no, this is for Martin, isn't it? No,
Is
we're
it
not
codeine?
selling it. Yeah, it's full of speed.
Yeah.
Ouch.
And he was just knocking these back, 2 or 3 bottles a day.
Classic cough meds.
Yeah. Minty fresh breath, though.
Sure it was.
Or like
No, I mean-
getting your eye drops for the cocaine.
Mm.
It's like the old Chris Rock joke about Robitussin. Got to get that tussin in you.
No, I mean, drugs and alcohol. It's all about each person's body chemistry. It's like that's why I mean, I know a lot of people who can. I can only talk about booze because that's all I take. But I've tried everything: beer, but things like whiskey. Whiskey to me, apart from it tasting like cologne, it tastes awful to me. It knocks me down in one go. But things like gin or vodka or in any white spirit, I'm kind of fine. But wine, for instance, kicks me down. Champagne is nothing.
No,
So that's why I always say
for
that.
me, like a bottle of wine, it can be dangerous, whereas half a bottle of gin is fine.
You see what I mean?
Which just seems completely wrong.
Exactly. But to other people, it's the other way around. They can take wine all day long and be able to drive, and one sip of gin, and they're off with ferries.
Yeah.
I think it's about the metabolism of each one.
Well, I haven't really drunk any alcohol for about 30 years now.
And you're done really, really right.
So, I think it ties in with when I got agoraphobia. It's something about control
Yeah, I get you.
that takes over when because agoraphobia you suddenly need to be in control of everything.
Yep.
And alcohol was not indicative to that
No,
particular.
it's
type
the
of
opposite.
feeling. Yeah, and I just stopped.
But if you're on a real bender, you might be temporarily cured. I mean, you
Yeah.
might not remember that, but
Yeah, but I used to be blatted out of my fucking brain every night. We could be going out with the lads and giving it all this. Tenants extra like on intravenous, and yeah, not a problem. And then agoraphobia, it's like, no, I don't want alcohol anymore. Just like that, just stop, never drunk it again.
Fear is the most effective drug, if you want to call it that way.
I might have a snowball at Christmas.
That reminds me
what?
of the Spinal Tap, intravenous to Milo.
It's the Milo. A what ball? Snowball?
Snowball, yeah. Yes, that's
Is that a drink?
It's Advocar with lemonade.
Oh,
Quite
horrible.
popular in the 70s.
Never heard of that.
Yeah, no. It's Marmite, isn't it?
Yeah.
You either you like them or you because Advocar is was it egg yolk or something, isn't it?
Yeah, the only reason I know this from The Shining, he gets a drink spilled on him.
Mm.
Yeah.
Yeah, I tell you what, it stains and it stinks as well if you let it if you leave it too long. But yeah, with lemonade, and I'd have one of them at Christmas. But I'd nurse it for like 5 fucking hours. Yep, sip.
Yeah, but many people, for instance, the people who likes scotch, it's a whole ritual. It's not a gulp and in. It's like, no, you need to look at the bottle, put it in the glass, let it mild, let it
it
breathe.
takes about as long as pouring a Guinness.
Yeah.
Say what?
I must admit, I was quite surprised at how much getting agoraphobia fucked my life up. I mean, completely on so many levels. It's just ridiculous. You know, sort of like, oh yeah, you can't go out. Yeah. Also, you can't sit in a car with a seatbelt on without really having to force yourself to put the seatbelt on.
Ouch. That's bad.
Yeah. And if you're going to close the doors on the car, have at least one window open. That kind of shit.
Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, it's really weird. Don't lock the bathroom door. You had a fear of if you locked something, you might not be able to open it again. and you'd be trapped.
I thought that was claustrophobia.
I got both.
Ah, okay. Now
So I'm
explains
happy
it.
when I'm in a room precisely the right size.
The right size with the right amount of openings.
Yeah. If it's a smallish room, you got to open the windows.
No.
I mean, I'm
understand,
nowhere
yeah.
near as bad. I mean, I used to be very, very, very bad. You go back 20 years, my life was ridiculous. But in the end, you get over a lot of things where you actually give up or get fed up being afraid of stuff, and it gets better and better and better. Like
It says here avocados, egg, sugar, and brandy. It's like a drinkable custard.
yeah, basically, yeah. And you put the lemonade in it to lighten it up.
Yeah, thank God it's not as bad. You managed to have a couple of drives on the Mustang.
Yeah, I mean, something like that 20 years ago would have been absolutely fucking impossible.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Yeah, you got more chance of fighting on Mars. And
Well done, mate.
yeah.
Well done.
I mean, that I can do, and I can go a little bit further, but it's very time consuming. It does wear you out, and unfortunately, the work has been so consuming. But the good thing is, it's not like you regress. I thought, I used to regress. Like you try pushing it, and then you'd stop for a little while because you're so exhausted from it, and then find you'd have to literally start again and work your way
From scratch.
forward again. Yeah, and now it's not really like that. You get so far, and it's fine. You can go and do it again, even if you do it 5 or 6 months later.
Shit.
Awesome.
Yeah. So, but I think it's because as you get older, you just say, "Oh, fuck it."
Not
Could be
worth
dead
it.
tomorrow anyway, and everything starts to matter less, and you're not so bothered about, the little fears and eccentricities that you suffer from.
It's too bad you don't have a track nearby to take your car on a nice controlled surface.
Oh, do you know what? I'd love to be able to get it to a proper decent racetrack and give it some. If I could do it, I'd love to take it to Nuremberg on track day.
Whoa.
Around Nuremberg and give it a right old fucking stinking. But I'd have to have somebody in a car come round with me, just in case it breaks down, or I put it into a tree.
That's more likely. How much would that be?
Yeah.
Have any idea?
No
What,
idea.
putting it into a tree?
Yeah, putting it into a tree doesn't cost anything.
Your
Never Nuremberg for a day.
Nürburgring does have corners.
Lots of them.
Many, and two.
The Nürburgring is a public road, but it's a toll road, so you just pay the toll to go onto it. But
Yeah.
there's a process. But yeah, anyone can just go on it. It's a public
Oh,
road.
okay.
The old
But it
circuit,
was-
this is not the.
Yeah.
What's the speed limit there? Is
There
one?
isn't one there.
No.
That's what I like about the autobahns. There's no maximum speed limit, but there's a minimum. You
Yep.
mustn't go slower than this.
Oh, yeah.
Depending on the lane, right?
No,
Yeah.
unless it's declared you need your vehicle needs to be able to do a minimum of 80 kilometers an hour to be allowed on it.
Yeah.
80. I thought it was
Mind you,
60.
if I got
on
the
the
supercharger for the
internet.
Mustang, I'd like to take it to Talladega. Give it a blast around that. See if we can get 200 mile an hour out of it.
Is that UK or where's that?
No, where's Talladega?
Southeast U.S. somewhere, I forgot.
Yeah, it's
Yeah, it's- Hicksville, basically.
yeah, down here. Or take it around Michigan. Michigan's a really nice NASCAR track, actually. Or Pocono.
Okay, who?
Pocono.
Pocahontas.
Yeah.
We have several
Charlotte.
around here.
Charlotte is a good one as well.
Laguna Seca near here, a few little right
Oh,
here. you
yeah.
can
Oh,
actually-
look at a sec. Going through the corkscrew. Jesus Christ, it'll rip that Mustang in half. Because you have to
Come bring
brake
it around
before you see the brain, don't you? You brake on the brow of the hill. And then... whoa. Yeah.
Yeah, come and whack it around Snetterton up the road. Yeah.
Yeah.
Not a bad little track.
Yeah, Snetterton's all right.
A friend used to be a marshal up there.
Yeah.
Anyway, I want to go to bed. So
You were, yeah.
have a lovely time. See you whenever next.
Yeah, you too.
All right, mate. Look
Take
after.
care.
See ya.
Take care, buddy.
See you later.
See you soon.
Mm.
So what they do at Snetterton, was that like regular cars or midgets, or what do they do there?
No, it's a proper race circuit. It's
I think you can get up to about Formula 2 on there.
yeah, they do most of this, the lower formulas, and they do touring cars
and lots of club racing.
lots of club racing. Yeah,
which
but
is
not
the best kind of racing, really. It really is the best.
You guys have stock car racing as a.
Oh gosh, yeah. I mean, great, yeah. Stadium in Great Yarmouth. They do stock car. They do demolition derbies.
Oh yeah, demolition derby.
Yeah.
Well, when I was a kid, they were called banger racing, wasn't it?
Or banger racing, yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I was catering to our American customers, you see.
Yeah.
Yeah, you said banger racing. I think you're talking about sausages. So
yeah. Thing about banger racing was you get the ringer, the guy who turns up with the Daimler Sovereign or the Rover P5 or P6 and going, no, mate, we're staying away from you with that fucking tank.
That's funny.
Yeah.
It's still my dream to take a Lotus around test track at Hethel.
Yeah.
That would be fun. You can do that. You can do that like classic Lotus days.
Yeah.
Colin Chapman's son runs classic Team Lotus, and you can go and do sort of bits and bobs.
All right, Lotus, F1 Lotus, or Street Lotus?
All the same. Well, they were. Except Lotus don't do F1 anymore. So
we had a special event here a few years ago at Alameda, the old Naval Air Base, where they shot the Matrix and all that stuff. All those freeway scenes were all done on the Alameda airfield. And they had Chevy did a thing called Rev It Up, and they built a bunch of tracks and cone systems and all kinds of stuff. And you could do a time race, a brake test thing, all these different things, and you could even wait in line to drive with a professional driver in a high-end like pro Camaro with the proper cross belts and everything, because he was whipping around the fucking track. It was fun. And just to watch this guy's skill with the pedals and how he handled himself, it was a blast.
Yeah,
to be a passenger in that car.
They do some of the things like at Snetterton. You can go along for a day. In the first half of the day, you'll go out with an instructor, and he will take you around in usually like a fast BMW. And he'll take you around the course in one of those, and he'll teach you, where to hit the apex is, what gears, where your braking spots are, and everything. And you'll do that for the first couple of hours or so with him in the Beamer, and then you swap places, and then you do it with him in there. And then the second half of the day, they bring out one Ferrari, one Lamborghini, a couple of other cars, and then you get to go around the track at least once in one of these cars, and then you get out, and do the other one. Yeah. It's not cheap, but it's my ex-wife did that. It's good fun. It's a good day. It's a very good day.
Yeah, this was cheap. This is like $30 or something like that, and you got to even do some time tracks on your own and try to beat everybody. Get 3 passes and try to get up on the board, and it was a lot of fun. They taught the theory classes, and it was pretty fun. It's
like when I used to do when I was much younger. It was kart racing, Yamaha 250 water cooled, and I was really good at it. I mean, it was talk of maybe getting onto a team. I was good, but agoraphobia out the fucking window.
Sorry about that.
Yeah. Yes.
So many changes.
So everything for a reason.
Well, indeed.
Well, you have this, so that's good.
I think the planet was better off not having me out there all the time.
I would love one day to be able to own a car that I could just purely use and take out on track days and just blat it around a track for half a day.
Which one?
Hopefully. Which one? What?
Car?
Oh, just a track day car. It could be anything. Caterham 7, or even just a fast, something that's fast and sexy.
Caterham 7, bloody hell, man!
Again, Lotus.
Do they go?
yeah, it's the typical Colin Chapman thing is, you don't have to have a big engine, but if you strip everything away, you don't need one. So
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, the chassis also does a big chunk.
well, that was the other thing with Colin Chapman, wasn't it? The whole monocoque concept and the twin chassis, where you had a rigid chassis for the handling, but a second sub sprung so that the driver is not shaken to fucking bits.
Yeah.
Mm.
I would have loved a 6R4.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
When I had my Metro, I always used to dream of being a 6R4.
Do you know when they actually hit? Because they had to sell 200 of them, didn't they, so they could enter the RAC rallies.
So,
35k they were.
yeah, that was a lot of money back then.
Yeah.
That fancy car that Ty has, would that be good on a track?
Which one?
Some kind of
Which
white.
one of them?
It's a white, locally made one, I think. It's a
Oh, the
sporty car.
TVR. Is that
Maybe,
TVR?
yeah.
Oh, the TVR, yeah.
Yeah, that'd be good round the track, yeah. But it'll
Yeah.
break down halfway round and you'll see
Yeah.
him with the bumper.
He'd
They're
be better off
terrible.
taking his.
Really? They just look nice?
They look
Yeah.
nice, they sound nice, and when they're running nicely, they are very nice. But they have it, though it had certainly an awful reputation. I'm careful what I'm saying because I'm wondering if he's lurking
Still
inside.
is.
Just watching.
Because he'll come and tell me that I'm completely wrong. But they have a reputation like Alfa Romeos. If you want to spend half your day, in a lay-by, buy an Alfa.
Yet they're expensive and are supposed to be.
Oh
better,
yeah,
right?
I mean, look at the Competizione, the 8C. It's just a beautiful car, and I'm sure that one's probably well engineered. But the regular sort of street going, I think they might have got better over the recent years, but they always had a reputation of breaking down.
If I remember rightly, one of Ty's favourite cars is the Vauxhall. Is it the X220?
Oh, the VX220,
VX220.
which is a Lotus Elise with a Vauxhall body on it.
Yeah, apparently it's the most fun you can have in a car without getting arrested for.
Yeah, they were good. Yeah.
Yeah.
The
Yeah,
last
you
stuff
couldn't-
I remember was the Barchetta.
Which one? The Fiat.
Oh, that was a Fiat?
Yeah, the Fiat Barchetta.
Fiat Barchetta. Yeah.
Yeah, we had one of them. It was quite fun to drive, actually.
I always liked those.
As long as it didn't break down.
Because-
Oh, that's the one that he sings about in the Rush song.
No, that'd be a different one. The Fiat Barchetta, well, the last Fiat Barchetta was 90s, wasn't it?
Oh, God, people got Barchetta.
Yeah, they brought that out and the coupe.
Barchetta.
And the
He calls it a
Fiat coupe.
barchetta, but it's a.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I remember the Fiat Coupe had the 5-cylinder 155 brake horsepower because it's the same engine that's in a in the top Fiat Bravo,
Yeah.
but it was turbocharged in the coupe. That was a really nice engine. I had a Bravo with a 5-cylinder.
Yeah.
It just there's a
I hope it's safer than the Renault 5 turbo.
oh
The
yeah.
Widowmaker.
Yeah.
I got told the story. I couldn't believe it when I was being told.
What's the famous Lotus in the Roger Moore James Bond movies?
That's the
Oh,
Esprit.
the
Esprit.
yeah.
Is that a good car?
Lovely car.
Yeah.
It's probably one of my all-time favorite cars.
We did have one come into the garage where the floor pan and door and A post had broken away from the rest of the frame. And the bloke
Ouch.
was, and when the coppers turned up and he was still sitting in the driver's seat in the road on his floor pan with a door. Completely just snapped out of the car.
Wow.
Yeah.
They are lovely cars. I mean,
Yeah.
the early ones were a bit rough around the edges, but
Yeah, not quite as watertight as the one in the film.
no, quite. But it was a supercar at not supercar prices.
Yeah.
Do they still exist? Does Lotus still exist?
No, they ceased the Esprit production. I don't know when now. And they got to the S4. No, it was the S5. because those kind of late, because the one that I really have a soft spot for, and not because it's in the film, but is the one in Pretty Woman that Richard Gere's driving, which I think is an S4, and that's got the slightly more rounded corners. It wasn't so sharp and
Not
angular.
so 70s angular.
Wasn't that a Ferrari?
Yeah. Oh.
The one
Is
in
that me
Pretty
that's
Woman.
frozen or you that's frozen?
Hello?
Oh, there we go. There was a
Wasn't
bit of rain.
the Pretty Woman one a Ferrari?
No, that was a Lotus.
Ah, okay.
Lotus Esprit.
Can anybody remember what was the actual involvement of Lotus with the DeLorean?
Yeah, shady, dodgy as fuck.
Yeah,
There was-
the whole DeLorean thing was like
So
It was a miracle.
John
His tie.
DeLorean.
his
John,
tie.
here he is. There you go. See, John DeLorean paid or requested Lotus to do a bunch of engineering for the DeLorean car.
But did they?
And, yeah, well, they did work on it, but it all had to do
On the
with, it was
engine
all
side,
funded.
right?
No, well, not just no. Lotus didn't often do much on engines. They were more about they would get, because like Cosworth, the two guys that made Cosworth, and I always forget, but their name is a portmanteau of their two surnames. They would get Cosworth engines in.
Hey.
But
All right,
that's
darling.
Welcome back.
the DeLorean thing was that John DeLorean paid, well, wanted Lotus to do the engineering, like the the chassis and stuff with the DeLorean car, and there was a big kerfuffle about where that money came from, and Colin Chapman flat out denied that he was being paid by a Panamanian company or something. And it turns out they were being paid through a Panamanian company, and they apparently, because Chapman died 82, and had he gone to court, had he survived and gone to court as they wanted him to, he'd have gone away for at least a 10-year stretch.
Yeah, to answer Steve
fiction.
Powell's question, yes, they do. Diva and Zebra.
Yeah, Huey stuff sounds great.
Yeah.
All right, Baldy.
You right, darling?
Oh,
Do you know what, with those headphones on, you look like that bloke out of Star Wars?
Oh, Lobot.
Thinking that.
Yeah.
Princess Leia.
Yeah.
That'll be
Da,
me.
da, 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 da.
Yeah, it's got to be Disco Star Wars.
Yeah.
I don't
Nico.
think you have the pectoral power.
And I've still only watched the first one, and I watched that in 1978.
Heathen.
Steady on.
Yeah, I know.
I suggest you don't watch anymore.
Well,
Original trilogy is good. The rest is mostly shite.
I've had it. No,
But the problem with the original trilogy is now it's been destroyed.
Well, you can watch the despecialized edition where they took all
Yes.
the shit out.
Yeah.
Have they released that one?
Unofficially.
Yeah. You can download it through, a torrent or something.
No.
Let's
No,
not talk
don't
about
bother.
Star Wars. So
It's
I've
gone.
I've no urge to. I've got them. I've got the Blu-rays, but I've no urge to watch them. I bought them just because it's one of those things I thought I should have.
You bought them just to impress someone, and
Please,
Nerd
just
cred.
hear
Can I
my-
just put that? You honestly think the way that first of all, that I want to fucking impress anyone, first of all.
I'm
Second of all,
do.
Second
never
of
know.
all, that the way that I want to impress them is buying a film that I have no interest, that I last watched when I was 10, buying a box of it and going, hey, look at me. I may
Look at
have
my
a small,
etchings and my
I
DVDs.
may have a small cock, but look at my Blu-ray.
Just take it from me. Don't watch them in numerical order, please.
Do you know?
just skip 1, 2, and 3
years
altogether.
ago,
Well, you don't need
See,
to anyway. You bought a Porsche that covers all of that.
I did actually turn around and say to someone ages ago, what order should you watch them in? Oh my God, the furore that it started was
Yep.
just unbelievable.
Nope, not in numerical order.
I'll be honest with you, and I came out from everyone having all these opinions. I still have no idea what the right order to watch them is in. I don't know. So I just haven't watched them anyway. Anyway,
Mhm. So what's
we were talking cars, and I thought, oh great, I just finished
sorry.
this track. I've just finished this track,
Mhm.
Yay.
and now we've stopped talking about cars.
It always
Well-
comes round to cars.
We can come back in cars in a second,
have
but
to
since
talk
you weren't here when I did, I'll just transfer the question to you. What is that film that you know is really bad, but you still enjoy it every time you watch it?
I'm guessing it's not Star Wars.
Fucking Star Wars. Although to be fair, it is really bad.
Whoa. And you haven't seen the other ones. Whoa.
Yeah, but you thought that the George Clooney Batman was good. So
No, I said that George
thought
Clooney
George-
Batman
Whoa,
was
who the
better than
fuck
Ben
thought
Affleck
George
Batman.
Clooney, whoa.
That's what I
Better.
said.
Who thought that George Clooney Batman was any good?
him.
Wow.
I said he's better than Ben Affleck Batman.
Fucking hell. Again, we're back to comparing shit with shitter. Film that's
Welcome
really
to the
good,
Tory
that's
Party
really-
conference.
Film that's really bad that I still enjoy every time.
That even you think it's a bad film, but still enjoy it.
To be fair, there's quite a few
Hmm.
films that are actually really are not that good. But
How about
I still
Kroll?
like-
No, Zardos.
Tartar, yeah. With that onesie.
Yeah.
No, Tron, the original Tron.
You think the original Tron is bad?
That's a bit shit.
It's pretty bad. It's fun, but it's bad.
It's a fun to watch, but it's
Yeah.
not a great film.
Yeah, but it has Londo in it.
Okay, I get it.
It
No, I
does.
get your
and,
point.
and Bauxite in there all together, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's a prequel.
Yeah,
mate.
it's from another point of view, original Tron is a bad film. Yes, I get you. Problem is, I'm very fond of it. So
It doesn't mean I'm not fond of it. You know,
What about the remake?
I love the remake. Sorry, the
Tron Legacy is
Tron
great.
is not a remake; it's a follow-up.
can I be really
okay.
controversial? I'll be
Yeah,
really controversial.
please
here.
do.
Okay. Blade Runner,
Which one?
first one.
You think it's a bad film?
Yeah, I don't think it's a particularly good film.
It has no story really, but
I
it's
think-
visually.
I
Okay.
don't- I don't think it's a great film at all, but I
Mhm.
love watching it. I think it's a fantastic film to watch. But it's not a great film.
How many different cuts? How
I've
many
got
different
fucking
productions
every
have you?
fucking ridiculous amount of cuts.
Did you ever play
Right
the
from-
computer game?
Right, say again, sorry?
Did you ever play the computer game?
No.
You could go out onto the balcony of your apartment and it'd just play Vangelis.
Yeah, it was great.
And so we just go out on the balcony and just sit back, mate.
It's like a screensaver. Just leave it on. Yeah.
Yeah,
You
fuck the
don't-
game. Fuck the game, just play the track.
No, I get you. I mean, and even more the theatrical original cut, it had no heads or tail. At least not to my younger me. I couldn't understand at all. I just thought it was so cool to see the androids and the robots and the quasi futuristic and the flying cars. And I thought the music was very moving. But yeah, I'm with you. It's not the best film ever.
Yeah.
As film itself, as in cut the
Yeah.
cut the
Doesn't mean-
music in the background.
Doesn't mean I don't enjoy it at all. I think
No. Same here. Yeah, I get you.
They also got the future on. They have the Japanese taking over.
Sorry, what?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's true.
The what?
The Japanese taken over in terms of the
All
way
the
they
aesthetics and
present
all the mixed language
Yeah.
and stuff is Japanese everything, and it's really
Because they-
more Chinese
they
or
were.
Indian. So
Yeah. Yeah.
Wow.
absolutely.
Yeah.
you started me thinking now.
Okay. I mean,
not-
you already.
yeah,
See, it wasn't so
Temple
bad.
of Hunters.
It's not a fucking good thing. It's not a
Well,
good
something
thing
had
to.
to.
do. Exactly. It's not the track I just finished. Believe me.
I
You're already
didn't phone it in, did you?
It's fine.
Is it lots of plinky piano with big long-tailed reverb?
No,
Cling,
no.
Okay.
It's so
I'll be
suitable
merciful.
for American football.
I'll drive you back to cars. What car would you take to a day on a racetrack? Which racetrack and which car would you take? And now it's when I'm aware of how ill does he feel. Because it's taking that long to think about it.
Yeah, it wouldn't be anything that fancy, to be fair. It would be.
I don't know.
Something. No, it'd be something fairly.
Those two above me are the ones who are all about cars. I just don't. I just put the key.
Well,
and turn the wheel.
I heard what Robbie was saying, and I had a lot of sense in what he's got to say. I mean, on a track. On a track.
You know, he never fucking says that about me, does he?
Something like an Elise or something could be fantastic on a track. I mean, I've done it. I've done track days in Elises and 220s, and I've done track days in a few cars, but it's the fancy ones that actually are the not least enjoyable, but the ones that I'd have in day to day on a track are less able and less nimble. Something like a 220 or an Elise, whatever, I mean, I'm not a Caterham fan to look at, but on a track, they're fucking amazing. Or an Ariel Atom, again, on a track, amazing. Wouldn't want one. I wouldn't want that outside a track, but on a track.
What track then? Where would you like to drive it?
You see, but then it's down to familiarity. You see, I know Silverstone, so I'm just going to turn around and go Silverstone, because Silverstone's great. I love Silverstone. It's a great.
Yeah, Robbie, there's a challenge.
What's that?
Silverstone.
Oh yeah. Snetton's no Silverstone.
Yeah, but Gran Turismo.
Oh yeah.
Okay, let me finish all this shit.
No, we challenge you, Baldy.
They throw the glove at you.
Yeah.
I haven't. My car. I can't remember the last. I've told you this. The last time I plugged it in, played it, and the last car that Boo. I told you that Boo won because I got so bored with all the shitty cars at the beginning. I just turned around and went, "There you go, win me some cars."
Oh, it's not so bad in the online. I think you get more access to motors, don't you?
Do you? I don't know. I've never done it. So I don't know.
You can lease them, can't you?
Yeah.
Can you?
Yeah.
Oh,
So
okay.
you pick any motor.
It's very real world.
Yeah. Yeah. Any motor, any track, sort of thing.
Oh, okay. Oh well, in which case, yeah.
Yeah. There we go.
You see, but again, I would go for some. I'd go for. I'm gonna, if the route's on there, I'm gonna go for VX220 turbo. I'll be happy with that.
Right, well, we'll go for the same car.
I'll get you in the Benz. That'll be. You can have
No,
whatever
we'll go.
you like.
We'll go with the same car. We'll go with the same car you go with. Keep it all level pegging, because there's no point if I'm going to pick a GT40.
That's fine.
I'm going. I've won the race, and you're still coming out of the pit lane.
Do you know what? I'd be having more fun. And actually, in which case, I'm going to go for what I actually did track days. I will go for a TVR on a track day. That's what I do, because you'll have more fucking fun in that. I mean, I may not be on the road for that long, but I'll have more fun. Part of the reason when I did, so after I had the after I tried to do the suicide pact, I did I did kind of an advanced driving course. I think I told you this with ex-police people and blah blah blah, and one of them was part on the road. I had one day on the road and then one day on the track, and the whole point of this. So with the TVR, it's a brand new TVR, and the whole point was to push me. I can't remember where the track now was. Was it now somewhere in Nottinghamshire somewhere? I can't remember. But basically, there was complete runoffs everywhere. There was nothing you could hit, and the whole point was to do track days, pushing the car literally to the limit. So when you lost it, not if you lost it, when you lost it, you wouldn't hit anything. And that was just awesome, because there was just that, trying to find the point. It was all trying to get the kind of the confidence back in the car and finding the point where it went when it just lost it. was just
Don't
amazing.
feel it ahead.
Because the thing, but it was mainly to do with the fact that it actually lost it a lot later than you anticipated. That was the thing, because the difference is something like that, something like the R8, because I've done track days in an R8 as well, and the difference is with those kind of cars is the fact that they give you warning. This is the problem. This is the thing about TVRs. If anyone's any interest in TVRs, is that normal cars, like, for example, like Elise's, because I've had an Elise, I've had, all that kind of thing. They basically warn you. They give you some kind of warning of what's happening. So you're driving along, and if you're going into a bend kind of too hot, they'll be there going, oh. You can feel it, and if they're going, oh, okay, if you're carrying like this, I warn you, the back end's gonna go. I warn you, I will go. Take your foot off, otherwise I am gonna let you go. Yeah. That's what normal cars do. TVRs basically just go, yeah, everything's fine, don't worry about it. Yeah, go on, keep going faster. Yeah. Oh fuck, and there's literally there's no warning. It goes from being absolutely feeling great to you're spinning off the road, and
perfect performance until you have no control whatsoever.
Well, it's got no safety features whatsoever. I mean, literally nothing. No ABS, no traction control, no anything, and it
goes from car to hovercraft like that.
But the funny part, the great thing about it is the fact that gives you a feeling down below that you don't get in any kind of other car, really. They're so extreme, and it's the same. I've said this before about when you overtake. When a normal overtaking maneuver for a normal car is you put your foot down, you steer out, you overtake, you go. You never do that in a TVR because you'll just lose it. You have to literally pull. You have to turn at normal speed. When you're in a straight line, then you accelerate. You don't accelerate as you've got the wheel turned, as I found out to my cost. You literally turn out, then put your foot down, then go back in. And it's the same with roundabouts, the same with everything. And that's where people go wrong with TVR. You have to really respect them. They're dangerous fuckers. But they honestly, they make you make your bollocks tingle. I mean, they're fantastic cars to drive.
Kind of like the cartoon dog meme with the room on fire. He says, it's fine.
That's it. They're known as widow makers over here for a reason, but they're but yeah, I'll be honest with you, I wouldn't have another one. I've still got the new one. I've still got one of those on order. I'm not going to have it. I wouldn't have a TVR now. I wouldn't have another TVR. They're just too. You kind of get to a point in your life where it's too
exciting.
It's just not worth it. That's the thing. It's just not worth it. And the thing is, for me, is that honestly, when I had Boo, the moment you have someone else that's you're responsible for and is reliant on you, the thought of just this was the big test, is that she never went in the TVR when I had the TVR when she was small. I take her in all the other cars, wouldn't take her in that. It just she never went in it. So so there you go. But I'd probably do something. I'd do exactly like Robbie. I'd do something small and nimble, because it's all about the bends. If you're on a track, it's all about this. No one gives a fuck about the straight. There are so many thousands of cars that can go fast on the straight, i.e. anything American. You literally just straight line, put your foot down, join the club, anything. It's all about the bends. It's all about how they handle in the bends. And that's where you need something small and not that stupidly powered, and so that would be me.
Like what? 2.5?
What? God, and something like if you stick a 2.5 in something like an Elise, I mean, that's silly, because you just want a light car. Any kind of track car, you just want a light car. That's all you want. Something light and short.
The Elise is like 1.6, aren't they?
Well, when they finished, they went up to 2. They went up to 2 litres.
That was the point of Colin Chapman's philosophy, was you don't need a huge engine, because that will, as Ty said, you would go fast in the straights, but you're not going fast around the corners. Whereas you have a lighter car that doesn't need a big engine, it goes fast. Where all the others don't go fast.
Yeah,
so just keep everything small. Keep
center of gravity low in the middle.
Low and short wheelbase.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Wide wheels or narrow wheels?
Say again?
Oh, the more grip.
Wide or narrow?
Oh, you see, this is the style. It depends. Is it going to be wet?
It's England, so let's say yes.
You see, I'd go for narrow and wet. I mean, half the problem you have in most of the cars I've got is that the wheels are fucking ridiculously wide.
Okay.
And in the wet though, it's not great because of that. But yeah, but every car looks better with wider wheels. So let's fuck about what it feels like. What does it look like? Yeah. So.
Well, I mean, the wheels are so wide on the Mustang, it looks like Fred Flintstone's fucking car, doesn't it?
Oh yeah.
Well, you got those BF Goodriches on there, the big fat things, haven't you?
Yeah, yeah.
You should see the goofballs with the wide tires here, and then the extenders that stick way up past the car.
Yeah, but they're technically known as twats. So.
Yeah.
That's a nice way of putting it. Yeah.
Yeah.
People going to me, go, we'll spin it. We'll give us £100 then.
I didn't show
First, second.
Kent, did I show you? Because I told you I got that courtesy for mine. Did I tell you? I told you about how fucking hideous it was.
Yeah.
Hang on a minute. I wonder if you can see this. Proof of the pudding about cars looking good or looking bad depending on colour and wheel colour.
Yeah.
That was my courtesy.
Oh,
Jesus
God.
With gold fucking wheels.
Oh, no.
Black with gold wheels. How hideous.
You know,
I mean, how absolutely hideous.
No.
Yeah.
It'd be a proper Arabic car, you know.
I honestly, it was just
Donald Trump would like it.
It was actually embarrassing. Actually, genuinely, my daughter turned around and went, "Have we got to get in that? I'm so ashamed." Yeah,
Well, I would expect from the driver from having an Uzi on the passenger seat.
She basically turned around and went, all you need is a gold chain and just playing hardcore rap out of the window, you know, with the windows down.
But they've probably deliberately done it because it's a lease car, and that way they're sure nobody's
No,
going
it
to steal
wasn't.
it.
No, it wasn't. It was one of their demo cars, and they had to come back to change it soon because they had someone come in to look at it.
Really?
Yeah, I went. Well, they can come and look at it.
Is it the guy with the sunglasses and the white stick?
Honestly,
That one.
absolutely gross. But,
yeah, I'll buy it. Where do I sign?
You put your grills in and go buy it.
yes.
I mean, I'm not much better than that. If I could paint a car any particular color, any special color, I love those cars that go black to purple, depending on the angle of the light.
Oh yeah.
Oh, well, that's. I think TVRs were well known for they had flip paint before anyone else had flip paint because TVRs were you could spec them in any way you liked. So basically, you've got to imagine if you have an interior. So if anyone's seen the interior of like a TVR, it's everything's just kind of leather, basically. Literally every element is leather apart from the aluminium of the
nice, but expensive.
The switchgear. But you could specify any part of the dash or any element within the interior in any color, in any material. So you could turn around. So when you spec it up, you literally have to turn around and go, okay, I want that bit of, if you wanted that bit of dash in black and that bit of dash in red and that bit of dash in whatever. And you can specify. And I actually went, because I got to know them up there, and I went up to the factory and they had one that they called the Harlequin car. That was for customer, and it was literally every bit of the interior was all.
I was saying, you do it like Mondrian, and you're all set.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what it looked like, and you either loved it or hated it. But when you spec'd it, you had, if you wanted to and would pay, you could have any element in anything. And there was a point in this.
Like going into purple.
Oh yeah, so part of this was the paint because. They had their set colors that, it's not, a normal manufacturer. You basically, okay, you can have it for this price in red,
flat, shiny,
black and
metallic,
white, and then this color in the. They basically just said, you find us what paint you want it in from any manufacturer, and we'll paint it in that color, and we'll just charge you whatever it is for that. So, I mean, the two that I had one which was it was a Ferrari Grigio Titania or something. It's the Ferrari metallic grey. And then I had another one, which was a Lamborghini red, a kind of deep red. So you can have it in any colour, but they specialised in these flip colours. And I almost bought the third one I had, I almost bought in this kind of flip green blue. And so it looked this really...
What shade of green?
It looks pretty in a lay-by with the bonnet up, doesn't it?
Now,
What?
I'm going to take to task on this one.
Here we go. Here we go.
Poke him.
Poke.
Robbie,
the bear. Yeah.
No, actually, do you know what? Robbie's totally correct. I was really lucky because I got into TVRs late, and so basically by the time I got mine, they'd actually sorted. This is the really sad thing about TVR, and the very ironic thing about TVR. Just as they'd finally got their shit together, they got bought out by a Russian, and they went under. And it was literally just as they'd got their crap together, because right up until I'm going to say 5 years before they went under, in terms of reliability, they were, everything that Robbie said is true. They looked beautiful, but they were so, they weren't the most reliable. I was really lucky. The ones I had, I'm not saying they were reliable. They're not like, it's not like a normal car. You have to accept it's not like a normal car. You couldn't guarantee you would be able to just start it in the morning and it would start. But I was lucky. Mine generally did. The only thing was the battery life on them, unless you kept them on a charger, was, you couldn't just leave it for a couple of weeks because it just wouldn't start. There was that, which is perfectly normal. The only thing that I had go wrong with mine is that the clutch cable on the Tuscan 2S, that went a couple of times. That was the only thing. But that's honestly, compared to a lot, that's but I'm not just saying it. And anyone that's got fancy cars knows the fancier you go, the more unreliable they become.
Yeah.
Really? How big was their customer base at the peak? How many people?
Customer base? Oh, I mean, I don't know. I don't know the figures. They wouldn't make more than 1,000 a year. It'd be hundreds a year.
Yeah.
It's but what the fancy you go generally. I mean, I've got a friend with a Lambo who basically, honestly, it spends more time off the road than it does on the road. And when it is off the road, the costs are just ridiculous. So we have this kind of illusion that the more you spend on a car, the more reliable it's going to get. It's completely the opposite. The higher up the ladder you go in terms of more specialized, because it's very simple. If you think in a normal car, you have elements that are, first of all, it's commonplace. So these things have been tested and tested and tested and tested and tested and tested and tested, and to within an inch of their life. And then they go out, and all of the components are made so that they're reliable. They're within the constraints of what they're capable of doing. So whereas when you go for supercars or hypercars, everything's the extreme. So everything, they're trying to make it as fast as possible, which means that all of the elements are being pushed right to the limit of what they're capable of, to what they're capable of doing.
Yeah.
And at the same time, they can't be tested in the same way like a Ford can or a Fiat can or whatever.
They don't have the same amount of units.
They don't have the same amount of units to be doing this, and it's more limited. So the more unique you go, I mean, I had the Fabio, which was basically, that model was the only one they made. That was unreliable simply because it was the only one. So it was the guinea pig. It's no different to synths.
I get you.
If you go and buy a synth that there's fucking thousands of, it's going to be more reliable than ones that there's 10 of.
Yeah. Were they common enough to be seen on the road, though? Because I only saw a McLaren once. They're super rare.
Oh, they're not round here. I mean, see McLarens fairly regularly around here. Again, it depends. But that's, you're in a different country. I mean, they're different. Yeah,
different roads for starts.
Would you see TVRs around, though? You'd see them driving around?
Yeah. You don't so much now, but that's mainly because, as Robbie said, most of them are either wrapped around a tree or in a garage that won't start. That they are. I mean, they. If you go and look at the numbers on TVRs, I mean, it's actually hilarious. The prices go up because the numbers get less, and the reason numbers get less most of the time is because most of them have killed the owners. That is literally. That's not an exaggeration. That's the absolute truth. They bank on the fact of the numbers. You know, I mean, so yeah, they do. But I mean, look, I've had 3 of them, and they're in terms of experiences, they're the best. You know, they're the best cars to drive. They are loud, they are noisy, they are so exciting.
Bit like the driver.
It's so exciting.
Do you guys have noise ordinances where you need certain kind of suppression?
Again, it's all to do with you're meant to certain, but it's all to do with once. I think at the time, I don't know if it's still the same, but at the time, you have to, as long as the manufacturers produce above a certain amount, and if they don't produce above a certain amount, there's certain rules they didn't have to follow, and TVRs never got there. So, and I think the funniest thing was, I think it's my 350, the T350. I needed, for whatever reason, I needed new exhaust, and so when you got the exhaust, they actually turned around to you and said, okay, we do 2 models. Do you want the quiet one or the loud one for the exhaust? And I remember just laughing at the bloke going, do you really need to ask? And I turned and went, do you actually sell many of the quiet ones to TVR owners? He went, no, never. But we have to ask. So, yeah. I mean, that car would, as you went down the hill where I live, basically would start the car alarms off. As you drove down the road, it set the car alarms off. Oh, it's beautiful though. I mean, and the noise of it, and it's that thing of overrun. You know how people pay ridiculous amounts of money to make their cars overrun and do all the popping and the banging and all that kind of thing. I hate that idea. The fact that people actually, it's all artificial. I mean, even on the R8, the overrun on any modern car like an R8 or something. The overrun, it's completely artificial. Basically, it's made that when you insert a mode, that it will spurt out little droplets just to give overrun. But it's a computer doing it. Whereas with the TVR, the overrun was completely natural. You had no choice. You couldn't not make it do that. And but again, it's an age thing, and there was a time when I thought that was really cool and really fantastic and really great, and now, it's just not. Yeah, exactly. You're absolutely right, Robbie. That's exactly what it is.
And on that note, I'm off to bed.
The fact that you've got a small cock and you need to go.
Yeah. It's 3 o'clock in the morning, and I need to. Yeah.
Look, can I go as well, because I've finished this track, and I was literally about to go to bed, and I thought, no, I'm going to finish the track, and then I'm going to turn around and just.
Like I was keeping you all here prisoner.
Yeah.
For fuck's sake.
So, so I'm going to bed as well.
Well, that's good. How you got to defend your honor. So
thank you very much. And just so you know, Ken, I think I've sorted out the pitch bend on the 2700.
Okay.
I think you're right. I think in terms, it might be the grease, because I did lots of flicking around with it, and I just left it switched on for a long time.
It's freed up.
And I think it's just warmed itself up a bit.
Yeah.
So it seems to have corrected itself. Anyway.
Good move.
Okay, I'm going.
Yeah, me too.
That's how good I am.
Yeah, thanks for that. Thanks for the tips for
That'll be 27.50.
Okay, all. Be good.
Soon.
All right.
See you all soon.
Take care.
All the best. See you later.
Probably do another one Monday or something like that.
No, okay. Give me a shout. Okay.
Yeah, no probs.
See you later.
All right. Take care, everyone. Look after yourselves.
Bye.
see ya.
Where are you? That is 1 hour later.
Yeah.